Hey, David here. Sorry I'm running late. I was on a Twitter space with Albert Bashai, and it was a good conversation. So I ran a few minutes late. So hopefully, you got a good week in review in line for today. I think it's possible that Judas Fly will be showing up. Oh, here he is. So I put the link in the chat. So if you're here now, Judas, you could pop in right away. I don't have that much. Um, to show. So otherwise, God forbid I was going to do my Descartes stream this week. I had it all prepared and was ready for it, and there was huge power outages, and I lost power for 2 days straight. In Metro Detroit, it's been happening regularly. Climate change, uh, reverse Flynn effect, incompetence, corruption. God forbid, whatever the case is, having these regular power outages, and so it's pretty disturbing, but not much I could do about it. So that canceled my plans for the Descartes stream. So hopefully, I will continue with my metaphysics series, and we'll do the deep dive into Descartes. Hopefully this week, Wednesday, and I'm almost prepared for my next Portraits in Metaphysics series, where we'll look at the founders of the pre-Newtonian founders of modern science and physics, of Galileo, Kepler, Copernicus, Talesio, and Giordano Bruno. Some interesting names, and some of these ideas that predate Descartes and Newton. And I might spend another period in that era of the portrait series. I'm going to look at Machiavelli or whatever. So yeah, I'm not sure what you wanted to talk about, Judas. You messaged me if whatever. So if that means you're not going to be joining, or if you want to pop on, you could just say hello or tell me what you wanted to talk about, or whatever. I just continue with the regular research. So I'm not sure. I don't have any specific plans or anyone showing up, but if anyone does, the link's in the chat. Last week, Ralph ended up showing up. We talked a little bit, interesting conversation, and so just keep the regular Friday, Sunday night week in review going, and whoever shows up is welcome. Other than that, I'm going to continue the research. So I'm going to pop right into my week in review then, and from Claire, who I think Claire is even live now on Twitter. So Claire's got a Twitter space. She invited me, but World War II, and one of these days I'm going to join Claire or Vincent. But she had this. Sunday is a busy day for me during the week. I often have more time, but Claire, I guess, had referred me to this Australian woman, Magellan, and it kind of just became like a Q&A. We discussed a whole bunch of topics. It was supposed to be on religion and Judaism, but we talked a lot about World War II, God forbid, like Holocaust revisionism. And then we had some interesting conversation about just theology, and not that many people. But I ended up talking a lot about these boom bust cycles. And last week I talked about historical reoccurrence and a brief overview of Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West. And I was just on a space with Albert Bashai, and he's still live right now. And I was last night he had a big space also, and he's got 83 people there. So it was just last night on Albert Bashai, and he had a thing with Ryan Dawson, had a lot of people, and just right now we were talking about big tech, the possible balkanization of America, a topic with Brundle and Rodney and Norvin, we talked about years ago, Luke Ford, and I was saying I've always been libertarian leaning, and living. You remember when the former Soviet Jews came to Metro Detroit in the 1990s, and always thought about balkanization and the possibility that America would balkanize. And now it seems more likely than ever. Almost half of Americans think America's going to split up the election. There's many paths towards that happening. And so I thought I would do this week a deep dive on cycles, historical cycles. So on the space the other day, I was talking about theological cycles and the boom bust cycle of Judaism. That I have to do more research to quote like who exactly says it, like what sages say it, where I read this stuff or who I heard it from, because I'm not even sure where I heard it from. But there's the boom bust cycle of Judaism that basically theologically the cause of the boom bust cycle is God's mercy, because God does not punish us immediately for our sins, but gives us a long time to repent. However, very often we don't repent, and eventually there has to be cleansing. Uh, the debt has to be collected for our sins, and that's what leads to these boom bust cycles that in purges, and generally like post collapse, uh, like after World War II, you had the boomers and the economic growth, and possibly like Jews as a management class, where Jews do especially well during the growth period and get an exorbitant, like, so if you look at today, probably Jews control about 30% of American wealth. So Jews are only like 2%, 2-3% of the American public. Collectively, Jews control about 25-30% of all the wealth in America. Real estate, equities, stock, company ownership, capital, and most of that was acquired during the boom parts. And eventually, things come to an end, and people can't afford to pay their debt. There's also things like economic equity, like the amount of debt people owe is because there's exponential um, uh, interest on debt. So the amount of debt that people owe is actually more than the amount of capital that's in existence, and people can't afford to pay their debt. The amount of effort or work and the payoff becomes less and less, and we approach a collapse part of the cycle. And there's a bunch of different factors within it. And what does the collapse cycle look like? So that was a topic I was covering in depth yesterday, and I found that pretty interesting. So I thought this week I would do a deep dive into theories of cycles. So I still have other parts of the research and other things that, sociology. I'm still going to continue with the sociology of religion and philosophy of mind and a few other things. And maybe next week I will try to finish up on the gifted and talented education, a few more articles on that, and then pivot back. But maybe next week I'll try to get through the stuff on gifted and talented education. So I didn't have that much on, the war in Israel. God forbid, um, universities back and there's protests all over, and there was a new survey out on like anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism from the forward. So University of Michigan had protests and there were arrests, and other college campus, the Palestinian students, and the never-ending war against the Palestinians, that God forbid the genocide that doesn't appear that there's any end to. God forbid the hostages died this week, and all the bad news. But you look forward to more protests. So let's look at the survey quickly from the forward, and then we'll jump right into the research. Okay, separating anti-Zionism from anti-Semites on campus. A new study found little overlap between students hostile towards Israel and those hostile towards Jews, though the lead researcher said that's only part of the story. 2/3 of college students do not hold views towards Israel or Jews likely to threaten their relationship with their Jewish peers, a new study from Brandeis University found. But what about the remaining third? Researchers found that the group split roughly between those who express hostility towards Israel but not the Jews, and those who thought poorly of the Jews but not Israel. It represents the second recent study to find that animosity towards Israel is not clearly linked to an embrace of anti-Semitic ideas, even while those hostile attitudes can alienate them from Jews on campus. So we'll look at the actual studies briefly too. The Brandeis team polled 4,123 undergraduates at 60 schools with a significant number of Jewish students. The academics asked a battery of questions, which you can see in the chart below, and then using a complex process, grouped respondents into one of four brackets: those not hostile towards Israel or Jews, 66% of the total; those hostile towards Israel but not Jews, 15%; those hostile towards Jews but not Israel, 16%; and those hostile towards both Israel and Jews, 2%. So in the brown is students hostile towards Israel, in the yellow is hostile towards Jews. So the ADL type questions: Jews have too much power in America. Um, People hostile towards Israel, only 2%, but those hostile towards Jews, 65% of those. Jews don't care about what happens to anybody but their own. Um, Jewish people talk about the Holocaust just to further their own political agenda. God forbid Jews should be held accountable for Israel's actions. So in these questions, there was a significant difference between people that were only hostile towards Israel. Israel doesn't have the right to exist. Um, all civilians should be considered legitimate targets for Hamas. View Hamas favorably. Supporters of Israel control the media. That even more people who are anti-Israel, but people are anti-Jewish, overwhelming also. And I don't want to be friends with someone who supports the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And people hostile towards Israel, 83%. So that means almost, and only 35% of people hostile towards Jews. One data point that caught my eye was that students who were more hostile towards Jews than Israel were more supportive of terrorism against Israel. For example, 24% of the hostile towards Jew group agreed that all Israeli civilians should be considered targets for Hamas, compared to 6% of those hostile towards Israel. Also, among the group that agreed with statements including Jews don't care what happens to anybody but their own kind, 66% said that Israel has the right to exist. These findings track with the study I shared here in March, showing that more conservative college students are more likely to support Hamas killing Israeli civilians. What's going on here? So we now have two studies showing that hardcore anti-Zionist on campus, around 50% of students nationally, according to the Brandeis study, are not especially likely to participate in consensus anti-Semitism, a term that scholar Keith Kahn Harris used to describe ideas that disparage all Jews because they are Jewish. But there is a similar share of students who do not hold these sort of views. They agree with anti-Semitic tropes and are more likely to support Hamas terrorist attacks, who tend to be more conservative and more supportive of Israel. 26% of them had a favorable view of the Israeli government, compared to 21% of the majority of students who are not hostile towards either Jews or Israel. Some might see these findings as validation of the anti-Zionist refrain that their only objection is to the state of Israel, and a comfort to Jews worried about the growing animosity towards Israel will fuel further rise in anti-Semitism. Among the anti-Zionists in the survey, for example, only 4% agree that Jews should be held accountable for Israelis' action. Len Sachs, the lead researcher on the study, is skeptical. It is just a different way of expressing the same old hostility, the same old prejudices. He said in an interview, I would call it a new expression of the traditional anti-Semitism, but the study may be another signal that while mainstream Jewish organizations have focused in recent years, especially since October 7th, on left-wing threats, there may be an equal or greater threat festering among right-wing students. Also, the Brandeis study also confirmed a problem I highlighted in last week's newsletter about the exclusion of Zionists, broadly defined from progressive spaces. Roughly 11% of college students are effectively refusing to socialize with the vast majority of their Jewish peers over disagreements related to Israel. This ostracism is a serious problem, but it's more complicated than the simple story we're often told of protesters who have turned their sights on Israel because they hate Jews, and policymakers trying to address the campus climate would do well to read the Brandeis study in full. Maybe we have to be a little less focused on calling out anti-Semitism, Sachs suggested when we spoke, and work harder to actually educate people about who Jews are. So this survey including things like Jewish sentiment, So here you have people who wouldn't want to be friends with an Israel supporter. Among the very liberal, almost 50% of very liberal college students wouldn't want to be friends with someone who supported Israel. Among liberal, 25%, moderate 20%, conservative 25%. So, God forbid, like a full 25, quite a few people across the spectrum, almost 1 out of 4 people, don't want to be friends with an Israeli supporter on this survey. And the full avoiding Jews in totality is much less. So, just wouldn't want to be friends with very high across the board, almost a quarter of people across the board, maybe even more, versus avoiding Jews because their views on Israel, less than 10%, although it's actually stronger among Christian conservatives. And we'll just look quickly through these other parts of the survey to see some interesting findings. And you click the link from the forward article if anyone wants to see it. Here's degree to disagree on some of the other questions. So I'm not going to go through all these. Just I forgot to look at these beforehand, so we'll just look closely. Okay, so let's just see the Brandeis report. Forget how long this was. Okay, so the Brandeis report is like a full 40 pages. If anyone wanted to see that in depth. Let me just see if there's some charts. So you see the difference here. The dark is strongly disagree to the dark brown to the dark green strongly agree. So hostile environment towards Jews on campus, about 50-50 evenly split among non-Jewish students, with more people thinking that it's not hostile towards Jews on campus, and Jewish students, although a sizable amount, almost a third, more than a third, don't think it's hostile towards Jewish students on campus, but a sizable majority think that there is a hostile environment towards Israel on campus. That's stronger, and even among non-Jewish students, you see a small majority saying so, and among Jewish students, a vast majority saying that it's hostile towards Israel on campus. The typical ADL questions: Israel violates human rights on the Palestinian people. So whether that's anti-Semitic or not, so Jews are much more likely to think things are anti-Semitic than non-Jews. So, like the question, do Jews have too much power? Still non-Jews think, but like probably anti-Semitic. In some, you could see definitely anti-Semitic, but you're saying from Jewish students, a strong element, definitely anti-Semitic. Non-Jewish students, not to a much lesser degree. Israel does not have the right to exist. See the difference, and then Israel violates human rights of the Palestinian students, and even Jewish students didn't necessarily think that that's anti-Semitic, but the number of non-Jewish students on that was much different. Okay, so people could read through the whole report if they wanted. I just thought it was a little bit interesting, and we'll get to the research. So I didn't prepare to go through that. So I see a handful of people tuned in, so I just have a lot of ideas to read about. Maybe I'll try to give a little bit more commentary. So as said, I was talking about these cycles and thinking about it. And let me show these books real quick. My dad gave me these like huge copies of this like 40 volume. I'm in my dad's library, but he wasn't going to hold on to it. This is like the historian's history of the world. And like this is volume 19, England 1485 to 1642. So this is a huge history. I showed on my other screen. I just put up for sale. I have it upstairs, so I don't have it handy. Will Durant's The Story of Civilization, the 11-volume series. So, my dad also has like Edward Gibbon's The Rise and the Fall of the Roman Empire. He gave me a copy of that too, but I sold it. Quigley's Tragedy and Hope, Spengler, Decline of the West. There's a lot of authors. Peter Sturgeon, the What If All This that I sometimes share. The Kurt Doolittle Disciple. Often talks about these cycles. He likes quoting like Peter Sturgeon, but he also said he read the whole Story of Civilization from Will Durant and a lot of literature on the subject of historical cycles. So I thought I'd do a little bit of a deep dive on various knowledge of historical cycles. So I've talked a lot, like when I did my debate with Daniel Kwakachu on Judaism, I talked about the demiurge and Jews, Philo and the Jews of the force of the demiurge. Also, like J.G. Bennett talks about the great men of history and progression through history of moving forward in progress, and sometimes moving forward in progress could also have synodal fluctuations, but generally a forward-moving pattern. I also, a long time ago, like Forex Shark, you haven't talked to him in a while. I think he's still in my Discord. If Forex Shark is... Oh, so you did join my... Elemental did join my Discord. So yeah, Forex Shark is still in my Discord. I haven't spoke to him in a really long time. So Elemental, God bless, finally joined my Discord. So you will talk a different time. So just saying, Forex Shark, we had talked in the past about technical analysis for stocks, looking at charting patterns. So like David was a day trader. I did a stream on day trading technical analysis, and a lot of that's also like cycles. There's economic cycles. We'll look at a little bit of them that are well defined. The historical cycles are the least well defined, but probably the most important. So let's jump right in. We'll look at a few different ideas about cycles. Hopefully I'll give a little bit more commentary than usual. So I just want to give a little background information for myself to add a little bit of scholarship, because I've been talking a lot about these cycles. And so if I could like name drop important researchers, ideas, or better known things. And then, yeah, Mark, thank God book sales are going good. My eBay, I got over 2,000 items listed. I things are, I'm always listing. I have a lot more stuff to list that I haven't, I have a lot more things to list. Sorry, I meant to, that I haven't done yet, but I'll put my eBay link in the chat. So yeah, I keep myself busy with my eBay, and it's part of my day job, and just selling books isn't, because I read books and I do a lot of research, and just seeing the vast amount, like saying there's more books than I could ever read, and like selling sets, mostly fiction. I don't even read fiction, but I sell a lot of fiction, and to know about like history, what people read, what people thought. So it's interesting to I enjoy selling books. Like, I had to do a profession, so I'm glad I got into the book selling business, even though I trained as an engineer. So let's jump right into some overview of various understandings of cycles from the past. So we'll start with dynastic cycle, which is an ancient Chinese belief. Dynastic cycle is an important political theory in Chinese history. According to this theory, that each dynasty of China rises to a political, cultural, and economic peak, and then, because of moral corruption, declines, loses the mandate to heaven, and falls only to be replaced with by a new dynasty. The cycle then repeats under a surface pattern of repetitive motifs. It sees a continuity in Chinese history from earliest times to the present by looking at the succession of empires or dynasties, implying that there is a little basic development or change in social or economic structures. John Fairbank expressed the doubt of many historians when he wrote the concept of the dynastic cycle has been a major block to the understanding of the fundamental dynamics of Chinese history. The cycle appears as follows with 12 steps. A new ruler founds a new dynasty and gains the mandate of heaven. China under a new dynasty achieves prosperity, the population increases, then corruption becomes rampant in the imperial court, and the empire begins to enter decline and instability. A natural disaster wipes out farmland. The disaster normally would not have been a problem. However, together with the corruption and overpopulation, it causes famine. The famine causes the population to rebel, and a civil war ensues. The ruler loses the mandate of heaven. The population decreases because of the violence. China goes through a warring states period. One state becomes the victor. The state starts a new empire. The empire gains the mandate of heaven. The cycle repeats itself. The mandate of heaven was the idea of the monarch who favored by heaven to rule over China. The mandate of heaven was explanation was championed by the Chinese philosopher Mencius during the Warring State periods. It has three main phases. The first is the beginning of the dynasty. The second is the middle of the dynasty's life and the peak of the dynasty. And the last period is the decline of the dynasty, both politically and economically, until it finally collapses. Significance. Chinese history is traditionally represented in terms of dynastic cycles. Through its long history, the Chinese people have been ruled not by one dynasty, but by a succession of different dynasties. The first Orthodox dynasty of China, to be described in ancient history records such as the record of the Grand Historian and bamboo annals of the Xia, which was succeeded by the Shang, although concrete existence of the Xia is yet to be archaeologically proven. Although these dynasties, the Han and Tang, are often considered as particularly strong periods, although other dynasties are famous for cultural and other achievements. For instance, the Song dynasty is sometimes associated with rapid economic development. Han and Tang, as well as other long stable dynasties, were followed by periods of disorder and a breakup of China into small regimes. Out of disorder, a leader eventually rose who unified the country and imposed strong central authority. For example, after the Han, various dynasties ruled parts of China until Yang Yuan reunited China under the Sui dynasty. The Sui set the scene for the long and prosperous Tang. After the fall of Tang, China again saw a period of political upheaval. There's a famous Chinese proverb expressed in the 16th century novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms that says, after a long split, a union will occur. After a long union, a split will occur. Each of these rulers would claim the mandate of heaven to legitimize their rule. Although this well-known dynastic periodization in China is more or less based on traditional Sinocentric ideology, it also applies to non-native rulers who sought to gain the mandate of heaven. While most ruling dynasties in Chinese history were founded by ethnic Han, there were also dynasties established by non-Han people beyond the traditional border of China proper, dominated by the Han people. These include the Yuan, founded by the Mongols, and the Qing, founded by the Manchus, who later conquered China proper and assumed the title of Emperor of China. Okay, so that's one of the first occurrences of historical cycles, the Chinese, Mencius, cycle of Confucius. We'll look now at the Greeks. There's also, the yugas, the Hindu, the Vedic cycles of the yugas. I didn't prepare. I'm not going to cover that today. It's a little bit different, but the Vedic cycles and the yugas are also important. And you'll see that nations rise and fall, or even just rulership within a nation rise and fall according to pattern behavior, and that goes back to ancient time. So this one will look at the Greeks and Plato, Socrates, and the effects on modern Western thought in social cycle theory. Social cycle theory. Social cycle theories are among the earliest social theories in sociology. Unlike the theory of social evolutionism, which views the evolution of society and human history as a progression in some new, unique direction, sociological cycle theory argues that events are staged of society and historically generally repeat themselves in cycles. Such a theory does not necessarily imply that there cannot be any social progress. In the early theory of Simequin and the more recent theories of long-term secular political demographic cycles, as well in the Varnick theory of P.R. Sarkar, an explicit accounting is made of social progress. Historical forerunners. Interpretation of history as repeating cycles of dark and gold ages was a common belief among ancient cultures. Cyclos, ancient Greek, cycle is a term used by some classical Greek authors to describe what they consider as the cycle of governments in society. It is roughly based on the history of Greek city-states in the same period. The concept of cyclos is first elaborated by Plato, Aristotle, and most extensively by Polybius. They all came up with their own interpretation of the cycle and possible solutions to break the cycle, since they thought the cycle to be harmful. Later writers such as Cicero, Machiavelli commented on the cycles. The more limited cyclical view of history, defined as repeating cycles of events, was put forward in the academic world in the 19th century in historiosophy, a branch of historiography, and is a concept that falls under the category of sociology. However, Polybius, Ibn Khaldun, and Giambattista Vico can be seen as precursors of this analysis. The saeculum was identified in Roman times. In recent times, Sarkar, in his social cycle theory, has used the idea to elaborate his interpretation of history. Plato. Plato describes his cycle of governments in his work Republic, Book 8 and 9. He distinguishes 5 forms of government: aristocracy, democracy, oligarchy, democracy, and tyranny, and writes that governments dissolve respectively in this order from aristocracy to tyranny. Plato's cycle of government is linked with his anthropology of the rulers that come with each form of government. The philosophy is intertwined with the way the cycle of governments plays out. An aristocracy is ruled by aristocratic people whose rule is guided by their rationality. The decline of aristocracy into democracy happens when people who are less qualified to rule come to power. Their rule and decision making is guided by honor. Democracy develops into oligarchy as soon as those rulers act in pursuit of wealth. Oligarchy devolves into democracy when the rulers act on behalf of freedom. And lastly, democracy devolves into tyranny if rulers mainly seek power. Plato believes that having a philosopher king, and thus having an aristocratic form of government, is the most desirable. Polybius. According to Polybius, who was the most fully developed version of the cycles, it rotates through the 3 basic forms of government: democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy, and the 3 degenerate forms of each of those governments: ochlocracy, oligarchy, and tyranny. Originally, society is in ochlocracy, but the strongest figure emerges and sets up a monarchy. This monarch's descendants, who lack virtue because of their family's power, becomes despots, and the monarchy degenerates into a tyranny. Because of the excesses of the ruler, the tyranny is overthrown by the leading citizens of the state, who set up an aristocracy. They too quickly forget about the virtue of the state and becomes oligarchy. These oligarchs are overthrown by the people who set up a democracy. Democracy soon becomes corrupt, and degenerates into an oligocracy, beginning the cycle anew. Polybius's concept of the cycle of government is called an anacyclosis. Polybius, in contrast to Aristotle, focuses on the idea of mixed government, the idea that the ideal government is one that blends elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. Aristotle mentions this notion but pays little attention to it. Polybius saw the Roman Republic as the embodiment of this mixed constitution, and this would explain why the Roman Republic was so powerful and why it would remain stable for a longer amount of time. Polybius's full description can be found in Book 6 of his Histories. Cicero. Cicero describes Anacleus in his philosophical work De Republica. His version of the anacyclosis is heavily inspired by Polybius's writings. Cicero argues contrary to Polybius, that the Roman state can prevail and will not succumb to the harmful cycle despite its mixed government, as long as the Roman Republic will return to its ancient virtues. Machiavelli, during the Renaissance appears to have adopted Polybus's version of the cycle. Machiavelli's adoption of anacyclosis can be seen in Book 1, Chapter 2 of his Discourses on Livy, although Machiavelli adopts the idea of the circular structure in which the types of government alternate. He does not accept Polybus's idea that the cycle naturally devolves through the exact same pattern of governments. 19th and 20th century theories. Thomas Carlyle conceived of history as though it were phoenix, growing and dying in stages akin to the seasons. He saw the French Revolution as the ashes or winter of European civilization, and that it would necessarily build out of the rubble. Russian philosopher Nikolai Dynastic, 1869, differentiated between various smaller civilizations. He wrote that each civilization has a life cycle, and by the end of the 19th century, the Roman-German civilization was in decline, while the Slav civilization was approaching its golden age. A similar theory was put forward by Oswald Spengler, who in 1918 also argued that Western civilization entered its final phase of development and its decline was inevitable. The first social cycle theory in sociology was created by Italian sociologist and economist Vilfredo Pareto, 1916. He centered his theory on the concept of an elite social class, which he divided into cunning foxes and violent lions. In his view of society, the power constantly passes from the foxes to the lions and vice versa. Sociological cycle theory was also developed by Piotr Sorkin in his Social and Cultural Dynamics. He classifies societies according to their cultural mentality, which can be an ideation, reality is spiritual, sensate, reality is material, or idealistic, a synthesis of the two. He interpreted the contemporary West as a sensate civilization dedicated to technological progress and prophesied its fall and to decadence and the emergence of a new ideation or idealistic era. Alexandre Dieulafoy developed a mathematical model of social cycles that he claimed to fit historical facts. He argued that civilizations and empires go through cycles in his book Mathematics of History. 1951, he claimed that each civilization passes through a minimum of three 1700-year cycles. As part of civilization, empires have an average lifespan of 550 years. He also stated that by knowing the nature of those cycles, it could be possible to modify these cycles in such a way that could be peaceful instead of leading to war. Dieulafoy believed that he had found the origin of the Romanesque art during the 9th century in an area between Empordor and Ruslan, in which he argued was the cradle of the second cycle of the Western European civilization. Literary expressions. Most of the post-apocalyptic fiction depicts various kinds of cyclical history, with depictions of civilization collapsing and being slowly built up again to collapse again, and so on. An early example is Anatole France's 1908 satirical novel Penguin Island, which traces the history of Penguinia, a thinly disguised analog of France from medieval times to the modern times to a future of monstrous supercity, which eventually collapses. This is followed by renewed feudalism and agrarian society, and a gradual building up of increasingly advanced civilization, culminating with a new monstrous supercity, which would eventually collapse again, and so on. A later example is Walter Miller's A Canticle for Leibowitz, which begins the aftermath of devastating nuclear war, with the Catholic Church seeking to preserve a remnant of old texts, as it did with the historical early Middle Ages, and ends with a new civilization built up over 2,000 years, once again destroying itself in a nuclear war, and a new group of Catholic clergy yet again setting out to preserve a remnant of civilized knowledge. In a future depicted in October the 1st is Too Late, a 1966 science fiction novel by astrophysicist Fred Hoyle, the protagonists fly over where they expected to see the United States but see no sign of urban civilization. At first, assuming they were in the pre-1750 past, they later find that it was a future time. Humanity is doomed to go through the repeated cycles of industrialization, overpopulation, collapse followed by rebuilding, and then again industrialization, overpopulation, and collapse, and so on again over and over again. In the far future, a civilization which is aware of this history no longer wants progress. Contemporary theories. One of the most important recent findings in the study of long-term dynamic social processes was the discovery of the political demographic cycles as a basic feature of the dynamics of complex agrarian systems. The presence of political demographic cycles in the pre-modern history of Europe and China and in chiefdom-level societies worldwide has been known for quite a long time, and already in the 1980s, more or less developed mathematical models of demographic cycles started to be produced. At the moment, there are considerable numbers of such models. Long cycle theory. George Medelsky, who presented his idea in his book The Long Cycles in World Politics, 1987, is the chief architect of the long cycle theory. Long cycle theory describes the connection between war cycles, economic supremacy, and the political aspect of world leadership. Long cycles or long waves often offer perspectives on global politics by permitting the careful exploration of the ways in which world wars have recurred, and lead states such as Britain and the United States have succeeded each other in orderly manner, not to be confused with Simon Kuznets' idea of long cycles or long swings. Long cycles of global politics are patterns of past world politics. The long cycle, according to Dr. Don Cox, is a period of time lasting approximately 70 to 100 years. At the end of that period, the title of most powerful nation in the world switches hands. Medelsky divides the long cycle into four phases. When the period of global war, which could last as much as one-fourth of the total long cycle, are factored in, the cycle can last from 87 to 122 years. Many traditional theories of international relations, including the other approaches to hegemony, believe that the baseline nature of the international system is anarchy. Medelsky's long cycle theory, however, states that the war and other destabilizing events are the natural product of the long cycle and larger global system cycle. They are part of the living processes of the global polity and social order. Wars are systemic decisions that punctuate the movement of the system at regular intervals, because world politics is not a random process of hit or miss, win or lose, depending on the luck of the draw and the brute strength of the contestants. Anarchy does not play a role. Long cycles are provided for the last 5 centuries a means for the successive selection and operation of numerous world leaders. Medelsky used to believe that long cycles were a product of the modern period. He suggested that the 5 long cycles which have taken place since about 1500 are each a part of a larger global system cycle, or the modern world system. Under the terms of long cycle theory, 5 hegemonic long cycles have taken place, each strongly correlating to economic Kondratiev waves or K waves. The first hegemon would have been Portugal during the 16th century, then the Netherlands during the 17th century. Next, Britain served twice, first during the 18th century and then during the 19th century. The United States has been serving as the hegemon since the end of World War II. In 1988, Joshua Goldstein advanced the concept of the political midlife crisis in his book Long Cycle Theory, Long Cycles, Prosperity, and War in the Modern Age, which offers 4 examples of the process: the British Empire and the Crimean War, a century after Britain's successful launch of the Industrial Revolution, and following the subsequent British railway boom of 1815 to 53, Britain in the Crimean War attacked the Russian Empire, which was perceived to be a threat to British India and to Eastern Mediterranean trade routes to India. The Crimean War highlighted the poor state of the British Army, which were then addressed, and Britain concentrated on colonial expansion and took no further part in European wars until the outbreak of World War I. The German Empire in World War I. Under Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, Germany had been unified between 1864 and 1871, and then had seen 40 years rapid industrial, military, and colonial expansion. In 1914, the Stauffen Plan for conquering France in 8 weeks was to have been followed by the subjugation of the Russian Empire, leaving Germany to master Central Europe. In the event, France, Britain, Russia, and the United States fought Germany to a standstill, to defeat and to a humiliating peace settlement at Versailles, and the establishment of Germany's unstable Weimar Republic in a prelude to World War II. The Soviet Union and the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962. The Soviet Union had industrialized rapidly under Stalin, and following World War II, had become a rival nuclear superpower to the United States. In 1962, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, intent on securing strategic parity with the United States, covertly with the support of Fidel Castro, shipped nuclear missiles to Castro's Cuba, 70 miles from the United States to Florida. U.S. President Kennedy blockaded the term quarantine being used because a blockade is an act of war. The island of Cuba negotiated the Soviet missile removal from Cuba in exchange for the subsequent removal of U.S. missiles from Turkey. The United States in the Vietnam War, 1955 to 75, during World War II and the ensuing post-war period, the United States had greatly expanded its military capabilities and industries after France, supported financially by the U.S., had been defeated in the Vietnam in 1954, and that country had been temporarily split into North and South Vietnam under the 1954 Geneva Accords. And when war had broken out between the North and South during the South Vietnam president refusal to permit all Vietnam elections, In 1956, as stipulated by the Geneva Accords, the ideological anti-communist United States supported South Vietnam with material in a Cold War proxy war, and by delegates allowed itself to be drawn into South Vietnam's losing struggle against communist North Vietnam and the Viet Cong acting in South Vietnam. Ultimately, following the defeat of South Vietnam in the United States, the U.S.'s governing belief that South Vietnam's defeat would result in all of remaining mainland Southeast Asia going communist proved erroneous. Kondratiev waves. In economics, Kondratiev waves, also called supercycles, great surges, long waves, K waves, or that long economic cycle, are hypothesized cycle-like phenomenon in the modern world economy. It is stated that the period of waves range from 40 to 60 years. The cycles consist of alternating intervals of high sectorial growth and intervals of relatively slow growth. They're estimated to be roughly between 10.3 times megahertz. Such theories are dismissed by most economists as the basis of econometric analysis, which has found that recessions are essentially random events, and the probability of a recession does not show any kind of pattern across time. Despite frequent use of the term business cycles to refer to changes in an economy around its trend line, the phrase is considered a misnomer. It is widely agreed that fluctuations in economic activity do not exhibit any kind of predictable repetition over time, and the appearance of cycles is a result of pareidolia. Secular cycles theory. Recently, the most important contributions to the development of the mathematical models of long-term secular social demographic cycles has been made by Sergei Nefedov, Peter Turchin, Andrei Kondratiev, and Sergei Malkov. What is important is that on the basis of their models, Nefedov, Turchin, and Malkov have managed to demonstrate that socio-demographic cycles were a basic feature of complex agrarian systems and not a specifically Chinese or European phenomenon. The basic logic of these models is as follows. After the population reaches the ceiling of the carrying capacity of land, its growth rate declines towards not near zero values. The system experiences significant stress with decline in the living standards of the common population, increasing the severity of famines and growing rebellions, etc. As has been shown by Nefedov, most complex agrarian systems have considerable reserves for stability. However, within 50 to 150 years, these reserves were usually exhausted, and the system experienced a demographic collapse, a Malthusian catastrophe, when increasingly severe famines, epidemics, increasingly internal warfare, and other disasters led to a considerable decline of population. As a result of the collapse, free resources became available, per capita production and consumption considerably increased, the population growth resumed, and a new socio-demographic cycle started. It has become possible to model these dynamics mathematically in a rather effective way. Note that the modern theories of political demographic cycles do not deny the presence of trend dynamics and attempt to study the interaction between cyclical and trend components of historical dynamics. The models have two main phases, each with two subphases: integrative phase of expansion, growth, and stagflation, compression, and the disintegrative phase of crisis phase, the state breakdown, and depression inner cycle. An inner cycle is where the functioning state collapses and takes some time to rebuild. So the characteristic features of the structural demographic phases. So if you look at population, elites, state strength, and collective solidarity and social political instability, over the integrative phase of expansion phase and stagflation phase, and the disintegrative phase of crisis phase and depression. So population first increases, then has a slow increase, then decreases, then has a slow decrease. Elites, low population and consumption, then increased population and competition and consumption, then high population conflicts, high inequality, and finally reduction of population, downward mobility, reduced consumption. State strength and collective solidarity, so increasing, and then becomes high but decreasing, then collapse and finally attempts at rebuilding. And socio-political instability starts low, then increasing, then high, then decreasing. Disintegrative phases typically do not have continuous disorder, but instead periods of strife alternating, and with relatively peaceful periods. The alternation typically has a period of about 2 human generation times 40 to 60 years, and Turchin calls it a father and son cycle. The fourth turning theory. The Strauss-Howe generational theory, also known as the fourth turning theory or simply the fourth turning, which was created by our authors William Strauss and Neil Howe, which we're going to look at soon, describes a theorizing recurring generation cycle in American history. According to the theory, historical events are associated with recurring generational personas, archetypes. Each generational persona unleashes a new era called the turning, in which a new social, political, and economic climate exists. Turnings tend to last around 20 to 22 years. They are part of the larger cyclical cyclium along human life, which usually spans between 80 and 90 years, although some cyclia have lasted longer. The theory states that after every cyclium, a crisis recurs in American history, which is followed by a recovery high. During this recovery, institutions and communitarian values are strong. Ultimately, succeeding generational archetypes attack and weaken institutions in the name of autonomy and individualism, which ultimately creates a tumultuous political environment that ripens conditions for another crisis. Okay, Oswald. Yeah, last week I went through the wiki entry on Spengler's Decline of the West, and this week I'm doing the deep dive on historical cycles, and Spengler's one of the big thinkers. I'm going to cover Strauss and Howe. I would say almost definitely they read Spengler. I can't imagine they didn't read Spengler, but the question is how much of an effect Spengler had versus other theoreticians. You could probably Google that. Schlesinger's liberal conservative cycles of United States history. The cyclical theory, United States history, is a theory of U.S. history developed by Arthur Schlesinger, father and son. It states that U.S. history alternates between two kinds of phases: liberal, increasing democracy, public purpose, human rights concerned with the wrongs of the many, and conservative, containing democracy, private interest, property rights, concerning the rights of the few. Each kind of phase generates the other. Liberal phases generate conservative phases from activist burnout, and conservative phases generate liberal phases from accumulation of unsolved problems. Huntington's creedal passion episodes of U.S. history. Historian Samuel P. Huntington has proposed that American history has had several bursts of creedal passion roughly every 60 years. These are efforts to bring American government closer to the American creed of being egalitarian, participatory, open, non-coercive, and responsive to the demands of individuals and groups. United States party system. The U.S. has a six-party system over its history. Each one is a characteristic platform and set of constituencies of each of the two major parties. A new party system emerges from a burst or reform, and in some cases, the disintegration of the party in the previous system. Schwarzenegger, United States regimes and presidency types. Political scientist Stephen Schwarzenegger has proposed that American history has gone through several regimes with four main types of presidency. Each regime has a dominant party and opposition party. The president involved in starting it is a reconstructive one, and that president's successor is and the dominant party are the articulating ones. However, opposition party presidents are often elected preemptive ones. A regime ends when having a president or two from its dominant party, a disjunctive president. Kleinberg cycles the United States foreign policy. Frank Kleinberg has proposed a cyclic theory of U.S. foreign policy. It states that the U.S. alternates between extroverted phases, phases involving military adventures, challenging other nations, annexing territory, and introverted phases with the absence of these activities. In some point in the future, we might do a deeper dive into international relations and realism, or the various elements from like John Mersheimer. Oh, Bob Smith, God forbid. Sorry about that. God forbid. Duvid currently has no one banned, but not an active chat. So welcome, Bob. Just Duvid reading some stuff from my research. Today we're talking about cycles of history and just going over some of the basic theories. Kondratiev wave. The K wave. In economics, the Kondratiev waves, also called supercycles, great surges, long waves, K waves, or the long economic cycle, are hypothesized cycle-like phenomenon in the modern world economy. The phenomenon is closely connected with the technology life cycle. It is stated that the period of the wave ranges from 40 to 60 years. The cycles consist of alternating intervals with high sectoral growth and intervals of relatively slow growth. Long wave theory is accepted by most academic economists. Although economists who accept it, there is a lack of agreement about both the causes of the waves and the start and end of the year of particular waves. Among critics of the theory, the consensus is that it involves recognizing patterns that may or may not exist. So you have the kitchen cycle. the inventory or pork cycle, 3 to 5 years, the juggler cycle, fixed investment, 7 to 11 years, the Kuznets swing, infrastructural investment, 15 to 25 years, and the Kondratiev wave, the technological basis, 45 to 60-year cycles. History of the concept. The Soviet economist Nikolai Kondratiev also uh, was the first to bring these observations to international attention in his book, The Long Waves of Economic Life, in 1926, alongside other works written in the same decade. In 1939, Joseph Schumpeter suggested naming the cycles Kondratiev waves in his honor. The underlying idea is closely linked to organic composition of capital. Karl Marx, two Dutch economists, Jacob van Gelderen and Solomon de Wolf, had previously argued for the existence of 50 to 60-year cycles in 1913 and 24, respectively. Since the inception of the theory, various studies have expanded the range of possible cycles, finding longer or shorter cycles in the data. The Marxist scholar Ernst Mandel revived interest in the long wave theory in his 1964 essay predicting the end of the long boom after 5 years and his Alfred Marshall lectures in 1979. However, in Mandel's theory, long waves are the result of the normal business cycle and non-economic factors such as wars. In 1996, George Mendelsky and William Thompson published a book documenting K-waves dating back to 930 AD in China. Separately, Michael Snyder wrote, economic cycle theory has enabled some analysts to correctly predict the timing of recessions, stock market peaks, and stock market crashes over the past couple of decades. The historian Eric Hobsbawm also wrote of the theory the good predictions have proved possible on the basis of Kondratiev long waves. This is not very common in economics. It has convinced many historians and even some economists that there is something in them, even if we don't know what. U.S. economist Anwar Sheikh analyzed the movement of general price level prices expressed in gold in the U.S. and the U.K. since 1890 and identifies three long cycles with the troughs in 1895, 1939, and 1882. With this model, 2018 was another trough between the third and a possible fourth cycle. So we'll see right now that we're in the switching period of the current cycle of this K-wave. Characteristics of the cycle. Kondratiev identified three phases of the cycle, namely expansion, stagnation, and recession. More commonly today is the division into four periods with a turning point collapse between expansion and stagflation. Writing in the 1920s, Kondratiev proposed to apply the theory to the 19th century, 1790 to 1849 with a turning point in 1815, 1850 1896 with a turning point in 1873. Kondratiev supposed that the 1896 new cycle had started. The long cycle supposedly affects all sectors of the economy. Kondratiev focused on prices and interest rates, seeing the ascendant phase as characterized by an increase in prices and low interest rates, while the other phases consist of a decrease in prices and high interest rates. Subsequent analysis concentrated on output. Okay, Bob, well, you could pop on and talk if you want to chat a few minutes. I'm just going to be reading this stuff all night. But if you want to pop on, the link is pinned. Explanations of the cycle. Cause and effect. Kondratiev waves present both cause and effect of common events that have occurred in capitalistic economies throughout history. Although Kondratiev himself made little differentiation between cause and effect, understanding the cause and effect of Kondratiev waves is a useful discussion and academic tool. The causes documented by Kondratiev waves primarily include inequity, opportunity, and social freedoms. Often much more discussion is made of the notable effects of these causes as well. Effects are both good and bad and include, to name just a few, technological advance, birth rates, populism, and revolution. And revolution's contributing cause, which can include racism, religious and political intoleration, failed freedoms and opportunity, incarceration rates, terrorism, etc. When inequality is low and opportunity is easily available, peaceful moral decisions are preferred, and Aristotle's good life is possible. Americans call the good life the American dream. Opportunity created the simple inspiration and genius of the Mayflower Compact, for example, post-World War II, and the post-California Gold Rush 1850s exemplify times of great opportunity and low inequity, and both resulted in unprecedented technological and industrial advances. On the other hand, 1893's global economic panics were not met with sufficient wealth distribution, government policies internationally, and a dozen major revolutions resulted, which some argue were significant causes of World War I. Few would argue against the assertion that World War II began in response to economic strictures of World War I's treaties of Versailles, and the failure to create government policy that supported economic opportunity during the Great Depression. Technological innovation theory. According to the innovation theory, these waves arrived from the bunching of basic innovations to launch technological revolutions that in turn create leading industrial or commercial sectors. Kondratiev's ideas were taken up by Joseph Schumpeter in the 1930s. The theory hypothesized the existence of very long macroeconomic and um, price cycles, originally estimated to last 50 to 54 years. In recent decades, there's been considerable progress in historical economics and the history of technology, and numerous investigations of the relationship between technological innovation and economic cycles. Some of the works involving long cycle research and technology include Mensch, Tyler Coate in the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, Freeman and Luca, Andriy Kordyaev, and Carlotta Perez. Perez 2002 places the phases on a logistic or S curve with the following labels: the beginning of a technological era as eruption, the ascent as frenzy, and the rapid build out as synergy, and the completion as maturity. Demographic theory. Because people have fairly typical spending patterns throughout their life cycles, such as spending on schooling, marriage, first car purchase, first home purchase, upgrade home purchase, maximum earning period, maximum retirement savings, and retirement, demographic anomalies such as baby booms and busts exert a rather predictable influence on the economy over a long time period. The Easterlin hypothesis deals with the post war baby boom. Harry Dent had written extensively on demographics and economic cycles. Tyler Coate developed a chapter to demographics and the long cycle. Land speculation. Georgists such as Mason Gaffney and Fred Foldvary and Fred Harrison argue that land speculation is the driving force behind the boom and bust cycle. Land is a finite resource which is necessary for all production, and they claim that because exclusive usage rights are traded around, this creates speculative bubbles which can be exacerbated by overzealous borrowing and lending. As early as 1997, a number of Georgians predicted the next crash would come in 2008. Debt deflation. Debt deflation is a theory of economic cycles which holds that recessions and depressions are due to the overall level of debt shrinking, deflating, hence the credit cycle is the cause of the economic cycle. The theory was developed by Irving Fisher following the Wall Street crash of 1929 and the ensuing Great Depression. Debt deflation was largely ignored in favor of the ideas of John Maynard Keynes in Keynesian economics, but has enjoyed a resurgence of interest since the 1980s, both in mainstream economics and in heterodox schools of post-Keynesian economics, and has been subsequently developed by such post-Keynesian economists as Hyman Minsky and Steve Keen. Modern modification of Kondratiev theory. Inequity appears to be the most obvious driver of Kondratiev waves, and yet some researchers have presented a technological and credit cycle explanation as well. There are several modern timing versions of the cycle, although most are based on either of two causes, one of technology and the other of the credit cycle. Additionally, there are several versions of the technological cycles, and they're best interpreted using diffusion curves of leading industries. For example, railways only started in the 1830s with steady growth for the next 45 years. It was after Bessemer steel was introduced that railroads had their highest growth rates. However, this period was usually labeled the age of steel measured by value added. The leading industry in the U.S. from 1880 to 1920 was machinery, followed by iron and steel. Any influence of technology during the cycle that began in the Industrial Revolution pertains mainly to England. The U.S. was a commodity producer and was more influenced by agricultural commodity prices. There was a commodity price cycle based on increasing consumption, causing tight supplies and rising prices that allowed new land to the west to be purchased, and after 4 or 5 years could be cleared and be in production, driving down prices and causing a depression as in 1819, 1839. By the 1850s, the U.S. was becoming industrialized. The technological cycles can be labeled as follows: the Industrial Revolution, 1771, Age of Steam and Railways, 1829, Age of Steel and Heavy Engineering, 1875, Age of Oil, Electricity, and Automobile Mass Production, 1908, Age of Information and Telecommunications, 1971. Some argue that the logic can be extended. The custom of classifying periods of human development by its dominating general purpose technology has surely been borrowed from historians, starting with the Stone Age, including those authors distinguished 3 different long-term meta-paradigms, each with different long waves. The first focused on the transformation of material, including the stone, bronze, and iron. The second, often referred to the Industrial Revolution. The second Industrial Revolution was dedicated to the transformation of energy, including water, steam, and electric, and combustion power. Finally, the most recent meta-paradigm aim at transforming information. It started out with the proliferation of communication and stored data and has now entered the age of algorithms, which aims at creating automated processes to convert the existing information into actionable knowledge. Several papers on the relationship between technology and the economy were written by researchers at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. A concise version of Kondratiev cycles can be found in the work of Robert A. Ayres, 1989, in which he gives a historical overview of the relationship of the most significant technologies. Cesare Marchetti published on Kondratiev waves and the diffusion of innovations. Arnulf Grubler's book, 1990, gives a detailed account of the diffusion of infrastructures, including canals, railroads, highways, and airlines, with findings that the principled infrastructures have midpoints spaced in the time corresponding to 55-year K wavelengths, with railroads and highways taking almost a century to complete. Grubler devotes a chapter to the long economic wave. In 1996, Giancarlo Pellevinci published the ratio between long Kondratiev wave and information technology and communication. Kondratiev recently employed a spectral analysis and claimed that it confirmed the presence of Kondratiev waves in the world GDP dynamics at an acceptable level of statistical significance. Kondratiev also detected shorter business cycles dating the Kuznets to about 17 years and calling the third harmonic of the Kondratiev, meaning that there are 3 Kuznets cycles per Kondratiev. Leo Nefedau shows the 5th Kondratiev ended with the global economic crisis of 2000 to 2003, with the new 6th Kondratiev started simultaneously. According to Leo Nefedau, the carrier of this new long cycle will be health in holistic sense, including its physical, physiological, mental, social, ecological, and spiritual aspects. The basic innovations of the 6th Kondratiev are psychosocial health and biotechnology. More recently, the physicist and system scientist Tesalino Devizas advanced a causal model for the long wave phenomenon based on generation learning model and the nonlinear dynamic behavior of information systems. In both works, a complete theory is presented containing not only the explanation for the existence of K waves, but also for the first time an explanation for the timing of a K wave 60 years equals 2 generations. A specific modification of the theory of Kondratiev cycles was developed by Daniel Smihula. Smihula identified 6 long waves within modern society and the capitalist economy, each of which was initiated by a specific technological revolution. The first, the wave of the financial agricultural revolution, 1600 to 1780. The second, the wave of the industrial revolution, 1780 to 1880. Third, the wave of technological revolution, 1880 to 1940. Fourth, the wave of scientific technological revolution, 1940 to 1985. 5, the wave of information and telecommunications revolution, 1985 to 2015. And 6, the hypothetical wave of the post-informational technological revolution. Under Kondratiev and Schumpeter, Smihula believed that each new cycle is shorter than its predecessor. His main stress is put on technological progress and new technologies as decisive factors of any long-time economic development. Each of these waves has its innovation phase, which is described as a technological revolution, and an application phase in which the number of revolutionary innovations falls and attention focuses on exploiting and extending existing innovations. As soon as an innovation or a series of innovation becomes available, it becomes more efficient to invest in its adoption, extension, and use than in creating new innovations. Each wave of technological innovation can be characterized by the area in which the most revolutionary changes took place in leading sectors. Every wave of innovations lasts approximately until the profits from the new innovation or sector fall to the level of the other older, more traditional sectors. It is a situation where the new technology, which originally increased the capacity to utilize new sources from nature, reaches its limits, and it is not possible to overcome this limit without an application of another new technology. At the end of an application phase of any wave, there is typically an economic crisis and economic stagflation. The financial crisis of 2007-8 is a result of the coming end of the wave of information and telecommunications technological revolution. Some authors have started to predict what the 6th wave might be, such as James Bradford Moody and Bianca Nogrady, who forecast that it will be driven by resource efficiency and clean technology. On the other hand, Smihula himself considers the waves of technological innovations during the modern age after 1600 only as part of a much longer chain of technological revolutions going back to the pre-modern era. It means he believes that we can find long economic cycles, analogies to the Kondratiev cycles of modern economy, dependent on technological revolutions even in the Middle Age and the ancient era. Yeah, Michigan Manufacturing Center. Criticism is a Kondratiev theory. So we just see here that we're declining from the peak from a lot of people's understanding of the current shift. So long-wave theory is not accepted by many academic economists. However, it is important for innovation-based development and evolutionary economics. Yet among economists who accept it, there has been no formal universal agreement about the standards that should be used universally to place the start and end years for each wave. Agreement of start and end years can be 1 to 3 years for each 40 to 65-year cycle. Health economist and biostatistician Andreas Goldschmidt searched for patterns and proposed that there is a phase shift and overlap in the so-called Kondratiev cycles of IT and health. He argued that historical growth phases in combination with key technologies do not necessarily imply the existence of regular cycles in general. Goldschmidt is of the opinion that different fundamental innovations and the economic stimuli do not exclude each other, as they mostly vary in length and their benefit is not applicable to all participants in a market. And related, we'll look at technological revolutions. So you're just popping in different theories of cycles. We can go through all, I don't know all, but most of the major cyclical theories I could find in just overview. And from there, maybe Duvid will try to develop my own cyclical theory, the Judeo-Kabbalistic cyclical theory that I'm always talking about, and try to tie that into some of these other cycles. So just because I talk about this all the time, I thought I'd do the research on it. And if you find this interest, Bob, pleasure to have you here. God bless. Technological revolution. A technological revolution is a period in which one or more technologies is replaced by another novel technology in a short amount of time. It is a time of accelerated technological progress, characterized by innovations whose rapid application and diffusion typically cause an abrupt change in society. Description: a technological revolution may involve material or ideological changes caused by the introduction of a device or system. It may potentially impact business management, education, social interaction, finance, and research methodology, and is not limited to technical aspects. It has been shown to increase productivity and efficiency. The technological revolution often significantly changes the material conditions of human existence and has been seen to reshape culture. A technological revolution can be distinguished from a random collection of technology systems by two features: a strong interconnectedness and interdependence of the participating system and their technologies and market, and a potential capacity to greatly affect the rest of the economy and eventually society. On the other hand, negative consequences have been attributed to technological revolutions. For example, the use of coal as an energy source have negative environmental impacts, including being a contributor factor to the climate change and the increase of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and have caused technological unemployment. Joseph Schumpeter described this contradictory nature of technological revolutions as creative destruction. The concept of technological revolution is based on the idea that technological progress is not linear, but undulatory. Technological revolutions can be relational revolution, sectorial, universal. The concept of the universal technological revolution is a contributing factor to the neo-Schumpeterian theory of long economic wave cycles, according to Carlotta Perez, Telesino Devasaz, and Daniel Smihula, and others. History. Some examples of technological revolutions were the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, the Scientific Technical Revolution of about 1950 to 60, the Neolithic Revolution, and the Digital Revolution. The distinction between universal technological revolution and singular revolutions has been debated. One universal technology revolution may be composed of several sectorial technological revolutions, such as in science, industry, and transport. There are several universal technological revolutions during the modern era in Western culture. The financial agricultural revolution of 1600 to 1740, the industrial revolution 1760 to 1840, the technical revolution or second industrial revolution 1870 to 1920, the scientific technical revolution 1940 to 70, information and telecommunications revolution, also known as the digital revolution, or the third industrial revolution 1975 to 2021. Some say we're on the brink of a fourth industrial revolution. Now, comparable periods of well-defined technological revolutions of the pre-modern era are seen as highly speculative. One such example is the attempt by Daniel Smihula to suggest a timeline of technological revolutions in pre-modern Europe. The Indo-European technological revolution of 1900 to 1100 BC, the Celtic and Greek technological revolution 700 to 200 BC, the Germano-Slavic technological revolution 300 to 700 AD, medieval technological revolution 930 to 1200 AD, Renaissance technological revolution 1340 to 1470 AD. Structure of the technological revolution. Each revolution comprises the following engines for growth: new cheap inputs, new products, new processes. Technological revolutions has historically been seen to focus on cost reduction. For instance, the accessibility of coal at a low cost during the Industrial Revolution allowed for iron steam engines, which led to production of iron railways, and the progression of the internet was contributed by inexpensive microelectronics for computer development. Combination of low-cost input and new infrastructures are at the core of each revolution to achieve their all-pervasive impact. Potential future technological revolutions. Since 2000, there's been speculation of a new technological revolution which would focus on the fields of nanotechnologies, alternative fuels and energy systems, biotechnologies, genetic engineering, new material technologies, and so on. The second machine age is a term adopted in the 2014 book by Eric Brynjolfsson and Andrew McAfee. The Industrial Development Plan of Germany began promoting the term Industry 4.0. In 2019, the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos, Japan, promoted another round of advancements called Society 5.0. The phrase Fourth Industrial Revolution was first introduced by Klaus Schwab, the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, in a 2015 article of Foreign Affairs. Following the publication of the article, the theme of the World Economic Forum annual meeting 2016 in Davos Cluster, Switzerland, was Mastering the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The forum announced the opening of its Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in San Francisco. According to Schwab, fourth era technologies include technologies that combine hardware, software, and biology, cyber-physical systems, and which put an emphasis on the advances in communication and connectivity. Schwab expects this era to be marked by breakthroughs in emerging technology in fields such as robotics, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, quantum computing, biotechnology, the Internet of Things, the Industrial Internet of Things, decentralized consensus, fifth-generation wireless technology, 3D printing, and fully autonomous vehicles. Jeremy Rifkin includes technologies like 5G, autonomous vehicles, Internet of Things, renewable energy in the third industrial revolution. Some economists do not think that technological growth will continue to the same degree it has in the past. Robert Gordon holds this view that today's inventions are not as radical as electricity and the internal combustion engine were. He believes that modern technology is not as innovative as others claim and is far from creating a revolution. List of intellectual, philosophical, and technological revolutions. Pre-industrial, the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the emergence of high culture, new technologies, and regionally distinct cultures from 50 to 40,000 years ago. The Neolithic Revolution, about 13,000 years ago, which formed the basis for human civilization to develop. The Renaissance Technological Revolution, the set of inventions during the Renaissance period, roughly from the 14th to the 16th century. The Commercial Revolution, a period in European economic expansion, colonialism, and mercantilism, which lasted from approximately the 16th century to the early 18th century. The Price Revolution, a series of economic events from the second half of the 15th century to the first half of the 17th century. The Price Revolution refers most specifically to the high rate of inflation that characterized the period across Western Europe. The Scientific Revolution, a fundamental transformation in scientific ideas in the 16th century. The British Agricultural Revolution, 18th century, which spurred urbanization that consequently helped launch the Industrial Revolution. Industrialization, the first Industrial Revolution, the shift of technological, social, economic, and cultural conditions of the late 18th century and the early 19th century that began in Britain and spread throughout the world. The Market Revolution, a change in the manual labor systems originating in the southern United States and soon moving to the northern United States and later spreading to the entire world. The Second Industrial Revolution, 1871 to 1914, the Green Revolution, 1945 to 75, the use of industrial fertilizers and new crops largely increasing the world's agricultural output, the Third Industrial Revolution, the changes brought about by computing and communication technology starting from around 1950 with the creation of the first general purpose electronic computers, the Information Revolution, the economic, social, and technological changes resulting from the digital revolution after 1960. So you see, one of the key things to the cycle thinking is you got to know a lot of history. Like, like God forbid, to propose some sort of historical um, cycles over a long period of time. You got to know long periods of history to show. So just reading through some of these, I mean, it's a little bit tedious. If anyone's watching, hope it's useful to you. Also, I'm glad to be of use. But just doing my week in review. This is what I'm thinking about. This is what I'm studying. This is what I want to know better. So I'm reading through it. So hope this is interesting to other people also. Smihula Waves. So we talked about Daniel Smihula. Smihula waves or cycles or waves of technological revolutions, economic waves or technological revolutions, or long-term waves of technological progress, which are reflected in long-term economic waves. They're a crucial notion of Daniel Smihula's theory of technological progress. Characteristics of the theory. The Smihula theory of waves of technological revolutions is based on the idea that main technological innovations are introduced in society and the economy not continually but as specific waves, and that time spans these waves is shortening due to technological progress. The time period with the highest concentration of technological innovation is labeled as the technological revolution. A period of technological revolution and innovation phase is associated with economic revival, with new as well as already proven and reliable technologies are available. Interest in new technological development temporarily declines and investment is diverted from research to maximal practical utilization. This period may be termed an application phase. It is also associated with economic growth and perhaps even an economic boom. However, at a certain moment, profitability, profit price ratio from new innovations and new sectors declines to the level acquired from older traditional sectors. Markets are saturated with technological products. Market saturation, everybody has a mobile phone, every small town has a railway station, and new capital investment in this originally new sector will not bring any above average profits. Like the first railways connected the biggest cities with many potential passengers. Later ones had even smaller and smaller customer potential, and the level of profit from each new railway was therefore lower than from the previous one. At the moment, economic stagnation and crisis begin, but a will to risk and to try something new emerges. The stagnation and crisis are therefore overcome by new technological revolution with new innovations which will revitalize the economy. And this new technological revolution is the beginning of a new wave. The internal structure of each long wave of technological innovations with economic implications is as follows. The innovation phase, technological revolution as economic revival after a crisis from the end of the previous wave, the application phase, an economic boom, and saturation of economy and society with innovations, impossibility of further extensive growth, and economic crisis. Technological revolutions. In Smihula's theory, technological revolutions are the main engine of economic development, and hence long-term economic cycles are dependent on these waves of technological innovation. Smihula identified during the modern age in society 6 waves of technological innovation begun by technological revolution. One of them is a hypothetical revolution in the near future. Unlike other scholars, he believed that it's possible to find technological revolutions and long-term economic waves dependent on them even in pre-modern ages. This is the most original part of Smihula's theory. Postmodern technological waves. So the wave period 1900 to 1100 BC, the technological revolution, the Indo-European, with the most important innovations were horse breeding, chariots, and iron. The Celtic and Greek technological revolution, 700 to 200 BC, iron tools and weapons, Greek classical civilization. The Germano-Slavic technological revolution, 300 to 700 AD, had 2-field crop rotation, improvements in iron metallurgy, heavy plow, longboat, and horse stirrups. The medieval technological revolution, 930 to 1200, horse collar, horseshoes, water and windmills, paper, beans, fertilization, heavy cavalry, crossbow, three-field crop rotation, university. In 1340 to 1470, the Renaissance technological revolution, eyeglasses, firearms, spinning wheel, Hindu-Arabic numerals, blast furnace, letterpress, watch, astrolabe, compass, oceanic sails. Modern technological waves, the financial agricultural revolution, 1600 to 1740, finance, agricultural, and trade, the industrial revolution, 1780 to 1840, textiles, iron, coal, railways, and canals, the technological revolution, 1880 to 1920, chemistry, electrotechnical industry and machinery, the scientific technical revolution, 1940 to 70, air industry, nuclear industry, astronautics, synthetic materials, oil industry, cybernetics, the information and telecommunications revolution, 1885 to 2000, telecommunications, cybernetics, informatics, internet, and the hypothetical post-information technological revolution from 2015 to 2025, biomedicine, nanotechnology, alternative fuel systems. Theory of Smihula waves of technological revolutions, popular among supporters of the long economic waves of Kondratiev cycles, and among scholars who believe that the Great Recession was the result of the technological stagnation. Controversy. As Smihula published his theory in the time of revived interest in long economic cycles, and when a link between economic cycles and technological revolutions was generally accepted, it did not evoke strong criticism or opposition. On the other side, it has the same problems as other long cycle theories. It is sometimes hard to support them by exact data, and the potential curve of a long time development is always modified by other short term factors. Therefore, its course is always under a rather abstract reconstruction. Also, the idea of concentration of the most important innovation in certain broader periods seems to be very logical, but its verification depends on very subjective definition of the most important innovations. Smihula's theory of long waves of technological innovation and economic cycles dependent on them is more popular in Russia, Brazil, and India than in Europe. Okay, moving right along. Sorry, I forgot to put that one. Okay, so now we'll look at Malthusianism. And these ones are getting a little bit longer. And we're also going to look at the Strauss-Howe generation theory. And then we're going to look at revolution, societal collapse, state collapse, and the business cycle. So strap yourself in, a lot more to go. And then I have other papers, academic papers afterwards on topics in sociology and religion, mind changing, and other things to keep us busy. Malthusianism is a theory that population growth is potentially exponential according to the Malthusian growth model, while the growth of food supply and other resources is linear, which eventually reduces living standards to the point of triggering a population decline. This event, called the Malthusian catastrophe, also known as the Malthusian trap, population trap, Malthusian check, Malthusian crisis, point crisis, or Malthusian crunch, has been predicted to occur if population growth outpaces agricultural production, thereby causing famine and war. According to this theory, poverty and inequality will increase as the price of assets and scarce commodities goes up due to fierce competition for these dwindling resources. The increased level of poverty eventually causes depopulation by decreasing birth rates. If asset prices keep increasing, social unrest would occur, which would likely cause a major war, revolution, or a famine. Societal collapse is an extreme but possible outcome from this process. The theory posits that such a catastrophe would force the population to correct back to a lower, more easily sustainable level quite rapidly due to the potential severity of the unpredictable results of the mitigating factors involved as compared to the relatively slow timescales and well-understood processes governing unchecked growth or growth affected by preventative checks. Malthusianism has been linked to a variety of political and social movements, but almost always refers to advocates of population control. These concepts derive from the political and economic thought of Reverend Thomas Robert Malthus, as laid out in his 1798 writings, An Essay on the Principles of Population. Malthus suggested that while technological advances could increase the society's supply of resources such as food and thereby improve the standard of living, the abundance of resources would enable population growth, which would eventually bring the supply of resources for each person back to its original level. Some economists contend that since the Industrial Revolution of the early 19th century, mankind is broken out of the trap. Others argue that the continuation of extreme poverty indicates that the Malthusian trap continues to operate. Others further argue that due to lack of food availability coupled with excessive pollution, developing countries show more evidence of the trap as compared to developed countries. A similar, more modern concept is that of human overpopulation. Neo-Malthusianism is the advocacy of human population planning to ensure resources and environmental integrities for current and future human populations, as well as for other species. In Britain, the term Malthusian can also refer to more specifically to arguments made in favor of family planning. Hence, organizations such as the Malthusian League. Neo-Malthusians differ from Malthus theory mainly in their support for the use of birth control. Malthus, a devout Christian, believed that self-control abstinence was preferable to artificial birth control. He also worried that the effect of contraceptive use would be too powerful in curbing growth, conflicting with the common 18th century perspective to which Malthus himself adhered, that a steady growing population remained a necessary factor in the continuing progress of society. Generally, modern neo-Malthusians are generally more concerned than Malthus with environmental degradation and catastrophic famine than with poverty. Malthusian has attracted criticism from diverse schools of thought, including Georgists, Marxists, and socialists, libertarians, and free market advocates, feminists, Catholics, and human rights advocates, characterizing it as excessively pessimistic, insufficiently researched, misanthropic, or inhuman. Many critics believe that Malthusianism has been discredited since the publication of Principle of Population, often citing advances in agricultural techniques and modern reductions in human fertility. Some modern proponents believe that the basic concept of population growth eventually outstripping resources is still fundamentally valid, and that positive checks are still likely to occur in humanity's future if no action is taken to intentionally curb population growth. In spite of the variety of criticisms against it, the Malthusian argument remains a major discourse based on which national and international environmental regulations are promoted. Malthus' theoretical argument. In 1798, Thomas Malthus proposed his hypothesis in an essay on the principle of population. He argued that although human populations tend to increase, the happiness of a nation requires a like increase in food production. The happiness of a country does not depend absolutely upon its poverty or its riches, upon its youth or its age, upon its being thinly or fully inhabited, but upon the rapidity with which it is increasing, upon the degree in which the year the increase in food approaches the year the increase of an unrestricted population. However, the propensity for population increase also leads to a natural cycle of abundance and shortages. We will suppose that means of subsistence in any country just equal to the easy support of its inhabitants. The constant effort towards population increases the number of people before the means of subsistence are increased. The food, therefore, which before supported 7 millions, must now be divided among 7 millions and a half of 8 millions. The poor consequently must live much worse, and many of them be reduced to severe distress. The number of laborers also being above the proportion of the work in the markets, the price of labor must tend towards a decrease, while the price of provisions would at the same time tend to rise. The laborers, therefore, must work harder to earn the same as they did before. During the season of distress, the discouragements to marriage and the difficulty of rearing a family are so great that population is at a stand. In the meantime, the cheapness of the labor, the plenty of the laborers, and the necessity of an increased industry among them encourage cultivators to employ more labor upon the land, to turn up fresh soil, and to manure and to improve more completely what is already in tillage, till ultimately the means of subsistence become in the same proportion to the population as at the period from which we set out. The situation of the laborers being then again tolerably comfortable, the restraints to the population are in some degree loosened, and the same retrograde and progressive movements with respect to happiness is repeated. Famine seems to be the last and most dreadful resource in nature. The power of a population is so superior to the power of the earth to produce subsistence for man that premature death must in some shape or other visit the human race. The vices of mankind are active and able ministers of depopulation. They are the precursors of the great army of destruction and often finish the dreadful work themselves. But should they fail in this war of extermination, sickly seasons, epidemics, pestilence, and plague advance in terrific array and sweep off their thousands and tens of thousands, should success be still incomplete, gigantic, inevitable famine stalks in the rear, and with one mighty blow leaves the population with the world of the with the food of the world. Malthus faced opposition from economists both during his life and since. A vocal critic of several decades later was Friedrich Engels. Early history. Malthus was not the first to outline the problems he perceived. The original essay was part of an ongoing intellectual discussion at the end of the 18th century regarding the origins of poverty. Principles of Population was specifically written as a rebuttal to thinkers like William Godwin and Marquis de Condorcet, and Malthus' own father, who believed in the perfectibility of humanity. Malthus believed humanity's ability to reproduce too rapidly doomed efforts at perfection and caused various other problems. His criticisms of the working class tendency to reproduce rapidly, and his belief that this, rather than the exploitation of their labor by capitalists, led to their poverty, brought widespread criticism of his theory. Malthusians' perceived ideas of charity to the poor, typified by Tory paternalism, were futile, and these would only result in increased numbers of the poor. These theories played into Whig economic ideas exemplified by the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834. The act was described by opponents as a Malthusian bill designed to force the poor to immigrate, to work for lower wages, to live on a coarser sort of food, which initiated the construction of the workhouses despite riots and arson. Malthus revised his theories in later editions of an essay on the principles of population, taking a more optimistic tone, although there is some scholarly debate to the extent of his revisions. According to Dan Ritchell in the Center of History Education at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, the great Malthusian dread was the indiscriminate charity would lead to exponential growth in the population and poverty, increased changes to the public purse to support the growing army of the dependent, and eventually the catastrophe of national bankruptcy. Though Malthusianism has since came to be identified with the issue of general overpopulation, the original Malthusian concern was more specifically with the fear of overpopulation by the dependent poor. One proponent of the Malthusian was the novelist Harriet Martineau, whose circle of acquaintances included Charles Darwin, and the idea of Malthus was a significant influence on the inception of Darwin's theory of evolution. Darwin was impressed by the idea that population growth would eventually lead to more organisms that could possibly survive in any given environment, leading him to theorize that organisms of relative advantage in the struggle for survival and reproduction would be able to pass their characteristics on to future generations. Proponents of Malthusianism were in turn influenced by Darwin's ideas, both schools coming to influence the field of eugenics. Henry Fairfield Osborn Jr. advocated humane birth selection through human birth control in order to avoid a Malthusian catastrophe by eliminating the unfit. Malthusianism became a less common intellectual tradition as the 19th century advanced, mostly as a result of the technological increases, the opening of a new territory to agriculture, and increasing international trade. Although a conservationist movement in the United States concerned itself with resource depletion and natural protection in the first half of the 20th century, Disrocher and Hofbauer write, is probably fair to say that it is not until the publication of Osborn and Vaux's books 1948 that the Malthusian revival took hold of a significant segment of the American population. Modern formulation. The modern formulation of the Malthusian theory was developed by Cornwell Ashroff and Oded Galore. Their theoretical structure suggests that as long as higher income has a positive effect on reproductive success and land is a limiting factor in resource production, then technological progress has only a temporary effect on income per capita per person. While in the short run, technological progress increases income per capita, resource abundance created by technological progress would enable population growth and would eventually bring the per capita income back to its original long run level. The testable prediction of this theory is that during the Malthusian epoch, technologically advanced economies were characterized by higher population density, but their level of income per capita was not different from the level in societies that are technologically backwards. Preventative versus positive population controls. To manage a population growth with respect to food supply, Malthus proposed methods which he described as preventative or positive checks. A preventative check, according to Malthus, is that in which nature may alter population changes. Some primary examples are celibacy and chastity, but also contraception, which Malthus condemned as morally indefensible, along with infanticide, abortion, and adultery. In other words, Preventative checks control the population by reducing fertility rates. A positive check is any event or circumstance that shortens the human lifespan. The primary examples of this are war, plague, and famine. However, poor health and economic conditions are also considered instances of positive checks. When these lead to higher rates of premature death, the result is termed a Malthusian catastrophe. The adjacent diagram depicts the abstract point at which such an event would occur in terms of existing population and food supply. When the population reaches or exceeds the capacity of the shared supply, positive checks are forced to occur, restoring balance. In reality, this situation would be significantly more nuanced due to complex regional and individual disparities around access to food, water, and other resources. Neo-Malthusian theory. Malthusian theory is a recurrent theme in many social science ventures. John Maynard Keynes' and Economic Consequences of Peace opens his polemic with a Malthusian portrayal of the political economy of Europe as unstable due to Malthusian population pressure on food supplies. Many models of resource depletion and scarcity are Malthusian in character. The rate of energy consumption will outstrip the ability to find and produce new energy sources, and so leads to a crisis. In France, terms such as Malthusian politics refers to population control strategies. The concept of restriction on the population associated with Malthus morphed in later political economic theory into the notion of restriction on production. In the French sense, a Malthusian economy is one in which protectionism and the formation of cartels is not only tolerated but encouraged. Vladimir Lenin, the leader of the Bolshevik Party and the main architect of the Soviet Union, was a critic of the Neo-Malthusian theory, but not of birth control and abortion in general. Neo-Malthusianism is concerned with overpopulation as well as overconsumption may increase resource depletion and or environmental degradation, which will lead to ecological collapse and other hazards. The rapid increase in global population of the past century exemplifies Malthus' predicted population patterns. It also appears to describe social demographic dynamics and of complex pre-industrial societies. These findings are the basics of Neo-Malthusian modern mathematical models of long-term historical dynamics. There was a general Neo-Malthusian revival of the mid to late 1940s, continuing through the 2010s after the publication of two influential books in 1948, Fairfield Osborne's Our Plundered Planet and William Walt's Road to Survival. During that time, the population of the world rose dramatically. Many environmental movements began to sound the alarm regarding the potential dangers of population growth. Paul Ehrlich had been one of the most prominent Neo-Malthusians since the publication of the Population Bomb in 1968. In 1968, ecologist Garth Hardin published an influential essay in Science that drew heavily from Malthusian theory. His essay, The Tragedy of the Commons, argued that a finite world can support only a finite population and that freedom to breed will bring ruin to all. The Club of Rome published a book entitled The Limits to Growth in 1972. The report and the organization soon became central to the Neo-Malthusian revival. Leading ecological economist Herman Daly has acknowledged the influence of Malthus on his concept of a steady-state economy. Other prominent Malthusians include the Paddock brothers, authors of Famine 1975, America's Decision, Who Will Survive. The Neo-Malthusian revival has drawn criticism from writers who claim the Malthusian warnings were overstated or premature because the Green Revolution has brought substantial increases in food production and will be able to keep up with the continued population growth. Julian Simon, a cornucopian, has written that contrary to Neo-Malthusian theory, Earth's carrying capacity is essentially limitless. Simon argues that there is an infinite physical amount of, say, copper, but for human purposes, that amount should be treated as infinite because it is not bounded or limited in any economic sense. Because known reserves are of uncertain quantity, new reserves may become available either through discovery or via the development of a new extraction technique, recycling, more efficient utilization of existing reserves, development of economic equivalents, like optic fiber in the case of copper for telecommunications. Responding to Simon, L. Bartlett reiterates the potential of population growth as exponential, or as expressed by Malthus, geometrical curve to outstrip both natural resources and human ingenuity. Bartlett writes that in lectures, particularly on energy supplies, and describes the inability to understand the exponential function as the greatest shortcoming of the human race. Prominent Neo-Malthusianism, such as Paul Ehrlich, maintained that ultimately population growth on Earth is still too high and will eventually lead to a serious crisis. The 2007-8 world food price crisis inspired further Malthusian arguments regarding the prospects for global food supply. From approximately 2004 to 11, concerns about peak oil and other forms of resource depletion became widespread in the United States and motivated a large, if short-lived, subculture of neo-Malthusian peakists. In United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization study conducted in 2009 said that food production would have to increase by 70% in the next 40 years, and food production in the developing world would need to double to feed a projected population increase from 7.8 billion to 9.1 billion in 2050. The effects of global warming, floods, droughts, and other extreme weather events are expected to negatively affect food production with different impacts in different regions. The Food and Agricultural Organization also said the use of agricultural resources for biofuels may also put downward pressure on food availability. The more recent emergence of bioenergy with the carbon capture as a prevalent negative emission strategy for reaching Paris Climate Accord goals is another such pressure. Evidence and support. Research indicates that technological superiority and higher land productivity had significant positive effects on population density, but insignificant effects on the standard of living during the period from up to 1500. In addition, scholars have reported on the lack of significant trend of wages in various places over the world for a very long stretch of time. In Babylonia, during the period 1800 to 1600 BC, for example, the daily wage for common labor was enough to buy about 15 pounds of wheat. In classical Athens, in about 328 BC, the corresponding wage could buy about 28 pounds of wheat. In England in 1800 AD, the wage was about 13 pounds of wheat. In spite of the technological developments across these societies, the daily wage hardly varied. In Britain, between 1200 and 1800, only relatively minor fluctuations from the mean, less than a factor of 2 in real wages occurred. Following depopulation by the Black Death and other epidemics, real income in Britain peaked at around 1450 to 1500 and began declining until the British Agricultural Revolution. Historians Walter Schiedel posits that waves of plague following the initial outbreak of the Black Death throughout Europe had a leveling effect that changed the ratio of land to labor, reducing the value of the former while boosting that of the latter, which lowered economic inequality by making employers and landowners less well off while improving the economic prospects and living standards of workers. He says that the observed improvement in living standards of the laboring population was rooted in the suffering and premature death of tens of millions over the course of several generations. This leveling effect was reversed by a demographic recovery that resulted in renewed population pressure. Robert Feugl published a study of lifespans of nutrition from about a century before Malthus to the 19th century that examined European birth and death records, military and other records of height and weight that found significant stunted height and low body weight indicative of chronic hunger and malnutrition. He also found short lifespans that he attributed to chronic malnourishment, which left people susceptible to disease. Lifespans, height, and weight began to steadily increase in the UK and France after 1750. Feugel's findings are consistent with estimates of available food supply. Evidence supporting Malthusian today can be seen in poorer countries of the world with booming populations. In East Africa, specifically, experts say that this area of the world has not yet escaped the Malthusian effects of population growth. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse 2005, for example, argues that the Rwandan genocide was brought about in part due to excessive population pressures. He argues that Rwanda illustrates a case where Malthus' worst-case scenario does not seem to have it right due to the population pressures in Rwanda. Diamond explains that the population density combined with lagging technological advancements causes its food production to not be able to keep up with its population. Diamond claims that this environment is what caused the mass killings of the Tutsi and even some Hutu Rwandans. The genocide in this instance provides a potential example of the Malthusian trap. Okay, elemental. Does the end of a wave correspond to the companies turning from revenue growth to cutting costs and increasing margins, or is it different and more hard to characterize? I'm going to look at economic cycles and business cycles. So I'm looking at all the various forms of waves and cycles. And so Malthus is more talking population. There's governmental cycles, technological cycles. So if you're referring to the business cycle, and how these all correlate to each other, it's not like a clear science of how all these waves interconnect. Like the long cycle theory wave has overall cycles where all of these things come together. And, so hopefully we'll hypothesize more on that as we continue going through all the various cycles. Theory of breakout via technology. Industrial Revolution. Some researchers contend that a British breakout occurred during the technological improvements and structural change away from agricultural production, while coal, capital, and trade played a minor role. Economic historian Glenn Clark, building on the insights of Galore and Moev, has argued in his book of Farewell to Alms that a British breakout may have been caused by differences in reproduction rates among the rich and poor. The rich were more likely to marry, tended to have more children, and in a society where disease was rampant and childhood mortality at times approached 50%, upper class children were more likely to survive to adulthood than poor children. This in turn led to sustained downward mobility, the descendants of the rich becoming more populous in British society and spreading middle class values such as hard work and literacy. 20th century. After World War II, mechanized agriculture produced a dramatic increase in productivity of agriculture, and the Green Revolution greatly increased crop yields, expanded the world's food supply while lowering food prices. In response, the growth rate of the world's population accelerated rapidly, resulting in predictions by Paul Ehrlich, Simon Hopkins, and many others of an imminent Malthusian catastrophe. However, the populations of most developed countries grew slowly enough to be outpaced by gains in productivity. By the early 21st century, most technologically developed countries have passed through the demographic transition, a complex social development encompassing a drop in total fertility rates in response to various fertility factors, including lower infant mortality, increased urbanization, and a wider availability of effective birth control. On the assumption that the demographic transition is now spreading from the developed countries to less developed countries, the United Nations Population Fund estimates that human population may peak in the late 21st century rather than continue to grow until it has exhausted available resources. Recent empirical research corroborates this assumption for most of the less developed countries, with the exception of sub-Saharan Africa. A 2004 study by a group of prominent economists and ecologists, including Kenneth Arrow and Paul Ehrlich, suggests that essential concerns regarding sustainability have shifted from population growth to the consumption savings ratio. Due to shifts in population growth rates since the 1970s, empirical estimates show that public policy, taxes, or the establishment of more complete property rights can promote more efficient consumption and investment that are sustainable in an ecological sense. That is, given the current relatively low population growth rate, the Malthusian catastrophe can be avoided by either a shift into consumer preferences or public policy that induces a similar shift. According to Malthus, population doubled every 25 years. Population sat at less than 17 million people in the U.S. in 1815, a century later. According to the United States Census Bureau, population has risen to 150 million. Malthus overpopulation would lead to war, famine, and diseases in the future. Society won't be able to feed every person and eventually die. Malthus' theory was incorrect, however, because by the early 1900s and the mid 1900s, the rise in conventional food brought a decline to food production, and efficiency increased exponentially. More supply was being produced with less work, less resources, and less time. Processed foods had much to do with it. Many wives wanted to spend less time in the kitchen instead work. This was the beginning of the technological advancements adhering to food demands, even in the middle of a war. Economists disregarded Malthus' population theory because Malthus didn't factor in important roles society would have on economic growth. These factors concerned the society's need to improve the quality of life and their want for economic prosperity. Cultural shifts also had much to do with food production increase, and this put an end to the population theory. Criticism. One of the earliest critics was David Ricardo. Malthus immediately and correctly recognized it to be an attack on his theory of wages. Ricardo and Malthus debated this in a lengthy personal correspondence. In Ireland, where applying this thesis, Malthus proposed to give full effect to the natural resources of the country. A great part of the population should be swept from the soil. There were early refutations and observations on the population and resource of Ireland, 1821. Whitley Stokes, invoking the advantages mankind derives from improved industry, improved conveyance, improvement in morals, government, and religion, denied that there was a law of nature that procreation must outrun the means of subsistence. Ireland's problem was not with her numbers, but her indifferent government. An inquiry concerning the population of nations containing the refutation of Mr. Malthus' essay on population, 1818, George Ensor had developed a similar broadside against Malthusian political economy, arguing that poverty was sustained not by reckless propensity to propagate, but rather by the state's indulgence of the headless concentration of private wealth. Following the same line of argument, William Hazlitt, 1819, wrote, Mr. Malthus wishes to confound the necessary limits of the produce of the earth with the arbitrary and artificial distribution of the produce by the institutions of society. Thomas Carlyle dismissed Malthusian and pessimistic sophistry. In Chartism, 1839, he denied the possibility that 24 million of English working people scattered over 118,000 square miles of space could collectively take a resolution to diminish the supply of laborers and act on it. Even if they could, the ongoing influx of Irish immigrants would render their efforts redundant. Associated Malthusian with laissez-faire, he instead advocated proactive legislation. His later essay, Indian Meal, 1849, argued that maize production would remedy the failure of the potato crop as well as any prospective food shortages. Karl Marx, who had occasion to cite Ensor, referred to Malthusian as nothing more than schoolboyish superficial plagiary of Defoe, Sir James Stewart, Townsend, Franklin Wallace, Frederick Engels argued that Malthus failed to recognize a crucial difference between humans and other species and capitalist societies. As Engels put it, scientific and technological progress is unlimited and at least as rapid as that of population. Marx argued even more broadly that the growth of both the human population in toto and the relative surplus population within it occurred in direct proportion to accumulation. Henry George in Progress and Poverty, 1879, criticized Matthew's view that population growth was a cause of poverty, arguing that poverty was caused by the concentration of ownership of land and natural resources. George noted that humans are distinct from other species because, unlike most species, humans can use their mind to leverage the reproductive forces of nature to their advantage. He wrote, both the hawk and the man eat chickens, but the more the hawks, the fewer the chickens. Well, the more the men, the more chickens. D.C. Eversley observed that Malthus appeared unaware of the extent of industrialization and either ignored or discredited the possibility that could improve living conditions of the poor classes. Barry Commoner believed the closing circle in 1971 that technological progress will eventually reduce the demographic growth and environmental damage created by civilization. He also opposed coercive measures postulated by neo-Malthusian movements of his time, arguing that their cost will fall disproportionately to the low-income population or struggling already. Esther Basserup suggested that expanding population leads to agricultural intensification and development of more productive and less labor-intensive methods of farming. Thus, human population levels determines agricultural methods rather than agricultural methods determining population. Environmentalist founder of ego modernism, Stuart Brand, summarizes how the Malthusian prediction of the population bomb and the limits to growth failed to materialize due to radical changes in fertility that peaked at a growth of 2% per year in 1963 globally and has since rapidly declined. While short-term trends, even on the scale of decades or centuries, cannot prove or disprove the existence of mechanisms promoting a Malthusian catastrophe over longer periods, due to the prosperity of a major function of the human population at the beginning of the 21st century and the debatability of the predictions of ecological collapse made by Paul Ehrlich in the 1960s and 70s. Some people, such as economist Julian Simon, who wrote The Ultimate Resource, which it contends is human technology, and medical statistician Hans Rosling, question its invertibility. Joseph Tainter asserts that science has diminishing marginal returns and that scientific progress is becoming more difficult, harder to achieve, and more costly, which may reduce efficiency of the factors that prevented the Malthusian scenarios from happening in the past. The view that a breakout from the Malthusian trap has led to an era of sustained economic growth is explored by unified growth theory. One branch of unified growth theory is devoted to the interaction between human evolution and economic development. In particular, Odeglor and Omer Moev argue that the forces of natural selection during the Malthusian epoch selected beneficial traits to the growth period, and this growth-enhancing change in the composition of human traits brought about the escape from the Malthusian trap, the demographic transition, and the takeoff to modern growth. Okay, next we'll look at the Strauss Howe economic theory. So elemental, one thing I've learned recently is that corporations often have certain subdivisions that are highly profitable and others which are growing rapidly, but it's not properly. Definitely compartmentalization, just like Jerry Fodor, the compartmentalization of the mind. Most corporations are, or any large organization is compartmentalized. I'm not sure how waves are characterized here. How does one know if a business or a sector has peaked? Well, you can never know for sure. So most of this analysis is post hoc, looking at history and determining the cycles from what's already happened. And then you could look at the indicators and say, where are we now in respect to historical precedents? Some of the economic or other factors are looking at are theoretically driven just by conflicting factors, and as one factor conflicts with another factor, it's going to influence it in almost mathematical. So let me say my prayer real quick. Okay, so now we're going to look at the Strauss-Howe generation theory. This one's also really interesting. It's pretty long, and a lot of people are going to be familiar with some of the terminology. We talk like the boomers, the greatest generation, the millennials, the zoomers, Generation X, Generation Z, and this is somewhat a modern formulation. The Strauss-Howe generation theory. The Strauss-Howe generation theory, devised by William Strauss and Neil Howe, describes a theorizing recurring generation cycle in American history and Western history. According to the theory, historical events are associated with recurring generational personas, archetypes. Each generational persona unleashes a new era called the Turning, lasting around 21 years, in which a new social, political, and economic climate mood exists. They are part of a larger cyclical cyclum, a long human life which usually spans about 85 years, although some cycli have lasted longer. The theory states that a crisis recurs in American history after every cyclum, which is followed by a recovery. During this recovery, institutions and communitarian values are strong. Ultimately, succeeding generation archetypes attack and weaken institutions in the name of autonomy and individualism, which eventually creates a tumultuous political environment that ripens conditions for another crisis. Strauss and Hall laid the groundwork for the theory in their book Generations, The History of American Future, 1584 to 2069, written in 1991, which discusses the history of the United States as a series of generational biographies going back to 1584. In their book, The Fourth Turning, 1997, the authors expanded the theory to focus on a fourfold cycle of generational types and recurring mood eras to describe the history of the United States, including the 13 colonies and their British antecedents. However, the authors have also examined generational trends elsewhere in the world and described similar cycles in several developed countries. Academic response to the theory has been mixed, with some applauding Strauss and Hall for their bold and imaginative thesis, while others have criticized the theory as being overly deterministic, unfalsifiable, and unsupported by rigorous evidence. Former U.S. Vice President Al Gore, who graduated from Harvard University with Strauss, called Generations the most stimulating book on American history he'd ever read, and even sent a copy to each member of the Congress. The theory has been influential in the fields of generational studies, marketing, and business management literature. Often the theory has been described by some historians and journalists as pseudoscientific, kooky, and an elaborate historical horoscope that will never withstand scholarly scrutiny. Academic criticism has focused on the lack of rigorous empirical evidence for their claims, as well as the authors' view that generational groupings are more powerful than other social groupings, such as economic class, race, sex, religion, and political parties. However, Strauss and Howe later suggested that there are no exact generational boundaries. The speed of their development cannot be predicted. The authors also compared the cycles with the seasons, which may come sooner or later, which turned out to be right. The theory of generations is actively studied and modified by the world's leading research centers, for example, such as the International American Consulting Company, McKinsey and Company, and the Australian McCrindle Research Center. History and works. William Strauss and Neil Howe's partnership began in the late 1980s when they began writing their first book, Generations, which discusses the history of the United States as a succession of generational biographies. Each had written on generational topics, Strauss on baby boomers and the Vietnam War draft, and Howe on the GI generation and the federal entitlement program. Strauss co-wrote 2 books with Lawrence Baskier about how the Vietnam War affected the baby boomers, Chance and Circumstance, The Draft, the War, and the Vietnam Generations, 1978, and Reconciliation After Vietnam, 1977. Neil Howe studied what he believed to be the U.S.'s entitlement attitude of the 1980s and co-authored on Borrowed Time, How the Growth of Entitlement Spending Threatens Americans' Future in 1988 with Peter George Peterson. The author's interest in generations as a broader topic emerged after they met in Washington, D.C., and began discussing the connections between each of the previous works. They wondered why boomers and GI had developed such different ways of looking at the world and what it was about these generations' experiences growing up that prompted their different outlooks. They also wondered whether any previous generations had acted along similar lines, and their research discussed historical analogs to the current generations. They ultimately described a recurring pattern in the Anglo American history of the four generational types, each with a distinct collective persona and a correspondent cycle of four different types of eras, each with a distinct mood. The groundwork for this theory was laid out in Generations in 1991. Generations helped popularize the idea that people in a particular age group tend to share a distinct set of beliefs, attitudes, values, and behaviors because they all grow up and come of age during a particular period in history. Strauss and Howe followed in 1993 with their second book, 13th Gen Abort, Retry, Ignore, Fail, which was published while Gen Xers were teenagers and young adults. The book examines the generations born between 1961 and 81, Gen Xers, which they called 13ers, describing them as the 13th generation since the U.S. became a nation. The book asserts that 13ers' location in history as underprotected children during the consciousness revolution explains their pragmatic attitude. They describe Gen Xers as growing up during a time when society was less focused on children and more focused on adults and their self-actualization. Strauss and Howe's theory provided historical information regarding living in past generations and made various predictions. Many of their predictions regard the millennial generation, a cohort consisting at the time of young children, and therefore these predictions lack significant historical data. In Generations 1991 and The Fourth Turning 1997, the two authors discussed the generation gap between baby boomers and their parents and predicted there would be no such gap between millennials and their elders. In 2000, they published Millennials Rising, the Next Generation. This work discussed the personality of the millennial generation, whose oldest members were described as the high school graduating class of the year 2000. In his book, Strauss and Hull asserted that millennial teens and young adults were recasting the image of youth from downbeat and alienated to upbeat and engaged, crediting increased parental attention and protection from those positive changes. The asserted millennials are held to higher standards than adults apply to themselves, and that they are much less vulgar and violent than the teen culture older people produce for them. They describe them as less sexually charged and as ushering in a new sexual modesty with an increased belief that sex should be saved for marriage and return to conservative family values. The authors predicted that over the following decades, millennials would transform what it means to be young and could emerge as the next great generation. The work was described as optimistic, feel-good book for the parents of the millennial generation, predominantly the baby boomers. A 2000 New York Times book review for the book titled "What's the Matter with the Kids Today? Not a Thing" described the message as millennials rising as we boomers are raising a cohort of kids who are smarter, more industrious, and better behaved than any generation before, saying the book complemented the baby boomer cohort by way of their parenting skills. In 1997, the authors published The Fourth Turning in American Prophecy, which expanded on the ideas presented in Generations and extended their cycles back into the early 15th century. The authors also updated their terminology for generational archetypes. Civics become heroes, which they applied to the millennial generation. Adaptives became artists, and introducing the terms turning and saculum to describe the generational cycles. The title is a reference to what their first book called the Crisis Period, which they expected to recur soon after the turn of the millennium. In the mid-1990s, Strauss and Howe began receiving inquiries about how their research could be applied to strategic problems in organizations. They established themselves as pioneers in a growing field and started speaking frequently about their work at events and conferences. In 1999, they founded Life Course Associations, a publishing speaking consulting company built on their generational theory. They have also written 6 books in which they assert that the millennial generation is transforming various sectors, including schools, colleges, entertainment, and the workplace. On December 18, 2007, William Strauss died at the age of 60 from pancreatic cancer. Neil Howe continues to expand Life Course Associates and to write books and articles on a variety of generational topics. Each year, Howe gives about 60 speeches, often followed by customized workshops at colleges, elementary schools, and corporations. Neil Howe is a public policy advisor to the Blackstone Group, senior advisor to the Concord Coalition, and senior associate to the Center for Strategic and International Studies. In July 2003, Howe released a new book titled The Fourth Turning is Here. Stephen Bannon, the former chief strategist and senior counselor to the former President Donald Trump, is a prominent proponent of the theory. As a documentary filmmaker, Bannon discussed the details of Strauss-Howe generational theory in Generation Zero. According to historian David Kaiser, who was consulted for the film Generation Zero, focused on the key aspect of the theory, the idea that every 80 years of American history has been marked by crisis or fourth turning that destroyed an older and created a new one. Kaiser said Bannon is very familiar with Strauss and Howe's theory of crisis and has been thinking about how to use it to achieve particular goals for quite a while. A February 2007 article from the Business Insider titled Steve Bannon's obsession with the dark theory of history should be worrisome commented Bannon seems to be trying to bring about the fourth turning. Yeah, elemental Malthus reminds him of Kurzweil. It's just people fantasizing about exponential functions to reach absurd conclusions. The reality is that polynomial functions look exponential at the start. See the Taylor expansion of E, so it's easy to see exponentials where they are not there. In general, it's easy to see patterns that are not there, let alone exponential or mathematical. Any sort, the mind thinks in terms of patterns and sees patterns whether they're there or not. Defining a generation. Strauss and Howe described the history of the U.S. as a succession of Anglo-American generational biographies from 1433 to the present, and theorized a recurring generational cycle in American history. The author posits a pattern of four repeating phases, generational types, and a recurring cycle of spiritual awakenings and secular crises from the founding colonials of America through the present day. Strauss and Howe define a social generation as the aggregate of all people born over a span of roughly 21 years, or about the length of one phase of life: childhood, young adulthood, midlife, and old age. Generations are identified from the first birth year to last by looking for cohort groups of this length that share three criteria. First, members of generation share what the authors call an age, location, and history. They encounter key historical events and social trends while occupying the same phase of life. In this view, members of a generation are shaped by, in lasting ways, by the eras they encounter as children and young adults, and they share certain common beliefs and behaviors. Aware of the experiences and traits that they share with their peers, members of a generation may also share a sense of common perceived membership in that generation. They base their definition of a generation on the work of various writers and social thinkers, from ancient writers such as Polybius and Ibn Khaldun to modern social theorists such as Jose Ortega Gasset, Karl Mannheim, John Stuart Mill, Littre, and Auguste Comte, and Francois Mentre. Turnings. While writing Generation, Strauss and Howe described a theorized pattern in the historical generations they examined, which they said revolved around generational events, which they called turnings and generations. And in greater detail, the fourth turning, they describe a fourth stage cycle of social or mood eras, which they call turnings. The turnings include the high, the awakening, the unraveling, and the crisis. High. According to Strauss and Howe, the first turning is a high, which occurs after a crisis. During the high, institutions are strong and individualism is weak. Society is confident about where it wants to go collectively, though those outside the majoritarian center often feel stifled by conformity. According to the authors, the most recent first turning in the U.S. was the post-World War II America high, beginning in 1946 and ending with the assassination of John F. Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963. Awakening. According to this theory, the second turning is an awakening. This is an era when institutions are attacked in the name of personal and spiritual autonomy. Just when society is reaching its high tide of public progress, people suddenly tire of social discipline and want to recapture a sense of self-awareness, spirituality, and personal authenticity. Young activists look back at the previous high as an era of cultural and spiritual poverty. Strauss and Howe said the U.S. most recent awakening is the consciousness revolution, which spanned from the campus and inner city revolts of the mid-1960s to the tax revolts of the early 1980s. Unraveling. According to Strauss and Howe, the third turning is an unraveling. The mood of this era, they say, is in many ways the opposite of a high. Institutions are weak and distrusted, while individualism is strong and flourishing. The authors say highs come after crises when society wants to coalesce and build and avoid the death of destruction of the previous crisis. Unravelings come after awakenings when society wants to atomize and enjoy. They say the most recent unraveling in the U.S. began in the 1980s, includes the long boom and culture war. Crisis. According to the authors, the fourth turning is a crisis. This is the era of destruction, often involving war or revolution, in which institutional life is destroyed and rebuilt in response to a perceived threat of the nation's survival. After the crisis, civic authority revives, cultural expression redirects towards community purpose, and people begin to locate themselves as members of a larger group. The authors say the previous fourth turning in the U.S. began with the Wall Street crash of 1929 and climaxed in the end of World War II. The GI generation, which they called the hero archetype, born in 1901 to 1924, came of age during this era. They say Their confidence, optimism, and collective outlook epitomize the mood of the era. The authors assert the millennial generation, which they also describe as the hero archetype, born 1982 to 2005, shows many similar traits with those of the GI youth, which they describe as including rising civic engagement, improving behavior, and collective confidence. Cycle. The authors describe each turning as lasting circa 21 years. 4 turnings make up a cycle of circa 85 years, which the authors term a saculum, after the Latin word meaning both a long human life and a natural century. Generational change drives the cycle of turnings and determines its periodicity. As each generation ages into the next life phase and a new social role, society's mood and behavior fundamentally changes, giving rise to a new turning. Therefore, a symbiotic relationship exists between historical events and generational personas. Historical events shape generations in childhood and young adulthood, and then as parents and leaders in midlife and old age, generations in turn shape history. Each of the 4 turnings has a distinct mood that recurs every saculum. Strauss and Howe describe these turnings as the seasons of history. At one extreme is the awakening, which is analogous to summer, and the other extreme is the crisis, which is analogous to winter. These turnings in between are transitional seasons. The high and the unraveling are similar to spring and autumn, respectively. Strauss and Howe discussed 26 theorized turnings over 6 sacula in Anglo-American history from the year 1433 through today. At the heart of Strauss and Howe's ideas, a basic alternation between 2 different types of eras, crisis and awakenings. Both of these are defining eras in which people observe that historical events are radically altering their social environment. Crises are periods marked by major secular upheavals, when society focuses on reorganizing the outer world of institutions and public behavior. They say the last American crisis was the period spanning the Great Depression and World War II. Awakenings are periods marked by cultural religious renewal, when society focuses on changing the inner world of values and private behavior. The last American awakening was the conscious revolution of the 1960s and 70s. During crisis, great peril provokes societal consensus and ethic of personal sacrifice and strong institutional order. During awakenings, the ethic of individualism emerges, and the institutional order is attacked by new social ideals and spiritual agendas. According to the authors, about every 85 years, the length of a long human life, a national crisis occurs in American society. Roughly halfway to the new crisis, a cultural awakening occurs. Historically, these have often been called Great Awakenings. In describing the cycle of crisis and awakenings, they draw from the work of other historians and social scientists who have also discussed long cycles in American and European history, which have grown to show a trend of economic downturns the more society has industrialized. The cycles of crisis corresponds to long cycles of war identified by such scholars as Arnold Toynbee, Quincy Wright, Farrer Jr., and with geopolitical cycles identified by William Thompson and George Madowski. Strauss and Howe say their cycle of awakening corresponds with Anthony Wallace's work on revitalization movements. They also say recurring crises and awakening correspond to the 2 stroke cycles in politics, Walter Dean Burnham and Arthur Schlesinger, foreign affairs, and the economy, Nikolai Kondratiev, as well as with long-term oscillations in crime and substance abuse. Archetypes. The author says 2 different types of eras and 2 formative age location associated with them. Childhood and young adulthood produces 4 generational archetypes that repeat sequentially in rhythm with the cycles of crisis and awakening. In generations, they refer to these 4 archetypes as the idealist, reactive, civic, and adapted. In the 4th turning, 1997, they changed the terminology to prophet, nomad, hero, and artist. They say the generation in each archetype not only share a similar age, location, and history, but they also share some basic attitudes towards family, risk, culture, and values, and civic engagement. In essence, generations shaped by similar early life experiences develop similar collective personas and follow similar life trajectories. To date, Strauss and Howe have described 25 generations in Anglo-American history, each with a corresponding archetype. The author describes the archetypes as follows: prophet, idealist. Generations after enter childhood during a time of rejuvenated community life and consensus around a new societal order. Prophets grow up as the increasingly indulged children of the post-crisis come of age and self-absorbed young crusaders of an awakening focused on morals and principles in midlife, and emerge as elders guiding another crisis. Examples are the transcendental generation, missionary generation, and the baby boomers. Nomad, a reactive generation, enter childhood during the awakening, a time of social ideals and spiritual agendas when young adults are passionately attacking the established institutional order. Nomads grow up as underprotected children during this awakening, come of age as alienated post-awakening young adults, become pragmatic midlife leaders during a crisis, and age into resilient post-crisis elders. Examples: the Gilded Generation, Lost Generation, Generation X. Hero Civic Generation enter childhood during the unraveling, a time of individual pragmatism, self-reliance, and laissez-faire. Heroes grow up in increasingly protected post-awakening children, come of age as team-oriented young optimists during a crisis, emerge as energetic, overconfident midlifers, and age into politically powerful elders attacked by another awakening. Examples: Republican Generation, GI Generation, Millennials. Artists adaptive generations enter childhood during a crisis, a time when great dangers cut down social and political complexity in favor of public consensus, aggressive institutions, and ethic of personal sacrifice. Artists grow up overprotected by adults preoccupied with the crisis, come of age as the socialized and conformist young adults of the post-crisis world, break out as process-oriented midlife leaders during the awakening, and age into thoughtful post-awakening elders. Examples: the Progressive Generation, Silent Generation, and Homeland Generation. In summary, an average modern life is around 85 years and consists of 4 periods of 21 years: childhood, young adult, midlife, elderhood. The generation is an aggregate of people born every 21 years: baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, homelanders. Each generation experiences 4 turnings every 85 years: high awakening, unraveling, crisis. A generation is considered dominant or recessive according to the turning experiences young adults, but as a youth generation comes of age and defines its collective persona, an opposing generational archetype is at its midlife peak of power: dominant, independent power and attitudes in defining an era, recessive, dependent role in defining an era. Dominant generations, the prophet idealist, awakening as young adults, awakening defined institutions are attacked in the name of personal and spiritual autonomy. The hero civic crisis as young adults, crisis defined institutional life is destroyed and rebuilt in response to perceived threat to the nation's survival. Recessive generations, nomad, reactive, unraveling as young adults, unraveling defined institutions are weak and distrusted. Individualism is strong and flourishing. Artist adaptive, high when they become young adults, high defined institutions are strong and individualism is weak. Generations, late medieval sackcloth, the Arthurian generation. The Arthurian generation was born between 1433 and 1460 and is of the hero archetype. Members of the generation grew up during England's retreat from the Hundred Years' War in France during an era of rising civil unrest. The humanist generation. The humanist generation was born between 1461 and 1482 and is of the artist adaptive archetype. The generation came of age at the height of the Middle Ages, just prior to the Reformation and Renaissance. For the educated classes, life was fairly static, with Renaissance humanist teaching and a clear career path through the church or state, bureaucracy becoming increasingly available for the educated middle class. Humanist influence took hold across Europe and in many ways prepared the intellectual landscape for the coming Reformation. Their young coincided with the development of the European printing press, allowing greater dissemination of knowledge. According to Strauss and Howe, those who constituted this generation had a sheltered childhood during a bloody civil war and were educated abroad, becoming Greek language tutors, international scholars, poets, prelates, and literate merchants and yeomen. The education produced by the humanist generation has been described as focused on the qualitative and the subjective rather than the quantitative and the objective. Some of the notable persons who influenced this generation include Thomas More, Erasmus, Thomas Nacre, John Colet, Cardinal Wolsey, Michelangelo, Copernicus, Francisco Pizarro, and Cesare Borgia. King Edward V was also born to this generation, but he had died at only 15 years old. It is difficult to properly place him in this archetype. However, according to the historian Dominic Mancini, Edward was very fascinated with science and philosophy and was very well learned behind his years. Reformation Saculum. Reformation generation. The Reformation generation was born between 1483 and 1511 and is the prophet archetype. The generation rebelled as youth, prompted the first colleges in the 1520s. The reprisal generation was born between 1512 and 1540 and is of the nomad reactive archetype. They spent their childhood amid religious frenzy and widespread erosion of social authority and came of age in a cynical post-awakening era of cutthroat politics and roller coaster markets. They crewed the ships during the wars of the Spanish Armada and saw the expansion of the British territories and colonization of the New World overseas. Elizabethan generation was born between 1541 and 1565 and is the hero archetype. They benefited as children from explosive growth in the academies intended to transform them to perfect people of civic achievement and teamwork. They came to age during the Anglo-Spanish War of 1585 to 1604. They regulated commerce, explored overseas empires, built English country houses, pursued science, and wrote poetry that celebrated an orderly universe. Parliamentary generation was born between 1566 and 1587 and is of the artist archetype. The childhood took place during an era of foreign threats and war. They built impeccable credentials in law, scholarship, religion, and arts and crafts and guilds. The New World sake them, Puritan generation. The Puritan generation was born between 1588 and 1617 and is of the prophet archetype. Members of the generation were led through the Wars of the Three Kingdoms by King Charles I, and others led a large migration to the Americas. The generation was very religious. Cavalier generation was born between 1618 and 1647 and was of the nomad archetype. Members of this generation grew up in the era of religious upheaval and family collapse. Their generation was notoriously violent and uneducated, causing men to take great risk and resulting in many young deaths. The glorious generation was born from 1648 to 1673 and was the hero archetype. They had a protected childhood with tax-supported schools and new laws discouraging the kidnapping of young servants. After proving their worth in the Indian Wars and the triumphing of the Glorious Revolution, they were rewarded with electoral office at a young age. As young adults, they took pride in the growing political, commercial, and scientific achievements of England. They designed insurance, paper money, and public works. When the Enlightenment generation was born between 1674 and 1700 and was the artist archetype, they grew up as the protected children when families were close. Youth risk discouraged, and good educations and well-connected marriages highly prized. As adults, they provided America's first large cadre of credentialed professionals, political managers, and plantation administrators. Examples in Europe include George Friedrich Handel, Antonio Vivaldi, Domenico Scarlatti, and Johann Sebastian Bach. Revolutionary secular. Awakening generation. The Awakening generation was born between 1701 and 1723 and was of the prophet archetype. They were the first colonial generation to consist mostly of the offspring of native-born parents. As adults, they attacked their elders' moral complacency and spiritual firestorm. Benjamin Franklin was born in this generation. Liberty generation. Strauss and Howe defined the Liberty generation. Nomad archetype is those born between 1724 and 1741. The first two U.S. presidents, George Washington and John Adams, were born during this period. Also born in this era were 35 out of the 56 signatories of the U.S. States Declaration of Independence. The Republican generation hero archetype was born between 1742 and 1766. This generation is known for participating in several global revolutionary movements during the Age of Revolution. This generation witnessed political turmoil in response to growing British imperialism and the vast social inequalities exacerbated by ruthless competition between European monarchists. They came of age during the British imperialism and during a time when the viability of mercantilism was being questioned. Relying on the Enlightenment philosophy, they unleashed violent episodes of revolution, vilified monarchy, and promoted republicanism. In colonial America, they participated in the American Revolutionary War, secured independence from British rule, and established a libertarian system of government based on constitutional republicanism and representative democracy. Many founding fathers and leading figures in the early years of the independent United States belonged to this generation, including U.S. Presidents Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe, as well as the leading figures of the French Revolution, such as Maximilien Robespierre, Georges Danton, and Camille Desmoulins. Compromise generation. Compromise generation was born between 1767 and 1791 and was of the artist archetype. They rocked the cradle of the revolution as they watched brave adults struggle and triumph. Notable persons affiliated with this generation include Andrew Jackson, Napoleon Bonaparte, and Simon Bolivar. Civil War secular transcendental generation, born between 1792 and 1821, and was of the prophet archetype. They started the Second Great Awakening across the United States. Gilded generation. Strauss and Howe defined the Gilded generation. Nomad archetype as those born between 1822 and 1842. They came of age amidst the rising national tempers torrential immigration, rampant commercialism, conspicuous consumerism, declining college enrollment, and economic disputes. This led to a distrust of zealotry and institutional involvement, shifting focus to a life of materialism. Most of the American Civil War soldiers were born during this period. The average age was 26. Progressive generation was born 1843 to 1859, the hero and artist archetype, and grew up or fought during the American Civil War. The Great Power Saculum. Missionary generation. The missionary generation was born from 1860 to 1882 and is of the prophet idealist archetype. Members of the missionary generation have been described as the home and hearth children of the post-Civil War era. They were an idealist generation as young as adults. Their leaders were famous preachers. Some were graduates of newly formed black and women's colleges. Their defining characteristics were missionary and social crusades, muckraking journalism, prohibitionism, women's rights, trade unionism, and women's suffrage. In midlife, they developed prohibition in the United States, immigration control, and organized the vice squads. Because the lost generation was so decimated by World War I, the leadership of the missionary generation lasted longer than previous generations, and in the 1930s and 40s, their elite became the wise old men who enacted a New Deal and Social Security, led the global war against fascism, and reaffirmed Americans' highest ideals during the transformative era in world history. This generation is fully ancestral, with the last known members of the missionary generations, the American Sarah Noss, having died on December 30, 1999, at 119 years of age. Lost generation. Nomad archetype is the generation that came of age during World War I. Lost is, in this context, also means disoriented, wandering, directionless, a recognition that there were great confusion, aimlessness during the war's survivors in the early post-year wars. Strauss and Howe defined the cohort as individuals born between 1883 and 1900. This generation was fully ancestral, with the last known member of the lost generation, the Japanese Nabi Tenjimi, having died on April 21, 2018, at 117 years of age. The GI generation, the greatest generation, hero archetype, also known as the GI generation of the World War II generation, is the demographic cohort following the lost generation, preceding the silent generation. Strauss and Howe defined the cohort as individuals born between 1901 and 1924. They were shaped by the Great Depression and were the primary participants in World War II. The silent generation, artist archetype, is the demographic cohort following the greatest generation and preceding the baby boomers. Strauss and Howe defined the cohort as the individuals born between 1925 and 1942. The millennial saculum, baby boomer generation, born between 1943 and 1960. The 13th generation, Generation X, born between 1961 and 81. Millennial generation, those born between 1982 and 2005. And Neil Howe defines the homeland generation, those born between 2006 to roughly 2029, also known as Generation Z or Generation Alpha. Timing in generations and turnings. Strauss and Howe argue that the basic length of both generations and turnings, approximately 21 years, derives from long-standing socially and biologically determined phases of life. This is the reason it has remained relatively constant over centuries. Some have argued that rapid increases in technology in recent decades are shortening the length of a generation. According to Strauss and Howe, however, this is not the case. As long as the transition to adulthood occurs at around age 21, the transition to midlife around age 43, and the transition to old age around 65, they say the basic length of both generations and turning will remain the same. In their book, The Fourth Turning, however, Strauss and Howe say that the precise boundaries of generations and turnings are erratic. The generational rhythm is not like certain simple inorganic cycles of physics and astronomy, where time and periodicity can be predicted to the second. Instead, it resembles the complex organic cycles of biology, where basic intervals endure, but precise timing is difficult to predict. Strauss and Howe compare the saculum rhythm to the four seasons, which they say similarly occur in the same order, but with slightly varying timing, just as winter may come sooner or later and be more or less severe in any given year. The same is true of the fourth turning any given saculum. Critical reception. The Strauss and Howe retelling of history through the generational lens has received mixed reviews. Many reviewers have praised the authors for their ambition, erudition, and accessibility. For example, the former U.S. President Al Gore, who graduated from Harvard University with Strauss, called Generation: The History of Americans' Future, 1584 to 2009, the most stimulating book on American history he'd ever read. He even sent a copy to each member of Congress. The theory has been influential in the fields of generational studies, marketing and business management literature. However, it has also been criticized by several historians and some political scientists and journalists as being overly deterministic, non-falsifiable, and unsupported by rigorous evidence. Generations: The History of Americans' Future, 1584 to 2069. After the publication of their first book, Generations, Martin Keller, a professor of history at Brandeis University, said that the authors had done their homework. He said that their theory could be set up as pop sociology and that it would come in for a lot of more criticism as history, but it's almost true that the broader you cast your net, the more holes it's going to have. And I admire the author's boldness. Sociologist David Reisman and political scientist Richard Neustadt offered strong, if qualified, praise. Reisman found the work an impressive grasp of great many theoretical and historical bits and pieces, and Neustadt and Strauss and Howe are asking damned important questions, and I honor them. The Times Literary Supplement called it fascinating, but also about as vague as and plausible as astrological predictions. Publishers Weekly called it as woolly as a newspaper horoscope. In 1991, Jonathan Alter wrote in Newsweek that Generations was a provocative, erudite, and engaging analysis of the rhythms of American life. However, he believed it was also an elaborate historical horoscope that will never withstand scholarly scrutiny. He continued, these sequential peer personalities are often silly, but the book provides realms of fresh evidence that American history is indeed cyclical. As Arthur Schlesinger Jr. and others have long argued, but as he complained, the generational boundaries are plainly arbitrary. The authors lumped together everyone born between 1943 through the end of 1960. Baby boomers, a group whose two extremes have little in common, and the predictions are facile and reckless. He concluded, however fun and informative, the truth about generational generalizations is that they're generally unsatisfactory. Arthur Levine, a former president of the Teachers College at Columbia University, said generational images are stereotypes. There are some differences that stand out, but there are more similarities between students of the past and the present. But if you wrote a book saying that, how interesting would it be? In response to criticism that the stereotype or generalize all members of a generation, the authors have said, we've never tried to say that any individual generation is going to be monochromatic. It's obviously include all kinds of people, but as you look at a generation's social units, we consider it to be at least as powerful, and in our view, far more powerful than other social groupings such as economic class, race, sex, religion, and political parties. Gerald Pershall wrote in 1991, Generations is guaranteed to attract pop history and pop social science buffs. Among professional historians, it faces a tougher sell. Period specialists will resist the idea that the period is akin to several others. Sweeping theories of history are long out of fashion in the halls of ivy, and the author's lack of academic standing won't help their cause. Their generational quartet is just too wooden and too neat, says one Yale historian. Prediction is for profit, scoffed William McLaughlin, a former history professor at Brown, who said it is wrong to think that if you put enough data together and have enough charts and graphs, you've made history into a science. He also said the book might get a friendlier reception in the sociology and political science departments than in the science department. In 1991, a professor of New York Times writer Jay Dolan criticized Generations for not talking more about class, race, and sex, to which Neil Howe replied that they are probably generalizations not even as effective as a generation to say something about how people think and behave. One of the things to understand is that most historians never look at history in terms of generations. They prefer to tell history as a seamless row of 55-year-old leaders who always tend to think and behave the same way, but they don't, and they never have. If you look at the way Americans' 55-year-old leaders were acting in the 1960s, you know, the ebullience and confidence of the JFKs and LBJs and Hubert Humphreys, and compare them with today's leaders in Congress, the indecision, the lack of sure-footedness, I think you would have to agree that 55-year-olds do not always act the same way. And you're dealing with powerful generational forces at work that explain why one generation of war veterans, war heroes, and another generation which came of age in very different circumstances tend to have very different instincts about acting in the world. Responding to criticisms in 1991, William Strauss accepted that some historians might not like their theory, which they presented as a new paradigm for looking at American history that filled the need for a unifying vision of American history. People are looking for a new way to connect themselves to a larger story of America. This is the problem. We fell adrift over the past 10 years, and we think the way history has been presented over the past couple of decades has been more in terms of the little pieces, and people are not as interested in the little pieces now. They're looking for a unifying vision. We haven't had a unifying vision of the story of America for decades now, and we're trying to provide it in this book, the kind of historians who are drawn to our book. And I'm sure it will be very controversial among academics because we are presenting something that is so new, but the kinds who are drawn to it are the ones who themselves have focused on the human life cycle rather than just the sequential series of events. Some good examples of that are Morton Keller at Brandeis and David Hackett Fisher. These are people who have noticed the power is not just generations, but the shifts that have happened over time in the way Americans have treated children, and older people have been tried to link that to the broader currents of history. The fourth turning. In his review for the Boston Globe, historian David Kaiser called The Fourth Turning a provocative and immensely entertaining outline of American history. Strauss and Howe have taken a gamble. If the United States calmly makes it to 2015, their work will end up in the ash can of history, but if they're right, they will take their place among the great American prophets. Kaiser has since argued that Strauss and Howe's prediction of the coming crisis seems to have occurred, citing events such as 9/11, 2008 financial crisis, and the recent political gridlock. Kaiser has incorporated Strauss and Howe's theory into two historical works of his own: American Tragedy, Kennedy Johnson, The Origins of the Vietnam War, 2000, and No End Save Victory, How FDR Led the Nation into War, 2014. Michael Lind, a historian co-founder of the New American Foundation, wrote that The Fourth Turning 1997 was vague and verged into the realm of pseudoscience. Most of the author's predictions about the American future turn out to have been as vague as those of fortune cookies. Lind said that the theory is essentially non-falsifiable and mystifying, although he believed the authors did have some insight into modern American history. For the New York Times 2017 Pulitzer Prize winning journalist Jeremy Peters wrote that many academic historians dismiss the book as about as scientific as astrology or as a Nostradamus text. The 13th Generation. In 1993, Andrew Leonard reviewed the book The 13th Generation, Abort, Retry, Ignore, Fail. He wrote, as the authors Strauss and Howe relentlessly attack the iniquitous child abuse of culture of the 1960s and 70s and exult in heaping insult after insult on their own generation, the caricature of baby boomers as countercultural, long-haired, sex-obsessed hedonists, their real agenda begins to surface. The agenda becomes clear, and they're part of their wish list for how the 13th generation may influence the future. 13ers will reverse the frenzied and centrifugal cultural direction of their younger years. They will clean up the entertainment, de-diversify the culture, reinvent core symbols of national unity, reaffirm rituals of family and neighborhood bonding, and re-erect barriers to cushion communities from unwanted upheaval. Again, in 1993, writing for the Globe and Mail, Jim Cormier reviewed the same book. Self-described boomers Howe and Strauss add no profound layer of analysis to previous pop press observations, but in cobbling together a more extensive overview of the problems and concerns of the group they call the 13ers, they've created a valuable primer for other fogies who are feeling seriously out of touch. Cormier wrote that the authors raised as many new questions as answers about the generation that doesn't want to be a generation, but at least they've made an honest, empathetic, and good-humored effort to bridge the bitter gap between the 20-somethings and the 40-somethings. In 1993, Charles Lawrence at the London Daily Telegraph wrote that the 13th generation, Strauss and Howe, offered this young generation a relatively neutral definition of the 13th American generation from the Founding Fathers. According to Alexander Farron's review of I Magazine, 13th Gen is best read as the work of two top-level historians. While its agenda is the 13th generation, it could also be seen as incredibly well-written and exhaustive history of America from 1960 to 1981, examining the era through everything except the traditional historical subjects. In 2011, John Miller of the Longitudinal Study of American Youth, funded by the National Science Foundation, wrote that their birth year definition, 1961 to 81, of Generation X, 13th Gen, have been widely used in popular and academic literature. Millennials Rising. David Brooks reviewed the follow-up book about the next generation titled Millennials Rising in 2000. Millennials is a term coined by Strauss and Howe. Brooks wrote, "This is not a good book, if by good you mean the kind of book in which the authors have rigorously sifted the evidence and carefully supported their assertions with data, but is a very good bad book. It is stuffed with interesting nuggets. It's brightly written, and if you get away from the generational mumbo jumbo, it illuminates this change that you really do seem to be taking place." Further, Brooks wrote that the generations aren't treated equally. Basically, it sounds as if America has two greatest generations at either end of the age scale and the two crummiest in the middle. In 2001, reviewer Dan Gonos wrote in the NEA Today that they make their case convincingly with intriguing analysis of popular culture, but conceded that it's overgeneralized. Gomes argued that it's hard to resist its hopeful vision for our children and future. Millennials Rising ascribes 7 core traits to millennials: special, sheltered, confident, team-oriented, conventional, pressured, and achieving. A 2009 Chronicle of Higher Education report commented Howe and Strauss based their core traits on a hodgepodge of anecdotes, statistics, and pop cultural reference, and on surveys of approximately 600 high school seniors from Fairfax County, Virginia, an affluent county with a median household income approximately twice the national average. The report described Millennials Rising as a good news revolution, making sweeping predictions and describing millennials as rule followers who were engaged, optimistic, and downright pleasant. Commenting the book gave educators and tens of millions of parents a warm feeling, saying who wouldn't want to hear that their kids are special. General. In 2006, Frank Giancola wrote an article for Human Resource Planning that stated the emphasis on generational differences is not generally borne out by empirical research despite its popularity. In 2016, an article was published that explains the differences in generations observed with the employer's position through the development of working conditions initiated by the employer. This development is due to the competition of firms on the job market for receiving more highly skilled workers. New working conditions as a product of the market have a classic product life cycle, and when they become widespread, standard expectations of employee changes accordingly. One criticism of Strauss and Howe's theory and generational studies is that conclusions are overly broad and do not affect the reality of every person in each generation, regardless of their race, color, national origin, religion, sex, age, disability, and genetic information. For example, Hoover cited the case of millennials, writing in 2009 that commentators have tended to slap the millennial label on white, affluent teenagers who accomplish great things as they grow up in the suburbs, who confront anxiety when applying to super selective colleges, and who multitask with ease as their helicopter parents hover reassuringly above them. The label tends not to appear in the renderings of teenagers who happen to be minorities, poor, who have never won a spelling bee, nor does the term often refer to students from big cities and small towns that have nothing like Fairfax County, Virginia, or lack technological know-how, or who struggle to complete high school, or never even consider college, one who commits crimes, one who suffers from too little parental support, one who drops out of college. Aren't they millennials too? In their 2000 book Millennials Rising, they brought attention to the millennial children of immigrants in the United States who face daunting challenges. They wrote 1/3 have no health insurance, live below the poverty line, and live in overcrowded housing. In a February 2017 article from Quartz, 2 journalists commented on the theory, saying it is too vague to be proven wrong and has not been taken seriously by most professional historians, but is superficially compelling and plots out some degree how American history has unfolded since its founding. In April 2007 article from Political, David Greenberg, a professor of history and media studies at Rutgers University, describes Strauss-Howe generational theory as a crockpot theories. A May 2017 article from Quartz described the Strauss-Howe generational theory as pseudoscience. Peter Turchin, a scientist and specialist in the fields of cultural evolution, cliodynamics, and structural demographic theory, has criticized the theory, stating that it is not a scientific theory and that it is more akin to prophecy, since it forces the historical record to fit a postulated cycle by stretching in some places and cutting off a bit here and there in others. In popular culture, American electronic musician Onio Trick's Point Never was inspired by the fourth turning for the concept of his 2008 album Age of and its accompanying performance installation Myriad. Will Arbery's Heroes of the Fourth Turning, first produced at New York's Playwrights Rise in 2019, is inspired by the theories of Strauss and Hull, and the character Teresa is a vocal proponent of them. The 2022 Netflix series The Watcher features a scene citing postulations from the fourth turning. Okay, so that one was the longest of the ones I'm going to read tonight, but that one was pretty important because that actually corresponds the most with my theories, although I had more spiritual elements of karma, sin, repentance, but it largely matches the Talmudic the Talmudic idea of the once in a lifetime collapse, but more in tune with the collective sin as opposed to the different factors. So looks like I lost almost all of my audience. If you're still tuning in, God bless, appreciate it. Hope this is useful to you. It's definitely useful to me. So hope it's useful to other people. So look at my messages. Okay, so now let's look at the anatomy of revolution, a book, and then we're going to look at societal collapse and state collapse, and then business cycle, and then maybe we'll look at a few articles. Oh, Godward podcast, good to see you. Been a while. The links in the chat if you want to hop on and talk. Yeah, I'm always talking about this, and it's important, and it comes up a lot. So I thought I'd do just a background on the topic and the various views of cycles. So the Strauss and Howe generational theories, you're probably one of the most in-depth, but there's a lot of different theories of cycles. So I'm just putting them out there, reading through the basic, and we'll come back, so have a little bit of the due diligence in the scholarship on the issue for my own postulations. Okay, yeah, good to hear from you. God bless. Hope everything's good with you. The anatomy of, anytime you want to talk, feel free to reach out. The Anatomy of Revolution is a 1938 book by Crane Brinton outlining the uniformities of four major political revolutions: the English Revolution of the 1640s, the American, the French, and the Russian Revolution. Brinton notes how the revolutions followed a life cycle from the old order to a moderate regime to a radical regime to Thermidorian reaction. The book has been called a classic, famous, and a watershed in the study of revolution, and has been influential enough to have inspired advice given to the U.S. President Jimmy Carter by his national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski during the Iranian Revolution. The revised edition was published in 1952, and a revised and expanded edition was published in 1965, and it remains in print. Brinton summarizes the revolutionary processes moving from financial breakdown to organization of the discontented to remedy this breakdown, revolutionary demands on the part of these organized discontented demands, which if granted would mean the virtual applications governing attempted use of force by the government, its failure, and the attainment of power by the revolutionists. These revolutionists have hitherto been acting as an organized and nearly unanimous group, but with the attainment of power, it is clear that they are not united. The group which dominates these first stages we call the moderates. Power passes by violent methods from right to left. Themes. According to Brighton, while we must not expect our revolutions to be identical, three of the four, the English, French, and Russian, began in hope and moderation, reached a crisis in a reign of terror, and ended in something like dictatorship. Cromwell, Bonaparte, and Stalin. The exception is the American Revolution, which does not quite follow this pattern. Fall of the old regime. The revolution begins with problems in the pre-revolutionary regime. These include problems functioning, governmental deficits, more than usual complaints over taxation, conspicuous governmental favoring of one set of economic interests over another, administration entanglements, and confusions. There are also social problems, such as the feeling by some that the careers are not open to talents and economic power is separated from political power and social distinction. There is a loss of self-confidence among many members of the ruling class, the conversion of many members of that class to the belief that their privileges are unjust or harmful to society. Intellectuals switch their allegiance away from the government. In short, the ruling class becomes politically inept. Financial problems play an important role, as three of our four revolutions started among people who objected to certain taxes, who organized to protest them. Even in Russia in 1917, the financial problems were real and important. The revolution's enemies and supporters disagree over whether plots and manipulations by revolutionists or the corruption and tyranny of the old regime are responsible for the old regime's fall. Brinton argues both are right, and both the right circumstances and active agitation are necessary for the revolution to succeed. At some point in the first stages of the revolution, there is a point where constituted authority is challenged by illegal acts of revolutionists, and the response of security forces is strikingly unsuccessful. In France in 1789, the king didn't really try to subdue riots effectively. In England, the king didn't have enough good soldiers. In Russia, at the crucial moment, the soldiers refused to march against the people, instead joined them. Backgrounds to the revolutionaries. Revolutions are born of hope rather than misery. Contrary to the belief that revolutionaries are disproportionately poor and down and out, revolutionists are more or less a cross-section of common humanity. While revolutionaries behave in a way we should not expect such people to behave, can be explained by the revolutionary environment rather than their background. Untouchables very rarely revolt, and successful slave rebellions like Haiti's are few in number. Revolutionaries are not unprosperous, but feel restraint, cramped, rather than downright crushing oppression. Revolutionary regimes. In each revolution, a short honeymoon period follows the fall of the old regime, lasting until the contradictory elements among the victorious revolutionaries assert themselves. Power then has a tendency to go from right to center to left. In this process, Brinton says the revolution, like Saturn, devours its children, quoting Pierre Victor Verniad, moderates in dual power. The revolutionaries being studied first produce a legal moderate government. It vies with a more radical legal government in a process known as dual power, or as Brinton prefers to call it, dual sovereignty. In England, the Presbyterian moderates in Parliament were rivals with the illegal government of the extremist independents in the New Model Army. In France, the National Assembly was controlled by the Girondin moderates, while in the Montagnard extremists controlled the Jacobin network, the Paris Commune, and the Societies of Friends of the Constitution. The Russians, the moderate provisional government of the Duma, clashed with the radical Bolsheviks, whose illegal government was a network of Soviets. The radicals triumphed because they are better organized, better staffed, better obeyed. They have relatively few responsibilities, while the legal government has to shoulder some of the unpopularity of the government of the old regime with the worn out machinery, the institutions of the old regime. The moderates are hindered by their hesitancy to change direction and fight back against radical revolutionaries, with whom they recently stood united in favor of conservatives, against whom they have so recently risen. They are drawn to the slogan, "No enemies to the left." The moderates are attacked on one side by disgruntled but not yet silenced conservatives, and the confident, aggressive extremists on the other. The moderate revolutionary policies can please neither side. An example is the Root and Branch Bill in the English Revolution, which abolished the episcopacy, angering conservatives and establishing institutions without earning the loyalty of radicals. The moderates proved poor war leaders of the war which accompanied the revolutions, unable to provide the discipline, the enthusiasm needed. Radicals in reigns of terror and virtue. In contrast to the moderates, the radicals are aided by a fanatical devotion to their cause, discipline, and in recent revolutions, a study of technique of revolutionary action, obedience to their leadership, ability to ignore contradictions between the rhetoric and action, and drive bodily ahead. Even their small numbers are an advantage, giving them the ability to move swiftly, to make clear and final decisions, to push through to a goal without regard for injured human dispositions. The radicals took power in Russia with the October Revolution, in France with the purge of the Girondins, and England's Pride's purge. The American Revolution never had a radical dictatorship or reign of terror, though in the treatment of the loyalists, in the presence, in the pressure to support the army, in some of the phases of social life, you can discern many of the phenomenon of the terror as is seen in the other three societies. The radical reign is one of terror and virtue, terror stemming from the abundance of summary executions, foreign and civil war, struggle for power, virtue in the form of puritanical organized asceticism, and suppression of vices such as drunkenness, gambling, and prostitution. In its ardor, revolutionary tragic comedy touches the average citizen, for whom politics becomes as real, as pressing, as unavoidable as food and drink, their job, and the weather. On taking power, the radicals ruled through dictatorship and rough and ready centralization. The characteristic form of this supreme authority is that of a committee. The Council of State in England, the Committee of Public Safety in France. At some point in these revolutions, the process of transfer of power from right to left ceases. The groups, even more radical than those in power, are suppressed. In France, the Herbertists are sent to the guillotine. In Russia, the Kronstadt rebellion is crushed. At least in France and Russia, the accusation of radicals is also accompanied by a decline in political participation measured in votes cast as ordinarily peaceful. Humdrum men and women favoring moderation find no outlet in their political beliefs. Along with centralization, lethal force, and suppression of opposition, rule by committee, radical policies include the spreading of the gospel of the revolution to other countries. This is found not only in the Russian and French revolutions, but even 17th century England, where Edward Saxby proposed that the French radicals in Bordeaux a republican constitution, which was to be called the Accord de People, an adaptation of the English Agreement of the People. These attempts seldom make a significant impact, as the revolutionaries are usually too poor and too occupied at home. Thermidor. The radical reign of terror crisis period is fairly soon replaced by a Thermidor period, a period of relaxation from revolutionary policies of or convalescence from the fever of radicalism. Thermidor is named for the period following the fall of Maximilian Robespierre of the French Revolution. In Russia, the new economic policy of 1921 can be called Russia's Thermidor, and perhaps the best date for that period is in England is Cromwell's dissolution of the Rump. The Thermidor is characterized by the establishment of a tyrant, an unconstitutional ruler brought to power by revolution, the silken threads of habit, tradition, legality having been broken. Men must be held together in a society by the iron chains of dictatorship. Restoration of many pre-revolutionary ways. In Russia, this meant the abandonment of the Bolshevik avant-garde stance against the institution of the family, formerly disparaged as a stuffy little nest breeding selfishness, jealousy, love and property, indifference towards the great needs of society. The Bolshevik regime restored roadblocks to divorce, laws against homosexuality, and moderated its anti-religious, anti-Eastern Orthodox Church stance. Reaction against Puritanism of the Revolution. In England, the Restoration comedy that appeared after the Revolution is now a symbol of naughtiness. In France, the post-revolutionary directory era was known as a boom time for reopened dance halls and swaggering jeunesse dorée. During the new economic policy in Soviet Russia, advertising began to appear, as did a new class of entrepreneurs known as the netmen, who were reputed to be exceptionally vulgar, profiting, hearing crude, and noisy. The replacement of the missionary spirit to spread the revolution by aggressive nationalism. In England, Cromwell reconquered Ireland, seized Jamaica. In France, Napoleon created an empire. America did not have a proper reign of terror and virtue, but the decade of the 1780s displayed in incomplete forms of some of the marks of Thermidor, as evidenced by the complaint of the historian J.F. Jameson. The sober Americans of 1784 lamented the spirit of speculation which war and its attendant disturbances had generated, the restlessness of the young, disrespect for tradition and authority, increase in crime, the frivolity of extravagance of society. Lasting results. Brinton finds the lasting results of the revolution disappointing. In France, the revolution did away with old overlapping jurisdictions, the confusions of the compromises inherited from the thousand-year struggle between crown and feudal nobility. Weights and measures that varied from region to region, indeed from town to town, were replaced with the metric system. Also gone was the non-decimal coinage, unsuited for long division. Some antiquated practices were also eliminated in England. In Russia, the Bolsheviks brought industrialization and eventually the Sputnik space satellite. Confiscated land stayed in the hands of the new owners for the most part, redistributed land to many small independent peasants in France, and Puritan businessmen and clergymen in England. Remaining essentially untouched were day-to-day social relations between husband and wife and children. Attempts at establishing new religions and personal habits came to naught. The revolution's results looked rather petty as measured by the brotherhood of man and the achievements of justice on this earth. The blood of the martyrs seems hardly necessary to establish decimal coinage. Comparisons. Brinton concludes that despite their ambition, the political revolutions he studied brought much less lasting social changes than the disruptions and the changes of what is loosely called the Industrial Revolution and the top-down reforms of Mustafa Kemal's reforms in Turkey and the Meiji Restoration in the post-World War II MacArthur era in Japan. Limitations of the theory. Brinton admits that the revolution is one of the looser words. Must a revolution always be violent? Can it occur by consent? As in the UK general election of 1945, he is unsure. He assumes that the U.S. is a stable society in the midst of societies undergoing revolutionary change. The U.S. looks like a stable society in which a real revolution is highly unlikely. This is disputed then and later by, among others, Murray Friedman, Lee Edwards, Paul Craig Roberts, Bernard Stroessner, Mario Annuti, Carl Diegler, who wrote of the U.S. Civil War as a second American Revolution and of the Great Depression as a third revolution. Brinton asserts that the Great Russian Revolution is quite over, finished. Also, revolutions end in a return to an equilibrium. The stable Russian society should finally emerge, no longer in the midst of perpetual nightmare. Abundance seems on its way in the 1960s. Like most, he failed to notice the internal contradictions which caused the USSR collapse just 25 years later. Brinton called his book a work of systemization still in its infancy. There was a necessity for a more rigorous treatment of the problems involved. Wider uniformities will someday emerge from more complete studies. He admitted to a lack of objectivity. Absolute detachment is a polar region unfit for human life. With reference to points 2 and 3 above, it is widely accepted that Polities cannot always be on the rise in a stable fashion. Okay, so the first ones we were talking about were time repetitive cycles, cycles that repeated based on time structures uh, in years that had certain elements of time that caused them to be repetitive. So this last one, this book by Brinton was just looking at similarities of revolutions, and you will look at societal collapse and state collapse. These also are not necessarily like repetitive time-based cycles. So the repetitive time-based cycles, they just constantly recur due to certain repetitive phenomenon that forces that come up against each other and cause them to repeat. You could try to put societal collapse and state collapse on that time-like basis, but here we're just looking at common factors historically. So if you're looking now, so like God forbid, we see the Strauss and Howe, where reaching the phase, we're in the phase of the downturn um, of the 80-year cycle, um, and possibly the K wave cycle. We're also approaching the downfall in that 60-year cycle and the historical precedents and other things like the technological cycles and various things. So now we're just going to look at comparisons of similarities in state and societal collapses. And I mean, God forbid, I think it's very relevant to what's going on. And like Steve Bannon is a proprietor of Strauss and Howe's theory of the fourth turning. But let's look at just generic things that happen during state collapse. Let me just pour a tea. There's not much action on YouTube these days. If you want to hear Duva, talk or conversations, on Twitter, when I'm in a Twitter space, it's more likely because I mean it doesn't happen very often. Like people aren't on YouTube and see people talking and join and have conversations. Um, so, like I shared at the beginning, more of my actions, conversations are happening on Twitter Spaces. Okay, state collapse. State collapse is a sudden dissolution of a sovereign state. It is often used to describe extreme situations in which the state institutions dissolve rapidly. When a new regime moves in, often led by the military, civil society typically fails to rally around the central government, and the societal actors fend for themselves at the local level. Neighboring states interfere politically, sometimes harboring dissidents within their borders, and the informal economy becomes dominant, operating beyond the control of the state and further undermining potential reconstruction. Definitions and example. While the definition of failed state and fragile state have been contested for being too broad and vague, foreign policy experts such as Charles Call have advocated focusing on extreme cases of collapsed states, instead defining countries whose state apparatuses cease to exist for a period of several months. According to Call, between 1995 and 2005, the main examples of collapsed states included Somalia, which had a sustained collapse from 1990 to 2004, the Soviet Union in 1991, Yugoslavia in 1992, and possibly Afghanistan from 1992 to 1995. Recent scholarship has focused on identifying measurable dimensions of state capacity, building on the institutionalist approach associated with Max Weber. David Lambach, Eva Johace, and Marcus Bayer have thus defined state collapse as the inability to make and enforce binding rules, maintain a monopoly on violence, and collect taxes. Using this framework, Lambach identified 17 collapsed states between 1960 and 2007. The majority of cases were in sub-Saharan Africa, involving armed rebellion in countries including Chad, Uganda, Liberia, Somalia, Angola, Zaire, Guinea-Bissau, and Sierra Leone, plus Congo, Kinshasa, which collapsed following decolonization from Belgium. The dissolution of the Soviet Union led to state collapse in Georgia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Tajikistan. Other cases of state collapse occurred in Laos, following an attack backed by the United States, which led to partitioning of the country into spheres of influence. Lebanon, which went through a full-scale civil war, in Afghanistan, where insurgents challenged the communist regime and moved against Soviet intervention. Theories and causes. In 2020, Johannes, Bayer, and Lambach proposed a dynamic model of the causes of state collapse. In their article in Global Change, Peace, and Security, they argue that state collapse happens when opposition groups arm themselves and mobilize against the government. Political transitions such as decolonization or regime change cause existing power structures to be questioned. Politics prolong power struggles and undermine existing institutions. Repression causes extreme distrust between rulers and the rest of society. Factionalism obstructs strengthening of state policies. Loss of cohesion within the ruling elite erodes the monopolization of violence. Rulemaking and tax collection and external interventions contribute to destabilization. Cyclical theories. Islamic scholar Ibn Khaldun produced a general theory of state collapse, transforming the study of history into a new science. In his eyes, dynasties repeatedly became sedentary, senile, coercive, pompous, subservient to desire, liable to divisions in the dynasty. Group feelings disappears as the dynasty grows senile. After 3 generations, a new invading clique, restless, alert, and courageous, will cause the old dynasty to collapse. In accordance with the principles of the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 4, God visits the sins of the father unto the children, even unto the third and fourth generation of those who hate him. Ibn Khaldun was fatalistic. This senility is a chronic disease which cannot be cured because it is something natural. Professor Jeff Mulgan discusses Ibn Khaldun in detail and agrees on the time scale. There are obvious parallels between the lifespans of individuals and those of the ruling groups. In the case of the USSR, Marx's revolutionary wave had formed in which several subordinate regimes in Eastern Europe and Africa collapsed almost simultaneously with the central power. Mass psychology. The Japanese philosopher Hajime Tanabe points to the quasi-religious role of the state to mediate between mortal individuals and the eternal universe, so that states regularly collapse like religious figures. They must undergo a process of death and resurrection. In his view, this may account for the perennial popularity of states because they regularly demonstrate their ability to transcend death. Psychologists speak of a Masada complex that may drive fanatics to a suicidal, violent last stand. In a totalitarian state of or a idiocracy, individuals may develop a closed mind and an authoritarian personality, making them more likely to resist threats to the incumbent regime. According to psychologist Eric Fromm, it is possible for an entire nation, if they all share the same vices and errors, to become insane. A folly of millions, inhumane treatment by the rulers inevitably leads to collapse. Despots and ruling cliques can succeed in dominating and exploiting their fellow man, but their subjects react with apathy, impairment of intelligence, initiative, and skills, and they react by the accumulation of such hate and destructiveness as to bring about an end to themselves, their rulers, and their system. If man lives under conditions contrary to his nature and to human growth and sanity, he cannot help reacting. Democratic decay. Mark Blyth alleges that democracy can also collapse if voters don't get what they want and merely affirm the status quo. In these circumstances, voters deprived of real choice might opt for the least democratic option. In a divided, collapsing country, lacking civil institutions, or in a closed country attempting reform and openness, the process of democratization is dangerous and may hasten collapse. Increasing coercion and dictatorship in the USSR and apartheid South Africa, the state became evil or tyrannical, destroying the institutions of civil society. And in Somalia between 1970 and 1991, Said Barre changed from prophetic rule to autocracy to tyranny. In this context, John Kenneth Galbraith regrets the very slight amount of research on the nature of political power. Power regularly passes to those who assert the unknown with the greatest conviction, not necessarily related to intelligence, but what we call power is, in practice, the illusion of power, discussing how the powerless Mahatma Gandhi brought about the collapse of the military powerful British India. Galbraith reflects that power, mostly seen as a possession of states and their leaders, would be better viewed as a flow into and away from those instruments that enforce it. Martin Wright deplored the demonic concentration of power of the defeated countries in the two world wars. A devout Christian, he saw their triumphant self-destruction as antichrist moments. Messianic leadership style. According to the political scientist, in idiocracy, there must be a ruthless, charismatic leader. The leader is the movement, and all individuals are required to submit to and worship him. Followers who lead barren, insecure, frustrated lives obey the leader, not through faith in his vision of a promised land, but because he leads them away from their unwanted self. When collapse threatens, he may insist on a fight to the finish. Hitler, according to the Walter Langer, had a messiah complex and saw himself as the savior of Germany who performed miracles with the economy. He was unnaturally fond of his mother to the extent that Germany became a mother symbol. His drive to destroy was an unconscious attempt to resolve the Oedipus complex and the injustices of his childhood. He dismantled the German state and replaced it with a war machine. He was swept along by a tide of events. Mussolini, according to Dennis Max Smith was an actor playing the part that Italians wanted him to be. He was vindictive, sadistic, impulsive, proud, and cruel, full of demonic willfulness, and he did not know right from wrong. When in 1944 he led a puppet state in northern Italy, he divided Italy into two and initiated 18 months of terrible civil war. Ken Livingstone has compared Slobodan Milosevic to Hitler for his racism and expansionist goals. Saddam Hussein, who also suffered from a messiah complex, was similar. Hitler was not one of a kind as long as millions of people passionately long for his return. It is only a matter of time until their wish is fulfilled. Nicholas Sekazu went mad as early as 1971, according to John Sweeney. When blind to his own messianism, he attempted to recreate North Korean totalitarianism in Romania. He played the king in the role of the chosen one and savior. Neglect, corruption, and incompetence. Managerial incapacity, failing to meet popular needs, causes dissatisfaction. If the government avoids necessary choices, practices only defensive politics, and represses the protests with tyranny, the state is likely to implode. This was the case in Chad when it collapsed in 1980 and in Ghana in 1981. Tsar Nicholas II, crowned at an early age of 26, was untrained in governance. Grand Duke Vladimir's son Cyril was a rival candidate for the throne. Liberals and revolutionaries challenged his autocracy. By 1916, he had become apathetic, dominated by the Tsarina and Rasputin, a Christ in the image of the rejected and agonizing monarchy. Few political scientists credibly predicted the collapse of the Soviet Union or agreed on its causes. In hindsight, Leonid Fatuni lists poverty, hunger, regional conflicts, ethnic wars, deindustrialization, foreign debt, elite corruption, disease epidemics, refugee problems, environmental issues as causes. Military takeover. Armed forces may take over a collapsing state by coup d'etat. Some military regimes are able to reverse a downward spiral, but if they fail to do so, must rely even more on coercion and control. The regime falls into a vacuum it has created. This occurred in Uganda under Idi Amin in 1979 and in Somalia in 1991. Absence of legitimacy. Legitimacy refers to popular belief in or acceptance of an authority, thus it includes any leader achieving popularity at any given moment. When the state fails to reward the people with civil rights, participation, accountability, and oversight, legitimacy fades and collapse may occur. In Afghanistan, the non-inclusive 2004 constitution, the international coalition's focus on power consolidation at the expense of democracy, and President Ashraf Ghani's narrow circle of support caused the regime to fall in 2021 as it lacked legitimacy in the eyes of the people. In the USSR, the 1991 Soviet coup d'etat attempt was foiled not by Gorbachev regime but by Boris Yeltsin and other reformers. Gorbachev never recovered from this blow to his legitimacy. Newly independent states. Such states are especially vulnerable to a collapse as the people may not accept or understand the principles of legitimacy or nationhood. In Mozambique, the Frelimo government lost legitimacy when the army refused to fight in the Civil War. State collapse is prevalent in much of post-colonial Africa and has occurred in two waves in the 1980s, the second decade of independence in Chad, Uganda, and Ghana, and a decade later in Somalia and Liberia. Other states subvert or invade. Collapse is marked by the loss of control of political space. Neighbor states may intervene directly in a collapsing state, or they may host dissident movements. The collapse of Afghanistan in 2021 was only possible because the Taliban were sheltered in Pakistan. Idi Amin was forced out of Uganda by Ugandan exiles, combined with the invasion by Tanzania. Economic collapse or decline. In a collapsing state, the economy may shrink because the black economy overshadows the formal, more controlled economy, and peripheral areas may prefer to use a neighbor state currency, as in Chad, Ethiopia in the 1980s and in Zaire in the 1990s. In the case of post-World War I Austria, the loss of pre-war markets of the Austro-Hungarian Empire encouraged fears of economic decline. Thus, the idea of Anschluss with Germany and Austria's downfall by German invasion in 1938. In the Soviet Union, the dramatic drop of the price of oil in 1985 and 6 and the Reagan administration's escalation of the arms race, they can't sustain military spending the way we can, overstretch the USSR economy. While the economy of the apartheid South Africa was weakened by sanctions, banking and other boycotts, disinvestment, and shareholder activism. Ethnic and regional tensions, loss of territorial control is a vital characteristic of state collapse. If the components of a society are neglected, they may oppose the center of power and fend for themselves. If civil war results, the state loses its monopoly on violence, and force becomes privatized under warlords, paramilitary, or guerrilla units. The Socialist Federalist Republic of Yugoslavia collapsed in the 1990s when its 6 socialist republics broke apart to become separate countries. Though Slovenia seceded peacefully, civil wars broke out in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo, then parts of Serbia due to nationalist elites manipulating communal tensions. The ethnic discrimination of the apartheid system in South Africa ended through negotiations between the governing National Party, the African National Congress, and other political organizations, resulting in South Africa's first non-racial election, which was won by the African National Congress. Foreign war. Misbegotten wars, when serving as culmination points of a more general national decline, can be fatal, says Robert Kaplan. Participating in World War I was a decisive factor in the collapse of Ottoman Turkey, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and Russia in 1917. Wars of secession. In an absolute monarchy, a disputed succession to the throne can cause the utter collapse of royal authority. The War of the Roses ended with the Lancastrian dynasty and the Battle of Tewkesbury in 1471 and led to the downfall of Richard III and the Yorkist line at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485. Dependence on outside support in Angola in the 1980s, aid from the USSR was the principal cause of collapse, turning the ruling elite into unpopular worshippers of foreign divinities. Soon afterwards, the USSR itself collapsed in part due to the demands of the main sponsor, the USA. The 2010 Haiti earthquake caused a surge in aid, which created a huge parallel government run by NGOs and contractors, destroyed weak institutions, inflated wages, rents, and prices beyond the reach of local businesses, and gave the Haitian government no incentive to undertake necessary reforms. Regeneration. Either the incumbent regime itself or an extremist reactionary group dissatisfied with its performance may attempt to postpone or avoid collapse by regenerating popular support. At the end of the dynasty, there often appears some show of power, giving the impression that the dynasty's senility has been made to disappear. It lights up brilliantly just before it is extinguished, like a candle which leaps up brilliantly just before it is put out. To do so, they may have to take heroic measures. Throughout history, they have always been, in the event of defeat, two paths of action. The one aims at saving enough of the substance as possible, the other at leaving behind a stirring legend. According to Piklowitz and Penn, they may rethink or adapt the ideology or replace it by a completely new set of ideals. For example, in Poland, according to Piklowitz and Penn, communist idiocracy failed in 1980. The recognition of Lech Walesa's Solidarity Trade Union led to a military coup and authoritarian military rule. According to Sabina Ramet, regenerative changes occurred in Yugoslavia in the 1980s when the communist ideology was replaced by a nationalistic drive for a greater Serbia and by an anti-bureaucratic revolution in support of the Slobodan Milosevic, the Young Turk coup of 1908 and the 1991 Soviet coup d'etat attempt, and the financial industrial reforms of Sergei Witt in Imperial Russia were all aimed at regenerating causes which were nearing collapse. Marina Ottaway discusses the collapse of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman Empire in 1918, British India in 1947, the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, and the collapse of South Africa's white supremacist government in 1993, of Czechoslovakia the following year, and of Yugoslavia. Possible consequences of collapse. State collapse is not necessarily anarchy. Failed state. Attempts at restructuring from within or without are unsuccessful. Long-term absence of a viable government results. Services are absent and national borders are unprotected, as in Haiti, Somalia, Yemen, and South Sudan. A failed state can be taken over by outside forces or descend into chaos. Annexation by another state, as in the Austrian Anschluss of 1938 of Germany. Fragmentation, balkanization. The partition of India in 1947 led to the creation of two independent nations, India and Pakistan. When Ottoman Turkey collapsed at the end of World War I, it lost territory, including what became Syria, Iraq, and Palestine. The collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire gave rise to Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and the Austrian Republic, while Slovenia and Croatia became part of Yugoslavia. Nazi Germany in 1945 fragmented East and West Germany, while Pomerania and Silesia became part of Poland. The USSR breakup led to regional wars in the newly created states of Tajikistan, Moldova, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. Genocide, God forbid. The prospect and chaos of state collapse provides fearful elites with motives and opportunity to kill en masse through the planning and implementation of genocide may be hampered by reduced resources. When defeat appeared inevitable, Hitler ordered the killing of invalids, gypsies, Russians, and Jews in the final solution. In Ottoman Turkey, estimates for the death toll in the Armenian genocide vary between 300,000 and 1.5 million. The partition of India displaced between 10 and 15 million Sikhs, Hindus, and Muslims, creating overwhelming refugee crisis. There was large-scale violence, with estimates of loss of life accompanying or preceding the partition disputed and varying between several hundred thousand and 2 million. The former Yugoslavia collapse led to state failure, and ethnic cleansing and genocide erupted. Ethnic cleansing, refugee crisis, or diaspora. State collapse in most cases incur humanitarian tragedies, ending in massive outflows of refugees and others. Africa leads the world in refugee crisis, especially in Somalia and Rwanda, and elsewhere Bosnia and Haiti. Early examples include the flight and expulsion of the Germans from areas now part of Poland and Russia, the revival process when the People's Republic of Bulgaria collapsed, the white emigres who left Russia after the Tsarist regime fell, and the South African diaspora after the collapse of apartheid. Reconstruction and regime change. Collapsed states are now expected to be rebuilt territorially intact and along democratic lines with the help of multilateral organizations and bilateral donors. State reconstruction involves 5 basic elements: a central political authority, control of borders, control of national territories, sufficient control and supply of resources to maintain the state, availability of state agents sufficient to execute policy. Anyone attempting this in Somalia would have to disarm thousands of gunmen, stop the arms trafficking, set up a system of justice, and rebuild the economy, all against opposition of warlords, extremists, and smugglers. In 1946, the Diet ratified a new constitution of Japan. The new constitution, drafted by Americans, allowed access and control over the Japanese military through MacArthur and the Allied occupation of Japan. These political projects drew much of its inspiration from the U.S. Bill of Rights, New Deal, social legislation, the liberal constitutions of several European states, and even the Soviet Union. Justice, guilt, and denialism. Collapse may be followed by formal or informal efforts at justice, such as the Nuremberg trials and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa. Slobodan Milosevic and Saddam Hussein were also tried in court. Germany has faced up to its German collective guilt and legacy of shame for the Hitler years in such media portrayals as downfield. Denial has been a common reaction in post-collapse nations. In post-apartheid South Africa, white liberals were more likely to feel guilt feelings than conservatives. Some have refused to accept responsibility for massacres, as in Holocaust denial, the myth of the clean Wehrmacht, and the Armenian genocide denial. A fictitious explanation for the collapse of the German Empire in 1918 was found in the stab in the back myth. In the longer term, the collapse of the Ottomans in 1918 had long-term consequences, triggering most of the problems that plague the Middle East today. Hegemony of the Middle East has been subject to quarrels between British, French, Israeli, American, Arab nationalists, Saudi, and Iranian interests ever since. Sebastian Haffner has argued that Hitler, whether we like it or not, created many features of post-war war, including the state of Israel, the end of European empires, the division of Germany, and the joint hegemony of the U.S. and the USSR. Okay, and now finally, we'll look at societal collapse. Actually, we got one more after that. We're going to look at economic cycles also. So we'll end with a look at cycles. So just catch my breath here. Okay, so a lot of research took me a little longer. I had a few other papers that I prepared, but I'll probably just get through one after all these, wiki entries, but a lot of important information. So you got to know a lot of history. Like, God forbid, to understand these things at a greater scale, world history, modern geopolitics. There's a lot of information here. So just reading through, let the words leave my mouth. say, in honor to be useful to other people for the public intellectual discourse. Societal collapse, also known as civilizational collapse or systems collapse, is the fall of a complex human society characterized by the loss of cultural identity and a social complexity as an adaptive system. The downfall of government and the rise of violence. Possible causes of societal collapse include natural catastrophe, war, pestilence, famine, economic collapse, population decline, or overshoot, mass migration, incompetent leaders, and sabotage by rival civilization. A collapsed society may revert to a more primitive state, be absorbed into a stronger society, or completely disappear. Virtually all civilizations have suffered such a fate, regardless of the size or complexity. Most never recover, such as the Western and Eastern Roman empires, the Maya civilization, and the Easter Island civilization. However, some of them later revived and transformed, such as China, Greece, and Egypt. Anthropologists, historians, and sociologists have proposed a variety of explanations for the collapse of civilizations, including causative factors such as environmental degradation, depletion of resources, cost of rising complexity, invasions, disease, decay of social cohesion, growing inequality, extractive features, long-term decline of cognitive abilities, loss of creativity, and misfortune. However, complete extinction of a culture is not inevitable, and in some cases, new societies that arise from the ashes of the old one are evidently its offspring, despite a dramatic reduction in sophistication. Moreover, the influence of a collapsed society, such as the Western Roman Empire, may linger on after its death. The study of societal collapse, collapsology, is a topic for specialists of history, anthropology, sociology, and political science. More recently, they are joined by experts in cleodynamics and the study of complex systems. Okay, God bless, last Australian. Hare Krishna. Concept. Joseph Taintner framed societal collapse in the collapse of complex societies, 1988, a seminal and founding work on the academic discipline of societal collapse. He elaborates that collapse is a broad term, but in the sense of societal collapse, he views it as a political process. He further narrows societal collapse as a rapid process within a few decades of substantial loss of social political structure, giving the fall of Western Roman Empire as the most widely known instance of collapse in the Western world. Others, particularly in response to the popular Collapse 2005 by Jared Diamond, and more recently have argued that societies discussed as cases of collapse are better understood through resilience and societal transformations or reorganization, especially if a collapse is understood as a complete end of a political system, which, according to Shmuel Eisenstadt, has not taken place at any point. Eisenstadt also points out that a clear differentiation between total or partial decline and possibilities of regeneration is crucial for the preventative purposes of the study of societal collapse. This frame of reference often rejects the term collapse and critiques the notion that cultures simply vanish when the political structures that organize labor for large archaeological prominent projects do. For example, when the ancient Mayas are often touted as a prime example of collapse, in reality, this reorganization was simply the result of the removal of a political system of divine kingship, largely in the eastern lowlands, as many cities in the western highlands of Mesoamerica maintained the system of divine kingships into the 16th century. The Maya continue to maintain cultural and linguistic continuity into the present day. Societal longevity. The social scientist Luke Kemp analyzed dozens of civilizations which he defined as society with agriculture, multiple cities, military dominance in its geographical region, and continuous political structures from 3000 BC to 600 AD, and calculated that the average lifespan of civilization is close to 340 years. Of them, the most durable were the Kushite Kingdom in Northeast Africa, 1150 years, the Aksumite Empire of East Africa, 1100 years, and the Vedic civilization, South Asia, and the Olmecs of Mesoamerica, both 1000 years. And the shortest lived were the Nanda Empire of India, 24, and the Qin Dynasty of China, 14 years. A statistical analysis of empires by complex systems specialist Samuel Arbsman suggested that collapse is generally a random event and does not depend on age. This is analogous to what evolutionary biologists call the Red Queen hypothesis, which asserts that for a species in a harsh ecology, extinction is a persistent possibility. Contemporary discussion about societal collapse are seeking resilience by suggesting societal transformation. Causes of collapse. Because human societies are complex systems, common factors may contribute to the decline that are economical, environmental, demographic, social, and cultural. and they may cascade into another and build up to the point that could overwhelm any mechanism that would otherwise maintain stability. Unexpected and abrupt changes, which experts call nonlinearities, are some of the warning signs. In some cases, natural disasters may precipitate a collapse. Other factors, such as Malthusian catastrophe, overpopulation, or resource depletion, might be contributory factors of collapse, but studies of past societies seem to suggest that these factors did not cause the collapse alone. Significant inequality and exposed corruption may combine with a lack of loyalty to established political institutions and result in the oppressed lower class rising up and seizing power from a smaller wealthy elite. In a revolution, the diversity of forms that societies evolve corresponds to a diversity in their failures. Jared Diamond suggests that societies have collapsed through deforestation, loss of soil fertility, restrictions of trade, and other rising endemic violence. In the case of Western Roman Empire, some argue that it did not collapse but merely transformed. Natural disasters and climate change. Archaeologists have identified signs of mega drought which lasted for millennia between 5,000 and 4,000 years ago in Africa and Asia. The drying of the Green Sahara not only turned it into a desert, but also disrupted the monsoon season in the South and Southeast Asia and caused flooding in East Asia, which prevented successful harvest and the development of complex culture. It coincided with and may have caused the decline of the fall of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley Civilization. The dramatic shift in climate is known as the 4.2 kiloyear event. The highly advanced Indus Valley Civilization took root about 3000 BC in what is now northwest India and Pakistan and collapsed around 1700 BC. Since the Indus script has yet to be deciphered, the causes of its deurbanization remain a mystery, but there is some evidence pointing to natural disasters. Signs of a gradual decline began to emerge in 1900 BC, and 2 centuries later, most of the cities had been abandoned. Archaeological evidence suggests an increase in interpersonal violence and infectious diseases like leprosy and tuberculosis. Historians and archaeologists believe that the severe and long-lasting drought and decline in trade with Egypt and Mesopotamia caused the collapse. Evidence for earthquakes also has been discovered. Sea level changes are also found at 2 possible seaports sites along the Marcan coast, which are now inland. Earthquakes may have contributed to the decline of several sites by direct shaking damage or by changes in the sea level or in water supply. Volcanic eruptions can abruptly influence the climate. During a large eruption, sulfur dioxide is expelled into the stratosphere, which could stay for years and gradually get excised into sulfur aerosols. Being highly reflected, sulfur aerosols reduce the incident sunlight and cool the Earth's surface. By drilling into glaciers and ice sheet, scientists can access the archives of the history of the atmospheric composition. A team of multidisciplinary researchers led by Joseph McConnell of the Desert Research Institute in Reno, Nevada, deduced that the volcanic eruption occurred in 43 BC, a year after the assassination of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC, which left a power vacuum and led to bloody civil wars. According to historical accounts, it was also a period of poor weather, crop failures, widespread famine, and disease. Analysis of tree rings and cave stalagmites from different parts of the globe provided complementary data. The northern hemisphere got drier, but the southern hemisphere became wetter. Indeed, the Greek historian Appian recorded that there was a lack of flooding in Egypt, which also faced famine and pestilence. Rome's interest in Egypt as a source of food intensified, and the aforementioned problems and civil unrest weakened Egypt's ability to resist. Egypt came under Roman rule after Cleopatra committed suicide in 30 BC. While it's difficult to say for certain whether Egypt would have become a Roman province if Akhmet volcano in modern-day Alaska had not erupted, the eruption likely hastened the process. More generally, recent research pointed to climate change as a key player in the decline and fall of historical societies in China, the Middle East, Europe, and Americas. In fact, paleoclimatological temperature reconstruction suggests that historical periods of social unrest, societal collapse, and population crash and significant climate change often occur simultaneously. A team of researchers from mainland China and Hong Kong were able to establish a causal connection between climate change and large-scale human crisis in pre-industrial times. Short-term crises may be caused by societal problems, but climate change was the ultimate cause of major crises, starting with economic depression. Moreover, since agriculture is highly dependent on climate, any changes to the regional climate from the optimum can induce crop failure. The Mongol conquest corresponded to a period of cooling in the northern hemisphere between the 13th and 14th century, when the medieval warm period was giving way to the Little Ice Age, which caused ecological stress. In Europe, the cooling climate did not directly facilitate the Black Death, but it caused wars, mass migration, and famine, which helped disease spread. A more recent example is the general crisis of the 17th century in Europe, which was a period of inclement weather, crop failure, economic hardship, extreme intergroup violence, and high mortality because of the Little Ice Age. The Maunder Minium involves sunspots being exceedingly rare. Episodes of social instability track the cooling with a time lapse of up to 15 years, and many developed into armed conflicts such as the 30 Years' War, which started as a war of secession to the Bohemian throne. Animosity between Protestants and Catholics and the Holy Roman Emperor added fuel to the fire. Soon it escalated into a huge conflict that involved all major European powers and devastated much of Germany. When the war had ended, some religions of the empire had seen their populations drop by as much as 70%. However, not all societies faced crisis during this period. Tropical countries with high carrying capacities and trading economies did not suffer much because the changing climate did not induce an economic depression in those places. Foreign invasion and mass migration. Between 4000 and 3000 BC, Neolithic populations in Western Eurasia declined, probably due to the plague and other viral hemorrhagic fevers. The decline was followed by the Indo-European migrations around 3000 BC. People of the pastoralist Yamnaya culture in the Pontic Caspian steppe, who had high levels of WSH ancestry, embarked on a massive expansion through Eurasia, which is considered to be associated with the dispersal of the Indo-European languages by most contemporary linguists, archaeologists, and geneticists. The expansion of the WSH resulted in a virtual disappearance of the Y DNA of early European farmers from the European gene pool, significantly altering the cultural and genetic landscape of Europe. EEF mtDNA, however, remained frequent, suggesting admixture between WSH males and EEF females. In the 3rd century BC, a Eurasian nomadic people, the Xiongnu, began threatening China's frontier, but at the end of the 1st century BC, they had been completely expelled. They had turned their attention westward and displaced various tribes in eastern and central Europe, which led to a cascade of events. Attila rose to power as leader of the Huns and initiated a campaign of invasions and looting and went far as Gaul, modern-day France. Attila's Huns were clashing with the Roman Empire, which had already been divided into two halves for ease of administration, the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire. Despite managing to stop Attila at the Battle of Chalons in 451 AD, the Romans were unable to prevent Attila from attacking Roman Italy the next year. Northern Italian cities like Milan were ravaged. The Huns never again posed a threat to Romans after Attila's death, but the rise of the Huns also forced the Germanic peoples out of their territories and made those groups press their way into parts of France, Spain, Italy, and even as far south as North Africa. The city of Rome itself came under attack of the Visigoths in 410 and was plundered by the Vandals in 455. A combination of internal strife, economic weakness, and restlessness invasion by the Germanic peoples pushed the Western Roman Empire into terminal decline. The last Western Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was dethroned in 476 by the German Odoacer, who declared himself king of Italy. In the 11th century, North Africa's populous and flourishing civilization collapsed after it had been exhausted its resources in internal fighting and suffering devastation from the invasion of the Bedouin tribes of the Banu Salim and the Banu Hilal. Ibn Khaldun note that all of the lands ravaged by the Banu Hilal invaders had become arid desert. In 1206, a warlord achieved dominance over all the Mongols with the title Genghis Khan and began his campaign of territorial expansion. The Mongols, highly flexible and mobile cavalry, enabled them to conquer their enemies with efficiency and swiftness. In the brutal pillaging that followed Mongol invasions during the 13th and 14th centuries, the invaders decimated the populations of China, Russia, and the Middle East, and Islamic Central Asia. Later, Mongol leaders such as Timur destroyed many cities, slaughtered thousands of people, and irreparably damaged the ancient immigration systems of Mesopotamia. The invasions transformed a settler society to a nomadic one. In China, for example, a combination of war, famine, and pestilence during the Mongol conquest half the population, a decline of around 55 million people. The Mongols also displaced large numbers of people and created power vacuums. The Khmer Empire went into decline and was replaced by the Thais, who were pushed southward by the Mongols. The Vietnamese, who succeeded in defeating the Mongols, also turned their attention to the south and by 1471 began to subjugate the Chams. When Vietnam's later the Dynasty went in decline in the 1700s. 1700s, a bloody civil war erupted between the Tring family in the north and the Nguyen family in the south. More Chan provinces were seized by the Nguyen warlords. Finally, Nguyen An emerged victorious and declared himself Emperor of Vietnam, changing the name from Anan with the title Gia Long and established the Nguyen dynasty, the last remaining principality of Champa, Panduranga, modern-day Phan Vietnam, surviving until 1832 when Emperor Minh Mang conquered it centuries after China-Vietnamese wars. Vietnam's policy of assimilation involved the forced feeding of pork to Muslims and beef to Hindus, which fueled resentment. An uprising followed in the first and only war between Vietnam and the jihadists until it was crushed. Famine, economic depression, internal strife. Around 1210 BC, the new kingdom of Egypt shipped large amounts of grain to the disintegrating Hittite Empire. Thus, there had been a food shortage in Anatolia, but not the Nile Valley. However, that soon changed, although Egypt managed to deliver a decisive and final defeat to the Sea Peoples at the Battle of Zios. Egypt itself went into steep decline. The collapse of all other societies in the eastern Mediterranean disrupted established trade routes and caused widespread economic depression. Government workers became underpaid, which resulted in the first labor strike in recorded history and undermined royal authority. There was also political infighting between different factions of the government. Bad harvests from the reduced flooding of the Nile led to major famine. Food prices rose to 8 times their normal values and occasionally even reached 24 times. Runaway inflation followed. Attacks by the Libyans and the Nubians made things even worse. Throughout the 20th dynasty, Egypt evolved from a major power in the Mediterranean to a deeply divided and weakened state, which later came to be ruled by the Libyans and the Nubians. Between 41 and 221 BC, the periods of the warring states in China ended by King Zhen of the Qin dynasty succeeding in defeating 6 competing factions and thus becoming the first Chinese emperor, titled Qin Shi Huang. Ruthless but efficient ruler, he raised a disciplined and professional army and introduced a significant number of reforms, such as unifying the language and creating a single currency and system of measurement. In addition, he funded dam constructions and began building the first segment of what was to become the Great Wall of China to defend his realm against northern nomads. Nevertheless, internal feuds and rebellions made his empire fall apart after his death in 210 BC. In the early 14th century, Britain suffered repeated rounds of crop failures from unusually heavy rainfall and flooding. Much livestock either starved or was drowned. Food prices skyrocketed, and King Edward II attempted to rectify the situation by imposing price controls, but vendors simply refused to sell at such low prices. In any case, the act was abolished by the Lincoln Parliament in 1316. Soon people from commoners to nobles were finding themselves short of food. Many resorted to begging, crime, and eating animals they otherwise would not eat. People in northern England had to deal with raids from Scotland. There were even reports of cannibalism. In continental Europe, things were at least just as bad. The Great Famine 1315 to 17 coincided with the medieval warm period. At the start of the Little Ice Ages, some historians suspect that the change in climate was due to Mount Tauwera in New Zealand erupting in 1314. The Great Famine was, however, only one of the calamities striking Europe that century, as the Hundred Years' War and the Black Death would soon follow. Recent analysis of tree rings complement historical records that show that the summers of 13, 14, and 16 were some of the wettest on record over a 700-year period. Disease outbreaks. Historically, the dawn of agriculture led to the rise of contagious diseases. Compared to their hunter-gathering counterparts, agrarian societies tended to be sedentary, have higher population densities, be in frequent contact with livestock, and be more exposed to contaminated water supplies and higher concentrations of garbage. Poor sanitation, lack of medical knowledge, superstition, and sometimes a combination of disaster exacerbated the problem. The journalist Michael Rosenwald wrote that history shows the past pandemics have reshaped societies in profound ways. Hundreds of millions of people have died, empires have fallen, governments have cracked, generations have been annihilated. From the description of symptoms by the Greek physician Galen, which included coughing, fevers, blackish diarrhea, swollen throat, and thirst, modern experts identify the probable culprits of Antonine plague to have been smallpox or measles. The disease likely started in China and spread to the west via the Silk Road. Roman troops first contracted the disease in the east before they returned home, striking a virgin population like Antonine plague had dreadful mortality rates. Between 1/3 and half of the population, 60 to 70 million people, perished. Roman cities suffered from a combination of overcrowding, poor hygiene, and unhealthy diets. They quickly became epicenters. Soon the disease reached as far as Gaul and mauled Roman defenses along the Rhine. The ranks of the previously formidable Roman army had to be filled with free slaves, German mercenaries, criminals, and gladiators that ultimately failed to prevent the Germanic tribes from crossing the Rhine. On the civilian side, the Antonine Plague created drastic shortages of businessmen, which disrupted trade, and farmers, which led to food crisis. An economic depression followed, and the government revenue fell. Some accused Emperor Marcus Aurelius and co-emperor Lucius Verus, both of whom victims of the disease of affronting the gods, but others blamed Christians. However, the Antonine Plague strengthened the position of the monotheistic religion of Christianity in the formerly polytheistic society as Christians won public admiration for their good works. Ultimately, the Roman army, the Roman cities, the size of the empire and its trade routes, which were required for Roman power and influence to exist, facilitated the spread of the disease. The Antonine Plague is considered by some historians as a useful starting point for understanding the decline and fall of the Roman Western Empire. It was followed by the plague of Cyprian, 249 to 62, and the plague of Justinian, 541 to 2. Together, they cracked the foundation of the Roman Empire. In the 6th century AD, while the Western Roman Empire had already succumbed to attacks by the Germanic tribes, the Eastern Roman Empire stood its ground. In fact, a peace treaty with the Persians allowed Emperor Justinian the Great to concentrate on recapturing territories belonging to the Western Empire. His generals Belisarius and Narses achieved a number of important victories against the Ostrogoths and the Vandals. However, their hope in keeping the Western Empire was dashed by the arrival of what became known as the Plague of Justinian. According to the Byzantine historian Procopius of Caesarea, the epidemic originated in China and northeast India and reached the Eastern Roman Empire via trade routes terminating in the Mediterranean. Modern scholarship has deduced that the epidemic was caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the same one that would later bring the Black Death, the single deadliest pandemic in human history. But how many actually died from it remains uncertain. Current estimates put the figure between 30 and 50 million people, a significant portion of the human population at the time. The plague arguably cemented the fate of Rome. That epidemic also devastated the Sasanian Empire of Persia. Caliph Abu Bakr seized the opportunity and launched military campaigns that overran the Sasanians and captured Roman-held territories in the Caucasus, the Levant, Egypt, and elsewhere in North Africa. Before the Justinian plague, the Mediterranean world had been commercially and culturally stable. After the plague, it fractured into a trio of civilizations battling for power: the Islamic civilization, the Byzantine Empire, and what later became known as the medieval Europe. With so many people dead, the supply of workers, many of whom were slaves, was critically short. Landowners had no choice but to lend pieces of land to serfs to work the land in exchange for military protection and other privileges. This sowed the seeds of feudalism. There's evidence that the Mongol expeditions may have spread the bubonic plague across much of Eurasia, which helped to spark the Black Death of the early 14th century. The Italian historian Gabriele Musi wrote that the Mongols catapulted the corpses of those who contracted the plague into Kaffa during the siege of that city, and that soldiers who were transmitted from there brought the plague to the Mediterranean ports. However, the account of the origin of the Black Death in Europe remains controversial, though plausible, because of the complex epidemiology of the plague. Modern epidemiologists do not believe that the Black Death had a single source of spreading into Europe. Researchers into the past on this topic is further complicated by politics and the passage of time. It is difficult to distinguish between natural epidemics and biological warfare, both of which are common throughout human history. Biological weapons are economical because they turn an enemy causality into a delivery system, and so were favored in armed conflicts of the past. Furthermore, more soldiers died of disease than in combat until recently. In any case, in the 1340s, Black Death killed 200 million people. The widening trade routes in the late Middle Ages helped the plague spread rapidly. It took the European population more than 2 centuries to return to its level before the pandemic. Consequently, it destabilized most of society and likely undermined feudalism and the authority of the church. With labor in short supply, workers' bargaining power increased dramatically. Various inventions that reduced the cost of labor, saved time, and raised productivity, such as the three-field crop rotation system, the iron plow, the use of manure to fertilize the soil, and the water pumps were widely adopted. Many former serfs, now free from feudal obligations, relocated to the cities and changed professions to crafts and trades. The more successful ones became the new middle class, Trades flourished as demands for a myriad of consumer goods rose. Society became wealthier and could now afford to fund the arts and the sciences. Encounters between European explorers and Native Americans exposed the latter to a variety of diseases of extraordinary virulence. Having migrated from Northeast Asia 15,000 years ago, Native Americans had not been introduced to the plethora of contagious diseases that emerged after the rise of agriculture in the Old World. As such, they had immune systems that were ill equipped to handle the diseases to which their counterparts in Eurasia had become resistant. When the Europeans arrived in the Americas in short order, the indigenous population of the Americans found themselves facing smallpox, measles, whooping cough, and the bubonic plague, among others. In tropical areas, malaria, yellow fever, dengue fever, river blindness, and others appeared. Most of these tropical diseases were traced to Africa. Smallpox ravaged Mexico in the 1520s and killed 150,000 in Titlan alone, including the empire in Peru in the 1530s, which aided the European conquistadors. A combination of Spanish military attacks and evolutionary novel diseases finished off the Aztec Empire in the 16th century. It is commonly believed that the death as much as 90 to 95% of the Native American population of the New World was caused by Old World diseases, though new research suggests tuberculosis from seals and sea lions played a significant part. Similar events took place in Oceania and Madagascar. Smallpox was externally brought to Australia. The first recorded outbreak in 1789 devastated the Aboriginal population. The extent of the outbreak is disputed, but some sources claim that it killed about 50% of coastal Aboriginal populations on the East Coast. There's ongoing historical debate concerning two rival and irreconcilable theories about how the disease first entered the continent. Smallpox continued to be a deadly disease and killed an estimated 300 million people in the 20th century alone, but a vaccine, the first of any of a kind, had been available since 1796. As humans spread across the globe, human societies flourished and became dependent on trade, and because urbanization means that people leave sparsely populated rural areas for densely populated neighborhoods, infectious disease spread much more easily. Outbreaks are frequent, even in the modern era, but medical advances have been able to alleviate their impacts. In fact, human population grew tremendously in the 20th century, as did the population of farm animals, from which diseases could jump to humans. But in the developed world, and increasingly also in the developing world, people are less likely to fall victim to infectious disease than ever before. For instance, the advent of antibiotics, starting with penicillin in 1928, has resulted in the saving the life of hundreds of millions of people suffering from bacterial infections. However, there is no guarantee that that would continue because bacteria are becoming increasingly resistant to antibiotics, and doctors and public health experts, such as former Chief Medical Officer for England, Sally Davies, have even warned of an incoming antibiotic apocalypse. The World Health Organization warned in 2019 that the spread of vaccine skepticism has been accompanied by the resurrection of long-conquered diseases like measles. This led the WHO to name the anti-vaccination movement one of the world's top 10 public health threats. God forbid, reading all this, thinking America, like there's a lot of things like the wildfires in the West Coast, massive rain here in Michigan, COVID-19, the recent like spider mosquitoes, think the environmental factors, and then the decline of society, incompetence, and the inability of America to deal with these disasters. Institutional unemployment. During the Roman Empire, citizen employment was vastly being replaced by slave labor. Slaves were replacing many of the jobs citizens were doing. Slaves were receiving apprenticeships and education, and were even learning to replace the jobs of skilled craftsmen. Since slaves did not pay taxes and were replacing most jobs from citizens, this reduced the revenue the state could accrue from their citizens. The high level of unemployment also led to high levels of poverty, which reduced demand for businesses relying on slave labor. As taxes fell, so did government revenue. To compensate for this economic slowdown and mitigate the high levels of poverty, the Roman government implemented a form of welfare called the dole, providing citizens free money and free grain. Paying for the dole required high levels of government spending, exacerbating the Roman debt and also producing inflation. With slavery replacing most labor, tax revenues also plummeted, further exacerbating the government's debt. To pay off the enormous debt, the Romans began to devalue the currency and produce more coinage. Eventually, this overwhelmed the Roman Empire and partially contributed to its collapse. Demographic dynamics. Several key features of human societal collapse can be related to population dynamics. For example, the native population of Cusco, Peru, at the time of the Spanish conquest was stressed by an imbalanced sex ratio. There is strong evidence that humans also display population cycles. Societies as diverse as those of England and France during the Roman medieval and early modern eras, or of Egypt during the Greco-Roman Ottoman rule, and of various dynasties in China showed similar patterns of political instability and violence becoming considerably more common after times of relative peace, prosperity, and sustained population growth. Quantitative periods of unrest included many times more events of instability per decade and occurred when the population was declining rather than increasing. Pre-industrial agrarian societies typically faced instability after 1 or 2 centuries of stability. However, a population approaching its carrying capacity alone is not enough to trigger a general decline if the people remained united and the ruling class strong. Other factors had to be involved, such as having more aspirants for positions of the elite than the society could realistically support, elite overproduction, which led to social strife and chronic inflation, which caused incomes to fall and threatened the fiscal health of the state. In particular, in excesses, especially young adult male population, particularly led to social unrest and violence. As a third and higher order party, sons had trouble realizing their economic desires and became more open to extreme ideas and actions. Adults in their 20s are especially prone to radicalization. Most historical periods of social unrest lacking in external triggers such as national calamities, and most genocides can be readily explained as a result of built up youth bulge. As those trends intensified, they jeopardized the social fabric. Theories. Historical theories have evolved from being purely social and ethical to ideological and ethnocentric, and finally to multidisciplinary studies. They've become much more sophisticated. Cognitive decline and loss of creativity. The anthropologist Joseph Taintner theorized that collapsing societies essentially exhausted their own designs and were unable to adapt to naturally diminishing returns for what they knew as their method of survival. The philosopher Oswald Spengler argued that a civilization in its winter would see a disinclination for abstract thinking. The psychologists David Rand and Jonathan Cohen theorized that people switch between two broad modes of thinking. The first is fast and automatic but rigid, and the second is slow and analytical but more flexible. Rand and Cohen believe that this explains why people continue with self destructive behaviors when logical reasoning would have alerted them to the dangers ahead. People switch from the second to the first mode of thinking after the introduction of an invention that dramatically increases the standards of living. Rand and Cohen pointed to the recent examples of the antibiotic overuse leading to resistant bacteria and failure to save for retirement. Tainter noted that according to behavioral economics, the human decision-making process tends to be more rational than rational, and that as this rate of innovation declines, as measured by the number of inventions relative to the amount of money spent on research and development, it becomes progressively harder for there to be technological solution to the problem of societal collapse. Social and environmental dynamics. What produces modern sedentary life, unlike nomadic hunter-gatherers, is extraordinary modern economic productivity. Tainter argues that exceptional productivity is actually more the sign of hidden weaknesses because of society's dependence on it and its potential to undermine its own basis for success by not being self-limiting, as demonstrated in Western culture's ideal perpetual growth. As the population grows and technology makes it easier to exploit depleting resources, the environment's diminishing return are hidden from view. Societal complexity is then potentially threatened if it develops beyond what is actually sustainable, and a disorderly reorganization were to follow. The scissors model of Malthusian collapse, in which the population grows without limit but not resources, is the idea of a great opposing environmental forces cutting into each other. The complete breakdown of economic, cultural, and social institutions with ecological relationships is perhaps the most common feature of collapse. In his book, Collapse: How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed, Jared Diamond proposes 5 interconnected causes of collapse that may reinforce each other: non-sustainable exploitation of resources, climate changes, diminishing support from friendly societies, hostile neighbors, and inappropriate attitudes for change. Energy return on investment. Energy has played a crucial role throughout human history. Energy is linked to the birth, growth, and decline of each and every society. Energy surplus is required for the division of labor and the growth of cities. Massive energy surplus is needed for widespread wealth and cultural amenities. Economic prospects fluctuate in tandem with a society's access to cheap and abundant energy. Political scientist Thomas Homer Dixon In ecologist Charles Hall's proposed the economic model called energy return on investment, which measures the amount of surplus energy society gets from using energy to obtain energy. Energy shortages drive up prices, and as such, provide an incentive to explore and extract previously uneconomical sources, which may still be plentiful, but more energy would be required. And the energy return on investment is then not as high as initially thought. There would be no surplus if energy return on investment approaches one on one. Hall showed that the real cutoff is well above that and estimated that 3 to 1 to sustain the essential overhead energy cost of a modern society. The energy return on investment is the most preferred energy source. Petroleum has fallen in the past century from 100 to 1 to the range of 10 to 1, with clear evidence of the natural depletion curves. All are downward decay curves. An energy return on investment of more than 3 is what appears necessary to provide the energy for socially important tasks such as maintaining government, legal and financial institutions, the transportation infrastructure, manufacturing, building construction and maintenance, and the lifestyles of all members of a given society. The social scientist Luke Kemp indicated that alternative sources of energy, such as solar panels, have a low energy return on investment because they have low energy density, meaning they require a lot of land and require substantial amounts of rare earth metals to produce. Hall and colleagues reached the same conclusion. There is no on site pollution, but the energy return on investment of renewable energy sources may be too low for them to be considered a viable alternative fossil fuels, which continue to provide the majority of the energy used by humans. The mathematician Safa Motashari and his collaborators showed that the use of non renewable resources such as fossil fuels allows populations to grow to one order of magnitude larger than they would using renewable resources alone, and as such is unable to postpone societal collapse. However, when collapse finally comes, it is much more dramatic. Tainter warned that the modern world, if the supply of fossil fuels were somehow cut off, shortages of clean water and food would ensue, and millions would die in a few weeks in the worst case scenario. Homer Dixon asserted that the energy return on investment was one of the reasons for the Roman Empire declined and fell. The historian Joseph Tainter made the same claim about the Maya Emperor. Models of societal response. According to Joseph Tainter, 1990, too many scholars offer facile explanations of societal collapse by assuming one or more of the following 3 models in the face of collapse. The dinosaur, the large-scale society in which resources are being depleted at exponential rate, but nothing is done to rectify the problem because the ruling elite are unwilling or unable to adapt to those resources' reduced availability. In this type of societies, rulers tend to oppose any solutions that diverge from the present course of action, but favor intensification and commit an increasing number of resources to the present plans, projects, and social institutions. The runaway train, a society whose continuing function depends on constant growth, like Frederick Jackson Turner's frontier thesis. This type of society, based almost exclusively on acquisition, such as pillaging or exploitation, cannot be sustained indefinitely. The Assyrian, Roman, and Mongol emperors, for example, all fractured and collapsed when no new conquest could be achieved. The House of Cards is a society that has grown to be so large and includes so many complex social institutions that it is inherently unstable and prone to collapse. This type of society has been seen with particular frequency among Eastern Bloc and the communist nations, in which all societal organizations are arms of the government or ruling party, such that the government must either stifle association wholesale, encouraging dissent and subversion, or exercise less authority than it asserts, undermining its legitimacy in the public eye. Tainter's critique. Tainter argues that those models, though superficially useful, cannot severally or jointly account for all instances of societal collapse. Often they are seen as interconnected occurrences that reinforce one another. Tainter considers that societal complexity is a recent and comparatively anomalous occurrence requiring constant support. He asserts that collapse is best understood by grasping 4 axioms in his own words. 1. Human societies are problem-solving organizations. 2. Social political systems require energy for their maintenance. 3. Increased complexity carries with it increased cost per capita. And 4. Investments in social political complexity as a problem-solving response reaches a point of declining marginal returns. With those facts in mind, collapse can simply be understood as a loss of the energy needed to maintain social complexity. Collapse is thus a sudden loss of societal complexity, stratification, internal and external communication and exchange, and productivity. Tony B's theory of decay. In his acclaimed 12-volume work, A Study of History, 1934 to 1961, British historian Arnold Toynbee explored the rise and fall of 28 civilizations and came to the conclusion that civilizations generally collapse maintained by internal factors of their own making, but external pressures also played a role. He theorized that all civilizations pass through several distinct stages: genesis, growth, time of troubles, universal state, and disintegration. For Toynbee, a civilization is born when a creative minority successfully responds to the challenges posed by its physical, social, and political environment. However, the fixation of the old methods of the creative minority leads to its eventual cease to be creative and to degenerate into merely a dominant minority that forces the majority to obey without meriting obedience, which fails to recognize new ways of thinking. He argues that creative minorities deteriorate from worship of their former self, by which they become prideful and they fail to adequately addressing the next challenges that they face. Similarly, the German philosopher Oswald Spengler discusses the transition from culture to civilization as the decline of the West. 1918. Toynbee argues that the ultimate sign of civilization has broken down is when the dominant minority forms a universal state which stifles political creativity. He states, first, the dominant minority attempts to hold by force against all right and reason a position of inherited privilege which has ceased to merit, and then the proletariat repays injustice with resentment, fear with hate, and violence with violence when it executes its acts of secession. Yet the whole movement ends in positive acts of creation, and this on the part of all the actors in the tragedy of disintegration. The dominant minority creates a universal state, the internal proletariat a universal church, and the external proletariat a bevy of barbarian war brands. He argues that as civilization decay, they form an internal proletariat and an external proletariat. The internal proletariat is held in subjugation by the dominant minority inside the civilization and grows bitter. The external proletariat exists outside the civilization in poverty and chaos and grows envious. He argues that as civilization decays, there is a schism in this body social, whereby abandon and self control together replace creativity and truancy, and martyrdom together they replace discipleship by the creative minority. Okay, Bob, still here. God bless. He argues that in the environment, people resort to archaism, idealization of the past, futurism, idealization of the future, detachment, removal of oneself from the realities of the decaying world, and transcendence, meeting the challenges of the decaying civilization with new insight as a prophet. He argues that those who transcend during the period of social decay give birth to a new church with a new and stronger spiritual insights around which a subsequent civilization may begin to form after the old one has died. Toynbee's use of the word church refers to the collective spiritual bond of a common worship or the same unity found in some kind of social order. The historian Carol Quigley expanded upon the theory in the evolution of civilizations. He argued that societal disintegration involves the metamorphosis of societal instruments which were set up to meet actual needs into institutions which serve their own interest at the expense of social needs. However, in the 1950s, Toynbee's approach to history, his style of civilizational analysis, started to face skepticism from mainstream historians who thought it put an undue emphasis on the divine, which led to academic reputation declining. For a time, however, Toynbee's study remained popular outside of academia. Interest revived decades later with the publication of The Class of Civilizations by the political scientist Samuel Huntington, who viewed human history as broadly the history of civilization and posited that the world after the end of the Cold War will be multipolar and one of competing major civilizations which are divided by fault lines. System science. Developing an integrated theory of societal collapse that takes into account the complexity of human societies remains an open problem. Researchers currently have very little ability to identify internal structure of large distributed systems like human societies. Genuine structural collapse seems in many cases the only plausible explanation supporting the idea that such structure exists. However, until they can be concretely identified, scientific inquiry appears limited to the construction of scientific narratives using system thinking for careful storytelling about systematic organization and change. In the 1990s, the evolutionary anthropologist and qualitative historian Peter Turchin noted that the equations used to model the populations of predators and prey can also be used to describe the ontogeny of human societies. He specifically examined how social factors such as income inequality were related to political instability. He found recurring cycles of unrest in historical societies such as ancient Egypt, China, and Russia. He specifically identified two cycles, one long and one short. The long one, which he calls the secular cycle, lasts approximately 2 to 3 centuries. A society starts out fairly equal. Its population grows and the cost of labor drops, a wealthy upper class emerges, and life for the working class deteriorates. And as inequality grows, society becomes more unstable, with the lower classes being miserable and the upper classes entangling in infighting. Exasperating social turbulence eventually leads to collapse. The shorter cycle lasts for about 50 years and consists of two generations, one peaceful and one turbulent. Looking at U.S. history, for example, Churchill identified times of serious social political instability in 1870, 1920, and 1970. He announced in 2010 that he predicted that in 2020 the U.S. would witness a period of unrest of at least on the same level as 1970 because the first cycle coincides with the turbulent part of second in around 2020. He also warned that the U.S. was not only a Western nation under strain. However, Turchin's model can only paint the broader picture and cannot pinpoint how bad things can get and what precisely triggers a collapse. The mathematician Safa Matasheri also applied predator-prey models to human society, with the upper class and lower class being the two different types of predators and natural resources being the prey. He found that either extreme inequality or resource depletion facilitates a collapse. However, a collapse is irreversible only if a society experiences both at the same time as they fuel each other. I'm probably going to get Peter Turchin's books this week. Okay, so there you have the state collapse and societal collapse. You're pretty long, a lot of details, but this is important stuff, especially people who are concerned about what's happening to America. So let's go back to the cycles. So we talked about different cycles, but the most well-known of the cycles, most broadly evidentiary, closest to a science is the economic cycles, the business cycles. So let's go through the overview of the business cycle, and this will complete our deep dive into various cycles. Business cycles are intervals of general expansion followed by recession and economic performance. The changes in economic activity that characterize business cycles have important implications for the welfare of the general population, governmental institutions, and private sector firms. There are numerous specific definitions of what constitutes a business cycle. The simplest characterization comes from regarding recessions as 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. More satisfactory classifications are provided by first, including more economic indicators, and second, by looking for more informative data patterns than the ad hoc second quarter definition. In the United States, the National Bureau of Economic Research oversees the business cycle data dating committee that defines a recession as a significant decline in economic activity spread across the market lasting more than a few months, normally visible in real GDP, real income, employment, industrial production, and wholesale retail sales. Business cycles are usually thought of as medium-term evolution. They are less related to long-term trends coming from slowly changing factors like technological advances. Further, a one-period change that is unusual over the course of 1 or 2 years is often relegated to noise. An example is a worker strike or an isolated period of severe weather. The individual episodes of expansion recession occur with changing duration and intensity over time. Typically, their periodicity has a range from around 2 to 10 years. There are numerous sources of business cycle movement, such as rapid and significant changes in the price of oil or variation in consumer sentiment that affects overall spending in the macroeconomy and thus investment and firms' profits. Usually such sources are unpredictable in advance and can be viewed as random shocks to the cyclical pattern, as what happened during the 2007 and 8 financial crisis or the COVID-19 pandemic. History. Theory. The first systematic exposition of economic crisis in opposition to the existing theory of economic equilibrium was the 1819 Nouvelles Principles de l'économie politique by James Charles Leonard de Sismondi. Prior to that point, classical economics had either denied the existence of business cycle, blamed them on external factors, notably war, or only studied the long term. Sismondi found vindication in the Panic of 1825, which was the first unarguably international economic crisis occurring in peacetime. Sismondi and his contemporary Robert Owen, who expressed similar but less systematic thoughts in his 1817 report to the Committee of the Association for the Relief of the Manufacturing Poor, both identified the cause of economic cycles as overproduction and underconsumption, caused in particular by wealth inequality. They advocated government intervention and socialism, respectively, as the solution. This work did not generate interest among classical economists, though underconsumption theory developed as a heterodox branch in economics until being systematized in Keynesian economics in the 1930s. Sismondi's theory of periodic crisis was developed into a theory of alternating cycles by Charles Dunoyer, and similar theories showing signs of influence by Sismondi were developed by Johann Carl Rodbertus. Periodic crisis and capitalism formed the basis of the theory of Karl Marx, who further claimed that these crises were increasing in severity and on the basis of which he predicted a communist revolution, though only passing references in Das Kapital 1867 refer to crises. They were extensively discussed in Marx posthumously published book, particularly in the theories of the surplus value in Progress and Poverty 1879. Henry George focused on land's role in crisis, particularly land speculation, and proposed a single tax on land as a solution. Statistical and econometric modeling and theory of business cycle movements can also be used. In this case, a time series analysis is used to capture the regularities in the stochastic signals and noise in economic time series, such as the real GDP or investment. Harvey and Trimborn developed models for describing stochastic and pseudocycles, of which business cycles represent leading case. A well-informed and compact and easy to implement statistical method may outperform macroeconomic approaches. To numerous cases, they provide a solid alternative, even to rather complex economic theory. Classifications by periods. In 1860, French economist Clement Juglar first identified economic cycles 7 to 11 years long, although he cautiously did not claim any rigid regularity. The interval of periodicity is also commonplace as an empirical finding in time series models for stochastic cycles and economic data. Furthermore, methods like statistical modeling in a Bayesian framework can incorporate such a range explicit by setting up priors that concentrate around, say, 6 to 12 years. Such flexible knowledge about the frequency of business cycles can actually be included in the mathematical study using a Bayesian statistical program. Later, economist Joseph Schumpeter argued that the Juglar cycle has 4 stages: expansion, increased in production and prices, low interest rates, second crisis, stock exchanges crash and multiple bankruptcy firms occur, 3 recession, drops in prices and output, high interest rates, 4 recovery, stocks recover because of the fall in prices and incomes. Schumpeter's Juglar model associates recovery and propensity with increases in productivity, consumer confidence, aggregate demand, and prices. In the 20th century, Schumpeter and others proposed a typology of business cycles according to their periodicity, so that the number of particular cycles were named after the discoverers or the proposers. The Kitchen inventory cycle, 3 to 5 years after Joseph Kitchen. The Juglar fixed investment cycle is 7 to 11 years. A range of periods rather than one fixed period is needed to capture business cycle fluctuations, which may be done by using a random or regular source of econometric or statistical framework. And the Kuznets infrastructural investment cycle of 15 to 25 years after Simon Kuznets, also called the building cycle, and the Kondratiev wave or long technological cycle of 45 to 60 years after the Soviet economist Nikolai Kondratiev, which we looked at the beginning of the stream. Some say interest in the different typologies of cycles has waned since the development of modern macroeconomics, which gives little support to the idea of regular periodic cycles. Further econometric studies, such as the 2 works in 2003 and 2007 cited above, demonstrate a clear tendency for cyclic components in macroeconomic times to behave in a stochastic rather than deterministic way. Others, such as Dmitry Orlov, argue that simple compound interest mandates that cycling of monetary systems. Since 1960, world GDP has increased by 59 times, and these multiples have not even kept up with annual inflation over the same period. Social contract freedoms and absence of social problems. Collapses may be observed in nations where incomes are not kept in balance with the cost of living over the timeline of the monetary system cycle. The Bible and the Hammurabi's Code both explain economic remediation for cyclic 60-year recurring Great Depressions via 50-year Jubilee, debt and wealth resets. 30 major debt forgiveness events are recorded in history, including the debt forgiveness given to most European nations in the 1930s to 1954. Okay, yeah, thanks, Bob. I have to look into Randall Carson or Carlin. I don't think they're in what I'm covering today, but it's obviously a huge topic. I can't, I'm just covering what I came across in my first deep dive. Okay, yeah, thanks, Bob. Glad to be of use. Thanks for your comments. Occurrence. There was a great increase in productivity, industrial production, and real per capita product throughout the period of 1870 to 1890 that included the Long Depression and two other recessions. There were also significant increases in productivity in the years leading up to the Great Depression. Both the Long and Great Depressions were characterized by overcapacity and market saturation. Over the period since the Industrial Revolution, technological progress has had a much larger effect on the economy than any fluctuations in debt and credit, the primary exception being the Great Depression, which was caused by a multi year steep economic decline. The effect of technological progress can be seen by the purchasing power of an average hour's work, which has grown from $3 in 1900 to $22 in 1990, measured in 2010 dollars. There was a similar increase in real wages during the 19th century. A table of innovations and long cycles can be seen at Kondratiev's that we looked at earlier theory. Since surprising news in the economy, which is a random aspect, impact the state of the business cycle, any corresponding descriptions may have a random part as its root that motivate the use of statistical frameworks in this area. There was frequent crisis in Europe and America in the 19th and first half of the 20th century, specifically the period 1815 to 1939. This period started from the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815, which was immediately followed by the post-Napoleonic Depression of the United Kingdom, 1815 to 1830, and culminated in the Great Depression in 1929 to 39, which led to World War II. The first of these crises is not associated with the war was the Panic of 1825. Business cycles in the OECD countries after World War II were generally more restrained than their earlier business cycles. This was particularly true during the golden age of capitalism from 1945-50 to the 70s, and the period of 1945 to 2008 did not experience a global downturn until the late 2000s recession. Economic stabilization policy using fiscal policy and monetary policy appeared to have dampened the worst excesses of the business cycles, and automatic stabilization due to aspects of the government's budget also helped mitigate a cycle even without conscious action by policymakers. In this period, the economic cycle, at least the problem of depressions, was twice declared dead. The first declaration was in the 1960s, when the Phillips curve was seen as being able to steer the economy. However, this was followed by stagflation in the 1970s, which discredited the theory. The second declaration was in the early 2000s, following the stability and growth in the 1980s and 90s, in what came to be known as the Great Moderation. Notably, in 2003, Robert Lucas Jr., in his presidential address to the American Economic Association, declared that the central problem of depression prevention had been solved for all practical purposes. Various regions have experienced prolonged depressions, most dramatically the economic crisis in the former Eastern Bloc countries following the end of the Soviet Union in 1991. For several of these countries in the period 1989 to 2010 has been an ongoing depression, with real income still lower than in 1989. Identifying. In 1946, economists Arthur Burns and Wesley Mitchell provided the now standing definition of business cycles in their book Measuring Business Cycles. Business cycles are a type of fluctuation found in the aggregate economic activity of nations that organize their work mainly in business enterprises. The cycle consists of expansions occurring at about the same time in many economic activities, followed by similar general recessions, contractions, and revivals, which merge into the expansion phase of the next cycle. In duration of business cycles vary from more than 1 year to 10 to 12 years. They're not divisible into shorter cycles of similar characteristics with amplitudes approximating their own. According to Burns, business cycles are not merely fluctuations in aggregate economic activity. The critical feature that distinguishes them from commercial convulsions of earlier centuries and from the seasonal and other short-term variations of our own age is that the fluctuations are widely diffused over the economy, its industry, its commercial dealings, and its tangles of finance. The economy of the Western world is a system of closely interrelated parts. He who would understand business cycles must master the workings of the economic system, organized largely in a network of free enterprises searching for profit. The problem of how business cycles come about is therefore inseparable from the problem of how a capitalist economy functions. In the United States, it is generally accepted that the National Bureau of Economic Research is the final arbiter of the dates and the peaks and troughs of the business cycle, and expansion is the period from the trough to the peak, and a recession is the period from the peak to the trough. The National Bureau of Economic Research identifies a recession as a significant decline in economic activity spread across the economy, lasting more than a few months, normally visible in real GDP, real income, employment, industrial production. Upper turning points of business cycles, commodity prices, and freight rates. There is often a close timing relationship between the upper turning points of the business cycle, commodity prices, and freight rates, which is shown to be particularly tight in the grand peak of the years 1873 to 1889, 1900 and 1912. Hamilton expressed that in the post-war era, a majority of recessions are connected to an increase in oil price. Commodity price shocks are considered to be a significant driving force in the U.S. business cycle. Along these lines, in research shows empirical results for the relationship between oil prices and real GDP. The methodological use of statistical model that incorporate level shifts in the price of crude oil. Hence, the approach describes the possibility of oil price shocks and forecasts the likelihood of such events. Indicators. Economic indicators are used to measure the business cycle. Consumer confidence index, retail trade index, unemployment and industry service production index. Stock and Watson claim that financial indicators predictability is not stable over different time periods because of economic shocks, random fluctuations, and developments in financial systems. Ludwigson believes consumer confidence index is a coincident indicator as it relates to consumers' current situation. Winton and Ralph state that retail trade index is a benchmark for the current economic level because its aggregate value counts up 2/3 of the overall GDP and reflects the real state of the economy. According to Stock and Watts, the unemployment claim can predict when the business cycle is entering a downward phase. Manbora and Rustler argue that the industry's production, GDP, and formation can be delayed as it measures real activity with a real number, but it provides an accurate predictor of GDP. Series used to infer the underlying business cycle fall into three categories: lagging, coincident, and leading. They are described as main elements of an analytical system to forecast peaks and troughs in the business cycle. For almost 30 years, these economic data series are considered as the leading index of the leading indicators were compiled and produced by the U.S. Department of Commerce. A prominent coincidence or real-time business cycle indicator is the Aruba-Diebold-Scotty Index. Spectral analysis of business cycles. Recent research employing a spectral analysis has confirmed the presence of the Kondratiev waves in the GDP dynamics at the acceptable level of statistical significance. Kondratiev and Cyril also detected shorter business cycles dating to Kuznets to about 17 years and calling it a third subharmonic of the Kondratiev, meaning that there are 3 Kuznets cycles per Kondratiev. Recurrence quantification analysis. Recurrence quantification analysis has been employed to detect the characteristics of business cycles and economic development. To this end, Orlando developed the so-called recurrence quantification correlation index to detect correlations of the recurrence quantification analysis on a sample signal, and then investigated the application to business time series. The said index has been proven to detect hidden changes in time series. Further, Orlando, over an extensive data set, showed that recurrence quantification analysis may help in anticipating transitions from laminar to turbulent phase, such as U.S. GDP in 1949-53. Last but not least, it has been demonstrated that recurrence quantification analysis can detect differences between macroeconomic variables and highlight hidden features of economic dynamics. Cycles or fluctuations. The business cycle follows changes in stock prices, which are mostly caused by external factors such as social economic conditions, inflation, exchange rates. Intellectual capital does not affect a company's stock current earnings. Intellectual capital contributes to a stock return growth. Unlike long-term trends, medium-term data fluctuations are connected to the monetary policy transmission mechanisms and its role in regulating inflation during economic cycle. At the same time, the presence of nominal restrictions and price-setting behavior might impact the short-term course of inflation. In recent years, economic theory has moved towards the study of economic fluctuation rather than a business cycle, though some economists use the phrase business cycle as a convenient shorthand. For example, Milton Friedman said that calling the business cycle a cycle is a misnomer because its non-cyclical nature. Friedman believed that the most part, excluding very large supply shocks, business declines are more of a monetary phenomenon. Arthur Burns And Wesley Mitchell defined business cycles as a form of fluctuation in economic activities, a cycle of expansion happening, followed by recessions, contractions, and revivals, all of which combine to form the next cycle's expansion phase. The sequence of change is repeated but not periodic. Proposed explanations. The explanation of fluctuations in aggregate economic activity is one of the primary concerns of macroeconomics, and a variety of the theories have been proposed to explain them. Exogenous versus endogenous. Within economies, it has been debated as to whether the fluctuations of a business cycle are attributable to external, exogenous versus internal, endogenous causes. In the first case, shocks are stochastic. In the second case, shocks are deterministically chaotic and embedded in the economic system. The classical school, now neoclassical, argues for exogenous causes, and the underconsumptionist, now Keynesian school, argues for endogenous causes. They may also broadly be classified as supply side and demand side explanations. So supply side explanations may be styled following Say's law as arguing that supply creates its own demand, while demand side explanation argues that effective demand may fall short of supply, yielding a recession or depression. This debate has important policy consequences. Proponents of an exogenous causes of crisis, such as neoclassicals, largely argue for minimal government policy or regulation, laissez-faire, as absent these external shocks, the market fluctuations, while proponents of endogenous causes of crisis, such as Keynesian, largely argue for larger government policy and regulation, as absent regulation, the market will move from crisis to crisis. This division is not absolute. Some classicals, including Say, argue for government policy to mitigate the damage of economic cycles, despite believing in external causes, while Austrian school economics argue against government involvement as only worsening crises, despite believing in internal causes. The view of the economic cycle is caused exogenously dates to Say's law, and much debate on the endogeneity or exogeneity of causes of the economic cycle is framed in terms of refuting or supporting Say's law. This is also referred to as the general glut supply in relation to demand debate. Until the Keynesian revolution in mainstream economics in the wake of the Great Depression, classical and neoclassical explanations, exogenous causes were the mainstream explanation of economic cycles. Following the Keynesian revolution, neoclassical macroeconomics was largely rejected. There has been some resurgence of neoclassical approaches in the form of real business cycle theory. The debate between Keynesian and neoclassical advocates was reawakening following the recession of 2007. Mainstream economists working in the neoclassical tradition, as opposed to the Keynesian tradition, have usually viewed the departures of the harmonic working of the market economy as due to exogenous influences, such as the state or its regulation, labor units, business monopolies, or shocks due to technology and natural causes. Certainly, the heterodox tradition of Jean Charles Leonardi de Sismondi, Clement Juglar, and Marx, the recurrent upturns and downturns of the market system are an endogenous characteristic of it. The 19th century school of under-consumptionism also positive endogenous causes for the business cycle, notably the paradox of thrift, and today this previous heterodox school has entered the mainstream in the form of Keynesian economics via the Keynesian revolution. Mainstream economics. Mainstream economics views business cycles as essentially the random summation of random causes. In 1927, Eugen Slutsky observed that the summing random numbers, such as the last digits of the Russian state lottery, could generate patterns akin to that we see in the business cycle as observation that has since been repeated many times. This caused economists to move away from viewing business cycles as a cycle that needed to be explained and instead viewing their apparently cyclical nature as methodological artifact. This means that what appeared to be cyclical phenomenon could actually be explained just as random events that are fed into simple linear model. Thus, business cycles are essentially random shocks that average out over time. Mainstream economists have built models of business cycles based on the idea that they are caused by random shocks. Due to this inherent randomness, recessions can sometimes do not occur for decades. For example, Austria did not experience any recession between 1991 and 2020. While economists have found it difficult to forecast recessions or determine their likely severity, research indicates that longer expansions do not cause following recessions to be more severe. Keynesian. According to the Keynesian economics, fluctuations in aggregate demand cause the economy to come to short-run equilibrium at levels that are different from the full employment rate of output. These fluctuations express themselves in the observed business cycles. Keynesian models do not necessarily imply periodic business cycles. However, simple Keynesian models involving the interaction of the Keynesian multiplier and accelerator give rise to the cyclical response to initial shocks. Paul Samuelson's oscillator model is supposed to account for the business cycles thanks to the multiplier and accelerator. The amplitude of the variations in economic output depends on the level of investment. For investment determines the level of aggregate output, the multiplier, and is determined by the aggregate demand, the accelerator. In the Keynesian tradition, Richard Goodwin accounts for cycles in output by the distribution of income between business profits and workers' wages. The fluctuation in wages were almost the same as the level of employment. Wage cycle lags one period behind the employment cycle. For when the economy is at high employment, workers are able to demand rises in wages, whereas in periods of high unemployment, wages tend to fall. According to Goodwin, when unemployment and business profits rise, the output rises. Cyclical behavior of exports and imports. Exports and imports are larger components of the economy's aggregate expenditure, especially one that is oriented towards international trade. Income is an essential determinant of the level of imported goods. A higher GDP reflects the higher level of spending on imported goods and services, and vice versa. Therefore, expenditure on imported goods and services falls during a recession and rise during an economic expansion or boom. Import expenditures are commonly considered to be pro-cyclical and cyclical in nature. Coincident with the business cycle, domestic export expenditures give a good indication of foreign business cycles, as foreign import expenditures are coincident within the foreign business cycle. Credit debt cycle. One alternative theory is that the primary cause of economic cycles is due to the credit cycle. The net expansion of credit, increase in private credit, equivalently debt as percentage of GDP, yields economic expansion, while the net contraction causes recession. If it persists, depression. In particular, the bursting of speculative bubbles is seen as the proximate cause of depressions, and this theory places finance and banks at the center of the business cycle. The primary theory of this vein is the debt deflation theory of Irving Fisher, which he proposed to explain the Great Depression. A more recent complementary theory is the financial instability hypothesis of Herman Minsky, and the credit theory of economic cycles is often associated with post-Keynesian economics, such as Stephen King. Post-Keynesian economist Herman Minsky has proposed an explanation of cycles founded on fluctuations in credit, interest rates, and financial frailty, called the financial instability hypothesis. In an expansion period, interest rates are low, and companies easily borrow money from banks to invest. Banks are not reluctant to grant them loans because expanding economic activity allows business increase in cash flows, and therefore they will be able to easily pay back the loans. This process leads to firms becoming excessively indebted so that they stop investing and the economy goes into recession. While credit causes have not been a primary theory of the economic cycle within the mainstream, they've gained occasional mentions such as Eckstein and Sinai, cited approvingly by Summers. Real business cycle theory. While within mainstream economics, Keynesian views have been challenged by real business cycle models in which fluctuations are due to random changes in the total productivity factor, which are caused by changes in technology as well as legal and regulatory environment. This theory is mostly associated with Finn Kindland and Edward Prescott, and more recently the Chicago School of Economics of Freshwater Economics. They consider that economic crisis and fluctuations cannot stem from monetary shock, only from an external shock such as innovation. Product-based theory of economic cycles. This theory explains the nature and causes of economic cycles with a viewpoint of life cycle and marketable goods. The theory originates from the work of Raymond Vernon, who described the development of international trade in terms of product life cycle, a period of time during which the product circulates in the market. Vernon stated that some countries specialize in the production and export of technology new products, while others specialize in the production of already known products. The most developed countries are able to invest large amounts of money in technological innovations and produce new products, thus obtaining a dynamic comparative advantage over developing countries. Recent research by Georgi Revyakin proved initial Vernon theory and showed economic cycles in developed countries overran economic cycles in developing countries. He also presumed economic cycles with different periodicity can be compared to their products in various life cycles. In case of Kondratiev waves, such products correlated with fundamental discoveries implemented in production, inventions which formed the technological paradigm, Richard Arkwright's machines, steam engines, industrial use of electricity, computer invention. Kuznets cycles describe such products as infrastructure components, roadways, transport utilities. Juggler cycles may go in parallel with enterprise, fixed capital, equipment, machinery, and the kitchen cycles are characterized by change in societal preference, taste for consumer goods, and time which is necessary to start the production. Highly competitive market conditions would determine simultaneous technological updates of all economic agents. As a result, cycle formation, in case if a manufacturing technology at an enterprise does not meet with the current technological environment, such company loses its competitiveness and eventually goes bankrupt. Political business cycle. Another set of models tried to derive the business cycle from political decisions. The political business cycle theory is strongly linked to the name of Mikhail Kalecki, who discussed the reluctance of the captains of industry to accept government intervention in the matter of employment. Persistent full employment would mean increasing workers' bargaining power to raise wages and to avoid doing unpaid labor, potentially hurting profitability. However, he did not see this theory as applying under fascism, which would use direct force to destroy labor's power. In recent years, proponents of the electoral business cycle theory have argued that incumbent politicians encourage prosperity before elections in order to ensure re-election and make the citizens pay for it with recessions afterwards. The political business cycle is an alternate theory stating that when an administration of any hue is elected, it initially adopts a contractionary policy to reduce inflation and gain a reputation for economic competence. It then adopts an expansionary policy in the lead up to the next election, hoping to achieve simultaneously low inflation and unemployment on election day. The partisan business cycle suggests that cycles result from successive elections of administrations with different policy regimes. Regime A adopts expansionary policy, resulting in growth in inflation, but is voted out of office when inflation becomes unacceptably high. The replacement regime B adopts contractionary policies, reducing inflation and growth and the downward swing of the cycle. It is voted out of office when unemployment is too high, being replaced by Party A. Marxian economics. For Marx, the economy based on production of commodities to be sold in the market is intrinsically prone to crisis. In the heterodox Marxian view, profit is the major engine of the market economy, but business capital profitability has a tendency to fall that recurrently creates crisis in which mass unemployment occurs. Businesses fail, remaining capital is centralized and concentrated, and the profitability is recovered. In the long term, these crises tend to be more severe, and the system will eventually fail. Some Marxist authors, such as Rosa Luxemburg, viewed the lack of purchasing power of workers as a cause of a tendency of supply to be larger than demand, creating crisis. It is modeled as similarities with the Keynesian one. Indeed, a number of modern authors have tried to combine Marx and Keynes' view. Heinrich Grossman reviewed the debates and the counteracting tendencies of Paul Maddock, subsequently emphasizes the basic differences between the Marxian and the Keynesian perspective. While Keynes saw capitalism as a system worth maintaining and susceptible to efficient regulation, Marx viewed capitalism as a historically doomed system that cannot be put under societal control. The American mathematician and economist Richard Goodwin formalized a Marxist model of business cycle known as the Goodwin model, in which recession was caused by increasing bargaining power of workers, a result of high employment in boom periods, pushing up the wage share of national income, suppressing profit, and leading to a breakdown in capital accumulation. Later theorists applying variants of the Goodwin model have identified both short and long period profit led growth and distribution cycles in the United States and elsewhere. David Gordon provided a Marxist model of long period institutional growth cycles in an attempt to explain the Kondratiev wave. This cycle is due to a periodic breakdown in the societal structure of accumulation, a set of institutions which secure and stabilize capital accumulation. Austrian school. Economists in heterodox Austrian school argue that business cycles are caused by excessive insurance of credit by banks and fractional reserve banking systems. According to Austrian economists, excessive insurance of bank credit may be exacerbated if central bank monetary policy sets interest rates too low, and the resulting expansion of the money supply causes a boom in which resources are misallocated and malinvested because of artificially low interest rates. Eventually, the boom cannot be sustained and is followed by a bust in which the malinvestments are liquidated, sold for less than the original cost, and the money supply contracts. One of the criticisms of the Austrian business cycle theory is based on the observation that the United States suffered recurrent economic crises in the 19th century, notably the Panic of 1873, which occurred prior to the establishment of the U.S. Central Bank in 1913. Adherents of the Austrian school, such as historian Thomas Woods, argued that these earlier financial crises were prompted by government and bankers' efforts to expand credit despite restraints imposed by the prevailing gold standard, and are thus consistent with the Austrian business cycle theory. The Austrian explanation of the business cycle differs significantly from the mainstream understanding of business cycles and is generally rejected by the mainstream economists. Mainstream economists generally do not support Austrian school explanations for business cycles or both theoretical as well as real-world empirical grounds. Austrian claims that the boom and bust business cycle is caused by government intervention into the economy and that the cycle would be comparatively rare and mild without central government interference. The yield curve. The slope of the yield curve is one of the most powerful predictors of future economic growth, inflation, and recessions. One measure of the yield curve slope, the difference between the 10-year Treasury bond rate and the 3-month Treasury bond rate, is included in the Financial Stress Index published by the St. Louis Fed. A different measure of the slope, the difference between the 10-year Treasury bond rate and the federal funds rate, is incorporated into the index of leading economic indicators published by the Conference Board. An inverted yield curve is often a harbinger of recession. A positively sloped yield curve is often a harbinger of inflationary growth. Work by Australians and Tobias Adrian has established the predictive power of an inverted yield curve to signal a recession. Their model shows that when the difference between short-term interest rates, they use 3-month T-bills, and long-term interest rates, 10-year Treasury bonds, at the end of the Federal Reserve tightening cycle is negative or less than 93 basis points positive, that a rise in unemployment usually occurs. The New York Fed publishes a monthly recession probability prediction derived from the yield curve and is based on Estrela's work. All the recessions in the United States since 1970 up through 2017 have been preceded by an inverted yield curve of 10-year versus 3-month. Over the same time frame, every occurrence of an inverted yield curve has been followed by recession and declared by the National Bureau of Economic Research Business Cycle Dating Committee. Estrella and others have postulated that the yield curve affects the business cycle via the balance sheet of banks or bank-like financial institutions. When the yield curve is inverted, banks are often caught paying more on short-term deposits or other forms of short-term wholesale funding than they are making on long-term loans, lending at a loss of profitability and reluctance to lend, resulting in credit crunch. When the yield curve is upward sloping, banks can profitably take in short-term deposits and make long-term loans, so they're eager to supply credit to borrowers. This eventually leads to a credit bubble. Georgism. Henry George claimed that land price fluctuations were the primary cause of most business cycle. Other factors, population swings, can impact business cycles. Mitigating an economic downturn. Many social indicators such as mental health, crimes, and suicide worsen during economic recession, though general mortality tends to fall, and it is an expansion when it tends to increase. As periods of economic stagnation are painful for the many who lose their jobs, there's often political pressure for governments to mitigate recessions. Since the 1940s, following the Keynesian Revolution, most governments of developed nations have seen the mitigation of the business cycle as part of the responsibility of government under the rubric of stabilization policy. Since in the Keynesian view, recessions are caused by inadequate aggregate demand. When a recession occurs, the government should increase the amount of aggregate demand and bring the economy back into equilibrium. This the government can do in two ways. First, by increasing the money supply, expansionary monetary policy, and secondly, by increasing government spending or cutting taxes, expansionary fiscal policy. By contrast, some economists, notably the new classical economist Robert Lucas, argues that the welfare cost of the business cycles are very small to negligible, and that the government should focus on long-term growth instead of stabilization. However, even according to Keynesian theory, managing economic policy to smooth out the cycle is a difficult task in a society with a complex economy. Some theorists, notably those who believe in the Marxist economics, believe that this difficulty is insurmountable. Karl Marx claimed that recurrent business cycle crises were an inevitable result of operations of capitalistic systems. In this view, all that the government can do is to change the timing of economic crisis. This crisis could also show up in different form. For example, the severe inflation or a steady increase in government deficit. Worse, by delaying a crisis, government policy is seen as making it more dramatic and thus more painful. Additionally, since the 1960s, neoclassical economists have played down the ability of the Keynesian policies to manage an economy. Since the 1960s, economists like Nobel laureates Milton Friedman and Edwin Phelps have made ground in their arguments that inflationary expectations negate the Phillips curve in the long run. The stagflation of the 1970s provided striking support for their theories while providing a dilemma for Keynesian policies, which appeared to necessitate both expansionary policies to mitigate recessions and contradictory policies to reduce inflation. Friedman had gone so far as to argue that all the central bank of a country should do is to avoid making these mistakes, large mistakes, as he believes they did by contracting the money supply very rapidly in the face of the Wall Street crash of 1929, in which they made what would have been a recession of the Great Depression. Software that Hodrick Prescott and Cristiano Fitzgerald filters can be implemented using our package. Okay, so there you have it, my deep dive into historical cycles, economic, sociological, political. So, that's just the opening, that's just the beginning. So, very likely in the near future, we will continue with more research into it. I just wanted to put it out there because I'm constantly talking about it, and I'll almost certainly cover this more in the near future. So, just some closing thoughts on the cycles, and then I'm going to read one long paper. I had pulled out a few papers that I was reading through earlier today, but it's already past midnight, and time is short, so we'll put it off for the future. So, Duvid's theorization, when I talk about cycles, is usually referring to collective sin and karma, and the relation to God being merciful in the sense that we're not immediately struck down when we sin, and God gives us a long time to repent, and eventually, if we don't repent, there has to be a bus cycle. The debt is collected. So that's like the Talmudic karmic cycle theory. The Talmud says there, in Rome, there's a ritual so bloody that it should be done only once in a lifetime, said to be about 70 years, maybe similar to the fourth turning, generational model, or the K-wave cycle, different things. But they're basically a repetitive cycle of about 80 years of the boom and bust cycle of collective sin, where society needs to be purged and born anew every generation, largely due to collective sin. So none of these. Okay, yeah, Bob, thanks a lot. God bless. Appreciate you being in my chat. Always a pleasure. Good to hear from you. And Mark, usury. I mean, there's also a connection to usury. So none of these cycles talk that much about usury, but you say like, the debt, and there's also a Judeo, like the rise and fall of Jewish power, where Jews are the center of empire. Empire travels around the world. The main Jewish population goes where the empire is, and then within the cycles, you could have like the empire cycle, which could be a few hundred years, and the internal boom bust cycle of about 70 to 80 years. And usury is related to it because like there has to be a debt cancellation, and it's also related to the expulsion and persecution of the Jews. So my original thoughts on these cycles was in relationship to the rise and fall of the Jewish people generation after generation. And when I say like, I'm constantly referring to the boom bust cycles of Judaism. Even in my debate with Daniel Kochju, I mentioned that like Judaism postulates these boom bust cycles due to a karmatic relation. So that was what got me interested into it. But there's a whole bunch of theories on cycles. I'm probably going to try to read some of these books that I talked about, Peter Turchin, and various things. I'll try to do a little bit more in depth on some of those topics. And so thank God there's a lot of very interesting things to think about and to research. Time is short, and this isn't really the main area of my research, but I think it's something very interesting. I think anybody who's extremely intellectual, who thinks about things, starts thinking about the cyclic thinking, because like what's happening to America, what's happening to us right now, and what you want to learn from the lessons of history. And the more intellectual and intelligent you are, the more that you probably studied history and to have thought about these things. So saying like Duvid has read a lot of history. I'm not like an expert in history. It's not my favorite subject. So like relatively, I'm more likely to read like consciousness and psychology and all various different type topics than history. Although I listened to all the great courses, so most of my knowledge of history comes from the teaching company. I listen to every single teaching company course as it comes out, and probably the biggest topic of the great courses is history, because history is such a broad topic. Think like you're looking at these cycles or the various things. The world's a big place. There's a lot of civilizations, and even just like geopolitics now. Okay, like my mom was a newspaper reader, like Kevin Michael Grace or something like that. She read she gets the New York Times. She used to read. Now she doesn't get the print edition, just on Sundays, but my mom's better years, she read basically the whole New York Times every day for decades, and she also read the Detroit papers, and she read other business journals and law journals, and it's like a Jeopardy champion that just has a huge basis of general information. And as I've reached middle age, like I look at the New York Times, I read multiple. I don't get like they don't really have papers any day, so I don't actually read papers, but like I read them online, and I read selective articles, because you can't really read the changing technology. We talked about the technological cycles. So let's read one academic paper. This one's long. It'll probably take me over an hour. So we'll get over 6 hours today. This one's pretty interesting. This is back on sociology, trying to explain like group behavior and talking about religion and costly religious practice and signal theory and what we call credibility enhancing displays. Like, why do we do certain things? It's a signaling, like certain actions, religious actioning is a way of signaling conformity or group strategy to other people, and also enhancing personal credibility. So this paper is from 2021, and it's pretty long, so it'll probably take me more than an hour. And so we'll do at least one paper, and then we'll call it a week. So let me pour a little bit more tea. And Bob or Cerulli, yeah, God bless. If any of you guys want to talk more or reach out, you could join my Discord. So if you want to DM or message or post things, not that much action in my Discord. Cerulli's there, a few other people, but feel free to join my Discord. Okay, yes. So it's really this actually we're going to talk about religion now. Some of the cycles, that was pretty interesting, a lot of information. And it's not my main area of research, but I feel like as I get pontificate, talk to more people, I talk more and more about cycles. So that just last night I was talking to, actually in Australia, the last Australian, this woman Magellan that I found from Clare Call, invited me to talk to like her group, and it was a small Twitter space, but like I kept on talking because she was asking about Judaism, and we were talking about World War II and various things. So I was talking about boom bust cycles of Judaism, and then the topic of boom bust cycles expanded to a whole bunch of things, and so I'm constantly talking about these boom bust cycles all the time. And I think you find intelligent people, um, worldly, knowledgeable people will talk about cyclical thinking, and it requires a lot of knowledge. And so, as you acquire more knowledge, you're more likely to notice these patterns. There's also the false pattern recognition, where people are likely to see patterns where they don't actually exist. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about religion and sociology and signaling theory, credibility enhancing displays. I thought this paper was exceptionally interesting. It's from Springer Publishing. Um, Explaining costly religious practices and credibility enhancing displays and signaling theories. This paper examines in contrast two closely related evolutionary explanations in human behavior: signaling theory and the theory of credibility enhancing displays, CREDS. Both have been proposed to explain costly, dangerous, and otherwise extravagant social behaviors, especially in the context of religious belief and practice, and each has spawned significant lines of empirical research. However, the relationship between these two theoretical frameworks is unclear, and research which engages both of them, especially in systemic comparison, is largely absent. In this paper, we seek to address this gap at the theoretical level, examining the core differences between the two approaches and prospects and conditions for future empirical testing. We clarify the dynamical and mechanistic basis of signaling and CREDS as explanatory models and contrast the previous uses to which they've been put in the human sciences. Because of the idiosyncrasies regarding those uses, especially with signaling, several commonly supposed differences and comparative advantages are actually misleading and not, in fact, generalizable. We also show that signaling and CRED theories as explanatory models are not interchangeable or reducible to one another because of the deep structural differences. As we illustrate, the proposed causal networks of each theory are distinct, with important differences in the endogeneity of various phenomena within each model and the explanatory targets. As a result, they can be seen as complementary rather than in competition. We conclude by surveying the current state of literature and identifying the differential predictions which could underpin the more comprehensive empirical comparison in future research. Introduction. Scientific explanations of human behavior are particularly concerned with behaviors which are individually costly and burdensome. Some can be seen as investments towards future personal benefits, such as thatching a roof in order to enjoy a more comfortable winter. Some are costly sacrifices undertaken with the aim of securing a collective good, such as volunteering to fight in intergroup conflict. Yet other behaviors, however, are less clearly explainable in either of these terms. Participation in painful and arduous religious rituals is a prime example. Individuals in various cultures will variously pierce or cut their flesh, walk across hot coals, carry heavy burdens up high peaks, and sacrifice their livestock as expression of religious devotion. Although supernatural beliefs may justify these behaviors in terms of anticipated future benefit, from an evolutionary perspective, such explanations are suspect, given that these practices here vary real fitness cost. We would expect some countervailing force is required to explain their persistence. Two frameworks have been particularly influential in recent scientific literature on costly religious behaviors and costly behaviors more generally: signaling theory and the theory of credibility enhancing displays, CRED. Well, very similar in some respects, the distinction between these two explanatory approaches is illustrative of the deeper divide with respect to evolutionary biology and cultural evolutionary theory, between economic strategic reasoning on one hand and psychological and social learning on the other. Although CREDs were introduced as an alternative to signaling, the relationship between the two approaches is not consistently marked in the literature. The two models are sometimes presented as rivals or alternatively, with CREDs described as merely an extension of the mainstream signaling theory. This paper contributes to the literature by clarifying the ways in which both approaches are compatible and clearing up some misconceptions about possible limitations of each theory. We then turn to identifying what predictions might differentially falsify confirm one approach versus the other, with the hope of guiding future efforts as data collection. We focus on religious rituals in part as a matter of convenience and in part because religious behavior has been the area in which Cred's theory has been most extensively applied to date. We argue that part of the confusion here stems from differing assumptions and interpretations with respect to biological versus cultural evolutionary explanations, especially regarding selectionism. The biological cultural distinction itself contrasts two explanatory domains, while selection versus non-selection concerns modeling strategy. The distinction do not perfectly line up in principle. That schema of selection, fitness, heredity could be applied to anything which fits the bill as of a unit selection and obeys the selectionist dynamics. At a sufficient level of abstraction, the selectionist schema can be agnostic about the mechanisms which underlie such dynamics, and the questions become whether it is scientifically accurate, apt, or useful to model a given target system in that way. Cultural evolutionary explanations may or may not be selectionist depending on the mechanisms involved. With respect to signals and cred, one of our aims in this paper is to tease apart the abstract models, selectionist or not, from their theorists' preferred applications, biological or cultural. In particular, we emphasize that the explicit selectionist signaling model can be applied to traditional natural selection of biological traits, as in animal signaling, but also in the selection of traits which are differentially propagated by cultural learning mechanisms. Application. Offertory. The broad distinctions between two approaches can be illustrated with an example of a widespread and familiar religious practice, offertory, the traditional Christian church service, the collection of alms, or similar ritual donations and similar practices in many other religions, where churchgoers make offerings of money into collection boxes, plates, or bags during or after the services. Such offerings come at an obvious cost to those making them, oblationers, but they are also very much public acts. Churchgoers observe each other making offerings, and to some extent, how much. One hypothetical signaling interpretation of this case, there are several to choose from, might go as follows. Offertory services serves as a costly signal of cooperation, disposition, or commitment by the oblationer, taking the role of the sender to the community, to the other churchgoers, the receivers of the signal, when observing the donations of their compatriots. Having observed each other's signals, receivers tend to treat generous senders more favorably in the future than they would otherwise. This might come as the form of beneficial cooperation, social opportunities, upgraded status and trust, or the form of avoiding the withdrawal of such social goods, or even punishment for failing to perform the signal. Importantly, these benefits may be more valuable to some than to others. Those who are not sufficiently committed to living among the community according to their ways will not find the benefits worth the cost of the signal. These differential benefits ensure that sufficiently costly signals tend to be reliable. Communication is thereby achieved. The practice of offertory can serve as a reliable, incentivized signal of commitment that weeds out fakes, flakes, and freeloaders, facilitating the positive assortment of community-minded individuals. In general, signaling interpretation seeks to explain rituals as solutions to problems of cooperation coordination, whereby like-minded communities can come together for some mutual benefit. In this interpretation, altruistic cooperation. The most basic formal representation of signaling theories are static strategic games, which do not make predictions about how people adopt new strategies like ritual behaviors, but merely predict what combinations of strategies are stable. A Kred's interpretation, in contrast, is both less explicitly strategic and more explicitly dynamical. It is an account of how cultural learners choose to adopt new behaviors and beliefs from those currently extant in the population. It does not focus on the mutually beneficial exchange of information or strategic interaction, but rather represents ritual practices as competing in a marketplace of behaviors to be imitated and reproduced via social learning mechanisms. Given all the other things one can do, why do people imitate the behavior of offertory in particular? Creds assume that people learn by imitating certain others, models who appear knowledgeable and successful, but to the extent that oblationers are seen to become marginally poorer than those who do not give the money to the church, in cases are still prima facie puzzling. People do not merely choose to imitate behaviors, however, they also learn what to believe by social learning. The Creds model allows that complementary packages of beliefs and behavior can prove particularly attractive to learn. First, belief that God eventually rewards pious behavior makes this burden of pious behavior easier to tolerate. Second, engaging in pious behavior serves as a potent demonstration of such a genuine belief in the promise of heavenly rewards. In combination, then, an offering's cost serves as a way of making both the offering and its motivating belief more credible to observers. Observers will be led to think that oblationers must really believe that what they profess to believe, why else would they part with their money so willingly, lowering the barrier of credulity for those beliefs and making them more attractive to imitate. After having adopted those beliefs, they will find it attractive to imitate the practice of offertory because the beliefs justify the practice. The belief and practice reinforce one another, and the cost associated with the practice, seen as willingly carried out, make them both more salient and more compelling in the context of social learning. In short, signaling theory says that costly behavior persists because the communicates useful information. Kred's theory explains the persistence of costly behaviors as part of the particularly attractive packages to imitate. Signaling and Kred's models. Both modeling approaches use equilibrium modeling in that they formalize tendencies towards religious practice beliefs over time under idealized conditions, payoffs, and biases. And both can be seen as what Levins calls type 3 population models, which sacrifice precision for sake of realism and generality. This means that while they predict that some beliefs and practices should be pervasive under the right conditions, neither are equipped to predict the origins or outcomes of any specific real world examples. Likewise, neither are falsified by a lack of rigid equilibrium like stability among the phenomenon, which are largely afloat on a sea of exogenous economic, demographic, and cultural change. Both approaches, therefore, idealize away much of the detail of human cultural religious life and focus on limited sets of putatively important variables and parameters, including traits and environmental features. These sets partially overlap, which we detail more fully in Section 3. However, some of the focal differences are relatively straightforward. For example, because Kred models focus on the imitation of beliefs as well as practices, they essentially involve representational content and cognitive traits. This makes these models especially apt for organisms with rich mentalizing capacities like humans, and for explaining tight correlations between complex beliefs and behaviors. Signaling models, in contrast, are applicable to humans and non-humans alike, and need not make mention of cognitive states like beliefs. For instance, it strains credulity to say a peahen has any beliefs about the fitness of a peacock based on the observation of his tail, but this is no obstacle to signaling explanation for the tail. Likewise, an appropriate interpretation of cost and benefits signaling model might be able to explain offertory even if none of the churchgoers were genuine believers, as long as the practice still served its function of filtering for socially desirable community members. The content of signals can be entirely distinct from their function, and communicative signaling may be variously underpinned by a sense of sincerity, hypocrisy, or unthinking reflex. Despite the distinct causal mechanisms being positive, the relationship between these two explanatory approaches is not always clear. For example, in Heinrich's initial highly cited 2009 paper, he describes the evolutionary pathway for Kred's using orthodox signaling terminology, but frames the view as more promising alternative to the ritual signaling hypothesis, which might nevertheless coexist with it. Some theorists have explicitly described Kred theory as just another version or extension of signaling theory, while others argue for a sharp distinction. Recent empirical studies of religious practices have tended to engage with either signaling or Kred explanations to the exclusion of each other rather than in comparison or combination. One outlier in this regard is a recent field study of how adherence to religious restrictions influences the perceptions of religious leaders in a traditional population in Indonesia, testing the putative predictions of Kred's and commitment signaling. As the authors pointed out, asceticism and other religious self-denying behaviors might serve as signals and Kred simultaneously, and they see both sets of predictions born out of the results. Our first goal in this paper is to elaborate on the formal and conceptual differences between the two models and to demonstrate how the models, though distinct, are not in direct competition with one another, in fact being complementary for many purposes, notwithstanding that we then consider a number of suggested ways in which one approach might be superior to the other, at least for the purposes of explaining costly religious behaviors, and argue that none of these have much substance. There are no knockdown philosophical reasons to favor one over the other, and both approaches are a reasonable fit with existing data. Finally, to move beyond this impasse, we identify crucial differences in the predictions that may be supported by each model. Future research addressed to these predictions is most likely to be differentially falsify or confirm one approach or the other. The models and their uses. Signaling models. Signaling models in biology and economics usually take the form of game theoretic signaling games played between senders and receivers. Senders can perform an action, make a move, based on some state of the world otherwise hidden from the receiver. Receivers can make the move based on their observation of the sender's move. The receiver's move in the context of the actual state of the world determines payoffs for both the sender and receiver, with the sender perhaps paying some cost for their signal. Payoffs here can refer to fitness, utility, or any other quantity that plays the functional role of predicting the choices of sender and receiver. The payoff structure determines which strategy combination constitutes stable equilibria of the game. To the static picture, evolutionary game theory adds dynamic processes whereby players update their strategies to improve their expected payoffs. The dynamical element explains which of the several equilibria are more likely to evolve, are more stable, and so forth. Such dynamics might correspond to the mechanisms of biological evolution, cultural evolution, through processes like imitation or individual learning. Signaling models per se are largely agnostic with respect to the details of the dynamical mechanisms. Within this framework, there is an array of modeling permutations with potential application to a wide variety of contexts. We will limit ourselves to cases where the hidden information concerns a trait of the sender. This trait can be relatively fixed quality, such as physical strength, wealth, or ancestral lineage, but it may also be a dispositional type that is relevant for predicting future behavior, such as a tendency to selfishness or generosity. If the sender's signal is conditionalized on the sender's trait, different trait types send different signals, and the receiver's move is conditionalized on the signal. They behave differently when they receive different signals. Then actionable information is being communicated by the sender and acted on by the receiver. If the incentives are appropriately aligned, this sort of scenario can constitute a separating equilibrium in which neither sender nor receiver would do better by switching to an alternative unconditional strategy. The offertory case we considered was an example of this. The favor of the community is extended to those who make a costly offerings because only those who are worthy of the community's favor find it valuable enough to be worth the cost. This can be contrasted with pooling equilibria, where the incentives are instead such that senders do not correlate their signal with the observed trait. Everyone signals that they are trustworthy, or receivers do not correlate response with signal. No one is trustworthy regardless of what they do. In some signaling games, senders and receivers have clearly aligned interests, and signals allow them to solve a coordination problem. For instance, a motorist and a pedestrian communicating with each other to work out who will give way. Both are interested in avoiding a collision. Although communication is not guaranteed in such cases, it is relatively easy to achieve. As an illustration, an example of religious practices that rely on common interests might look like this. People have an interest in interacting with others who have a similar expectation about marriage, child rearing, and domestic divisions of labor. Religious practices serve as a quick and easy mechanisms to communicate a complex bundle of cultural norms that relate to these domains and so serve a coordination function. Not all signaling games presume common interest, however. In other signaling games, the parties have partially conflicting interests. A job applicant wants to be hired regardless of their quality, but the employer only wants to hire an applicant if they are sufficiently diligent. How can a truly diligent applicant convincingly signal to the employer that they have this trait? Broadly speaking, when the interests of the sender and the receiver are not strictly judged, some mechanism must be present to prevent deceptive signals from undermining communication. The classic mechanism is a differential in signal cost, which disincentivizes dishonest signaling. A job applicant who has completed a difficult degree course while juggling a full-time job has done something that is difficult for all applicants, but is much easier if the applicant is in fact diligent. This may serve then as a signal of quality to the employer, and because of its cost, it is much more credible than merely asking, "I will work hard." Cases such as this were used in foundational work on signaling economics, with similar reasoning employed to articulate handicap signaling theory in biology. Similar ideas are widely used to explain a variety of human behaviors which might otherwise appear gratuitously costly, both in contemporary society and the archaeological record. These include culturally localized behaviors such as dueling, restrictions on female freedom, honor killing, terrorism, political violence, as well as broad categories of behavior such as aggression, grief, and regret. Others have argued that relatively costly activities, widely assumed to be worthwhile, but for which the direct evidence of their success is often underwhelming, such as higher education and healthcare, can be explained as instances of costly signaling. Even behaviors that appear to be deliberately avoiding flamboyance, such as small, hard to observe fashion logos or anonymous donations, may be amenable to a signaling explanation. As one of the most ubiquitous, traditional, and puzzling features of human societies, however, religion has been treated as something of a special target. In section 1.1, we describe one of the way of constructing a religious signaling hypothesis using one particular model, differential benefit costly signaling, applied to one aspect of religious practice, offertory, which putatively signals for a desirable trait, community commitment. This is one among many possible combinations of models, target, system, signals, value traits, and so forth. We will not seek to summarize them here. One point to clarify, though, is that the essential logic of signaling game does not always require predict the presence of costly signals. Signaling only requires differential payoffs for high type or low type senders, those who possess the desired trait and those who do not, such that only honest signaling is incentivized. For example, high type signals could be negligible cost as long as an excessive signal cost for low type outweighed any possible rewards. In such a signaling game, the only signaling which occurs in equilibrium should therefore be costless by high types only. An example may be obtaining a tattoo or other indelible mark of group identity, which should have no adverse consequences if one remains a loyal member of the group, by which will cause one to be killed if they try to immigrate to an out group. Because of those potential costs, the tattoo may be a reliable indicator of one's tendency to remain. Only high types, the solidly loyal with no desire to migrate, will obtain the tattoo. The costly strategic signaling framework is flexible enough to also include some fairly trivial cases where signal costs are not differential or entirely non-existent, even out of equilibrium. Again, what is required for a signaling equilibrium is that the net payoff for signaling is positive for high types and negative for low types, so differential benefits can do the job just as well as differential signal costs. For example, two potential applicants for initiation to a religious society could be presented with the same upfront cost, but have different cost benefit calculations based on their commitment levels and how attractive membership is to them. In this case, participating in flat cost initiation rituals can serve as a reliable signal of actually wanting to be a long-term member of a community, as opposed to just exploiting it until moving on. It should also be remembered that signaling models are compatible with failures of communication if the cost-benefit schedule of the signal does not effectively discriminate between high and low types. A population may arrive at a pooling equilibrium where receivers only cooperate in the presence of the signal, making a prerequisite for interaction. Both high and low types send the signal, rendering it meaningless. This sort of equilibrium is less stable than a separating equilibrium because the receiver would obtain an equivalent payoff if they stop treating the signal as meaningful. But in the absence of any perturbations to receive strategies, the meaninglessness signal will continue to be incentivized. Such pooling equilibrium are less interesting in the context of explaining communication, but evidently can still contribute to explaining the persistence of a gratuitously costly behavior. While most of our examples in the section have focused on signaling a discrete property that takes on two values, one is either a high or low type signaling model can account for more complex signaling. This type can take on as many values as one likes. The signal can be graded and the response can be very complex. For our purposes, none of these extensions are necessary, but one should not suppose that they are excluded in signaling models. Signaling models thus have the potential to explain a wide variety of display type behaviors, costly as well as costless, discrete as well as continuous, and meaningful as well as in a meaningless case. Credibility enhancing displays. The creds approach is less dependent on the communicative value that of the displays it seeks to explain, and also far less heterogeneous in its range of possible applications. First introduced in Heinrich in 2009, it models a joint distribution of belief and practice over a population, where the belief is one which justifies the practice. To take on Heinrich's example, consider the belief that blue mushrooms are safe to eat and the practice of actually eating blue mushrooms. Obviously, someone who has the belief that has better reason to engage in the practice, and someone who engages in the practice can be more credibly assert the belief. Other examples might include belief in the deity and worshiping that deity, belief that an area is good for hunting and actually hunting there, belief that a behavior is taboo and abstaining from that behavior. The purpose of the model is to predict or explain the distribution of belief and practice that will evolve in a population that has a given learning process. The particular puzzle to be explained is why social learning sometimes leads to widely practiced costly behaviors. The fundamental learning process is the imitation of successful types, so the beliefs and practices of the populace and successful will proliferate. More precisely, the probability that an agent will imitate a given trait is proportional both to the frequency of the trait and also to the relative success of those who have the trait. In addition to the familiar foundation, Hanger-Cred model introduces additional elements in the learning process based on two intuitions. Uh, One, that actions speak louder than words, and two, that people are more likely to adopt a costly practice if they believe that the practice has benefits, even if the belief is mistaken. Putting these elements together, the learning dynamic is characterized by the following points. Frequency dependence. Beliefs are more likely to be learned the more other people have the belief. The same goes for practices. This is because of the sheer weight of numbers. Other things being equal, a learner will be more likely to observe a common practice rather than a rare one, and hence be more likely to imitate the common one. Success following practices and beliefs are both more likely to be learned if they are seen to be success enhancing. Learners are more impressed by people who seem to be successful, healthy, not sick, prosperous, not poor, and are more inclined to imitate them. Credibility enhancement beliefs are more likely to be adopted if the model is non hypocritical. That is, a model has practices consistent with the professed belief. Someone who claims that blue mushrooms are safe to eat but refuses to eat them herself is less credible and less likely to be imitated. Interaction between belief and valuation. The learner will perceive the practice to be less costly if they have a belief that justifies the practice. So the likelihood that an individual will imitate a practice depends not just on how common the practice is, nor on how objectively successful the practitioner is, but on whether the learner believes the practice to be costly. Believing that the mushroom will not kill me makes me more likely to eat the mushroom, even if it is in fact poisonous, and vice versa. Provided the cost of the practice is not too great, in granting some modest restriction the model's three parameters, then the Krebs model gives rise to two equilibria, one in which everyone rejects both the practice and the belief, and another in which everyone adopts both the practice and the belief. There's a tipping point such that once a sufficient proportion of the population has the belief and sufficiently many adopt the practice, the population will evolve to the belief plus practice equilibrium, thereby stabilizing a gratuitously costly practice in the culture. We should emphasize that the equilibrium states may be quite dissimilar for those of a classical signaling model, at least in practice. This is largely because the mechanism of stabilization, while sensitive to excessive burden, does not require that costly displays practice end up being compensated for by the benefits of a cooperative equilibrium. Indeed, creds can potentially help explain cultural forms that are strictly maladaptive at the individual level. Comparing the models. Explanatory targets. We can now more precisely isolate the differences between the two modeling approaches by returning to the offertory example described earlier. To contrast the two approaches under conditions of maximum overlap, we have chosen an alternative signaling interpretation in which the underlying trait is belief in God, which is also the belief to be imitated or not in the CRED model. With respect to the signaling interpretation, we assume that the receiver finds subjective value in not being fooled, while all senders, regardless of type, would prefer to be treated as if they are true believers. This might be because true believers make better cooperative partners in joint projects, or for any other wide range of reasons. We further assume that the cost of the offering constitutes the credibility enhancing feature of the display for cred purposes. Figure 1 illustrates the commonalities and differences between the two explanations by way of the parallel partially overlapping causal processes that they posit. In this figure, the feature common to both models are the underlying sender trait, being a believer or not, and the costly display making offering or not. In figure 1A is the looping feedback process posited by signaling. Both parts of the communication process, the choice whether to display and the choice whether to respond, are influenced by the payoffs that come from the receiver's response. Payoffs reflect the value agents of each type derived from the outcome of their interaction, and the way the agents update the strategies is assumed to be sensitive to this. We leave unspecified the mechanisms by which strategies are updated, because signaling models are compatible with a wide variety of mechanisms. Figure 1b, we see that Cred's account involves a very similar variables. Here, the distribution of the trait belief in God is endogenous to the model, an evolving variable which it describes. The learning bias, which makes agents prefer to imitate the beliefs of non-hypocritical agents, is a fixed parameter or assumption exogenous. Also importantly different is that the CRED model, the population is modeled by a single payoff function. There's no strategic asymmetry between senders and receiver. The key mechanism of the model is the links between combinations of belief and displays of subsequent decisions to imitate both of those. Believers are more likely to perform the display because the belief justifies it. Credibility enhancement makes receivers more likely to imitate those who both profess beliefs and adopt the practice, and payoffs affect imitation decisions because those who are more successful are more likely to be imitated. We should reiterate that the interpretation of cost and benefits we use here is not the only signaling-based explanation available. Likewise, CRED models might help explain imitation of beliefs which would not be relevant traits for signaling purposes. So A, the causal pathways versus the CRED model. Where the signaling model, it's the receiver's response is to favor or not, as opposed to imitate or not. And as opposed to having receiver payoffs, it has a learning bias. So a schematic illustration of the causal pathways involved in signaling models of the CRED accounts. In each case, the principal variable to be explained are italicized. In the signaling model is the sender and receive strategies. In the CRED model, it is the response, imitation, or not in the display of the trait. We admit for clarity an additional causal arrow which goes from the frequency of the trait and the display to response. Key differences we wish to highlight are the location of the exogenous factors indicated by the shaded nodes, and signaling models and the distribution of the trait is exogenous. In CREDs, the magnitude of the learning bias is exogenous, and there's no strategic interaction model in CREDs. Everybody receives the same payoffs, and those payoffs are not changed by choices of others, whereas in the signaling strategy, the receiver and sender are distinct, interdependent, and co-evolve. Also evident in the central similarity of the two models, both explain the distribution of the costly display. The key functional role of the belief for the purposes of CREDs is that the belief is seen to justify the costly practice. The key functional role of the trait for the purposes of signaling is that the receiver prefer different sorts of interactions with senders depending on whether or not they possess the trait. Obviously, these two functional roles can come apart. Even having contrived our example to maximize the overlap between the models, there are important differences in the proposed mechanisms of actions. The key differences are the trait belief being endogenous to the CREDS model but exogenous to signaling, and the phenomenon being directly modified by the respective causal mechanisms of each model, the belief display in the response for CREDS, and the behavioral strategies in the case of signaling. So the CRED approach models the evolution of belief, trait, and display signal as endogenous variables, while the learning biases which operate on them are exogenous features of human psychology. Signaling instead explains what strategies agents use to both send and receive information, which in effect endogenizes the learning process that is exogenous in CREDs. The frequency of the underlying trait, being a believer or not, is however exogenous in the signaling model. The receiver's response is a filter for sender types and does not itself alter the distribution of types in the population. This, of course, leaves changes in trait frequency unexplained by signaling evolution alone. In other words, the signaling model assumes some people are true believers and explain how others can identify them via costly displays, despite the possibility of deception. CREDs, on the other hand, assume that costly displays are regarded as more trustworthy and use this assumption to explain the frequency of true believers in the population. Additionally, the causal mechanism posited by the two explanations differ. Favoring and following are different. Treating the sender as a welcome cooperation partner is different from imitating them. This is where predictions of the models most clearly diverge. Because these differences in explanatory target, there is no contradiction between the two causal models, even when, as in our interpretation, we contrive to bring them as closely into contact as possible. They operate in parallel on different features of the overall phenomenon and could easily be complementary, not antagonistic processes within a single causal system. This would be especially true for signaling interpretations which appeal to cultural selection rather than just natural selection, with creds taking responsibility for direction of change for that belief trait, or both working in concert on stabilizing or proliferating the olfactory display. It is reassuring that while the models are somewhat similar, they are nonetheless distinct. In the next section, we will turn to addressing some of the alleged reasons to prefer one theory or the other. Is one theory better for explaining costly religious behavior? Notwithstanding their compatibility, there has been some suggestion that cred models have an advantage over signaling models in explaining phenomena such as religious belief and ritual based on supposed differences between the approaches. We have already considered some of these in passing. However, many supposed differences rest in mistaken or overly narrow characterizations. For example, Heinrich argued that signaling explanations must predict that signaling displays should be significantly more costly for non-believers to perform than for believers, which is not especially plausible in the religious context. The only difference between believers and non-believers is a psychological distinction with negligible direct fitness implications when it comes to sacrificing resources or risking health for security. As outlined previously, though, signaling models are compatible with observed signaling cost being equivalent for high and low types of appeal to a variety of mechanisms. Coordination signaling, where there is no conflict of interest between parties, high counterfactual cost absent in the equilibrium, but which disincentivizes signals for low types, and differential benefits rather than differential costs. Other putative differences that have been mooted as reasons to prefer CRED models include CRED models focus on psychological causation and cultural evolution rather than natural selection and fitness, and therefore might be better placed to explain phenomena like distribution of belief traits, the evolution of ratcheting up of religious traits over rapid intergenerational timescales. CRED models might have advantage over signaling models in explaining how costly religious practices can solve collective action problems. In the rest of this section, we review these lines of reasoning and argue that some are incorrect and none are compelling reasons to think the CRED framework is generally superior. The importance of modeling belief. In some presentations of religious signaling, it has been suggested that there may be a genetic component to the evolution of sender and receiver behaviors. It has been argued that the CREDS approach would have an advantage in this domain because costly religious practices are not universal, and the diversity of beliefs and practices that need to be explained is better suited to cultural evolutionary account. This argument assumes too much conflating selectionist explanation with biological domain. As outlined at the introduction of this paper, advocates of religious signaling often borrow the biological language of selection, fitness, and adaptive behavior, but natural selection is not central to the signaling approach itself. Certainly, in Spence's Nobel Prize winning work on costly signaling in economics, the strategies of senders and receivers are volitional or learned behaviors, with the fitness and selection roles in the models being performed by economic utility and rational choice, respectively. Signaling explanations posit or assume payoff structures and sender-receiver behaviors to define the signaling games, and the updating of player strategy in the direction of improved payoff for much non-human animal communication. The payoff and update roles are played by biological fitness and natural selection, but in human cases, the payoff may be purely subjective, benefit psychological utility, and update mechanisms, some sort of social learning such as follow success bias. Indeed, when comparing simulation experiments using update dynamics designed to mirror biological natural selection on one hand and social or individual learning on the other, the results are so similar that the simpler biological models can safely be used for most application. So while advocates of CREDS are correct that cultural transmission is better suited to explaining belief, that is not in conflict with signaling theory. What signaling requires is that the transmission mechanism be sensitive to payoff success, as in the success following principle used in various cultural evolutionary frameworks. In principle, signaling theory can therefore help introduce to some of the same cultural learning mechanisms that CREDS appeals to. The fact that signaling theory is typically expressed in the terminology and formalisms of animal signaling implies no necessary commitment to biologically hardwired signaling strategies. Three things remain true, though. First, as illustrated in Figure 1, the content of religious beliefs in themselves is not primary explanatory target in signaling explanations. In credit counts, because belief needs to be psychologically justify the costly practice, the content of those beliefs is essential to the explanation. In a signaling model, beliefs are only functionally important to the extent that they influence payoff relevant behaviors of strategy change. Whether this instrumental attitude towards belief is intellectually satisfying or not is arguably an aesthetic choice rather than a modeling one, though perhaps we might also explain the sharp divergence here along disciplinary lines from within psychological or sociological traditions in the science of religion. Second, while credit counts model the change in belief and behavior traits endogenously, a signaling model by itself only explains their positive assortment. It is a model for social filtering and assortment, not a trait change directly. That said, it is not ad hoc to expect changes to follow, because altering the assortment of desirable social traits will, of course, alter the expected payoff fitnesses. For this reason, some approaches combine the evolution of signaling strategies with the independent evolution and frequency of high types. Finally, it is also remains true that signaling, at least in the classical adaptive formulation used in the science of religion by Bowlby and Sosis, positive cost benefit analysis, which explains signaling as being adaptive at the individual level. Well, this is not a necessary feature of the CREDS model. Credibility enhancing displays and the practices they justify can be strictly maladaptive at the individual level and still proliferate depending on the model parameters and additional details such as the possibility of cultural group selection. As discussed, though, empirical predictions and comparison should respect the fact that signaling model payoffs need not be restricted to the domain of reproductive fitness. Solving collective action problems. In section 1, we presented signaling and cred models as an alternative way of explaining cultural behaviors that appear to gratuitously costly because they do not appear to have corresponding individual or collective benefits. As should now be clear, signaling models explain these behaviors by suggesting that this appearance is in some sense misleading. The costliness of the behavior is not gratuitous because it delivers some strategic benefit. The equilibrium in which senders and receivers find themselves may or may not be collectively optimal, but is one in which no one has an incentive to unilaterally change their behavior. In some cases, these equilibria are collectively beneficial, cooperative solutions to the social dilemma. Notwithstanding that signaling has an inherent connection to explaining cooperation, it has been suggested that for some of the most puzzling forms of human cooperation, cred models have an explanatory advantage over signaling. Heinrich argues that if the credibility enhancing action is one that is pro social in its effects, or if the action is one that increases the sense of group identity and solidarity, it can bootstrap a solution to the public good problem. Heinrich further claims that in contract, there is no model to show how signaling can solve a prisoner dilemma of more than two agents. Both the accuracy and the relevance of this claim is questionable. Evolutionary models of cost-free signaling do show secret handshakes can arise, which enable pairwise cooperation. While Heinrich's critique focuses on multiplayer social dilemmas, it is clear why he thinks these kinds of results could not be extended to those settings. In fact, some early work has been done on how signaling contributes to evolution of cooperation and multiplayer public goods problems. There are also models showing that indirect reciprocity can sustain cooperation in a number of collective action problems, and that an end-person prisoner's dilemma in particular. Indirect reciprocity is a mechanism whereby cooperative behaviors earn the cooperator a favorable public reputation, which will be rewarded by inspiring cooperation from others in the future. Although explicitly modeling this as a signaling game would be problematic, there is a strong functional resemblance when cooperation involves via indirect reciprocity. Agents, in effect, use costly patterns of cooperation as signals of underlying behavior type, which only pay off if the responses are favorable. Related models and experiments have suggested that willingness to police cooperative norms by engaging in punishment of defectors may also be a costly signal of cooperative traits. In a very different vein, Zahavi suggested that contribution to public goods might itself function as a signal of another trait like mate quality. Similar ideas relating to the value of displaying altruism as a signal of quality in a biological market have been developed under the label of competitive altruism. These signaling games are in some respects different from the canonical signaling games we focus on here, and more work needs to be done to show that they are plausible explanations of human cooperation. They all share, however, the idea that different types of agents may be distinguished on the basis of costly behaviors they undertake, thus allowing more cooperative types to assort together, overcoming a cooperative dilemma. This is the essence of how signaling promises to solve collective action problems. It is also worth noting that one-shot public good problems may not be the right problems to solve in order to explain the high level of cooperation observed in humans, because most interactions are repeated, especially in the ancestral environment, and because of extensive opportunities for mutualism. Our key cooperative encounters for understanding the evolution of cooperations are arguably better understood as either assurance problems or coordination problems. These problems are not without their challenges, but they are much less difficult scenarios in which to achieve cooperation because the conflict between individual and collective interest is less acute. Signaling can have an even greater effect on cooperation in these games. Future research differential predictions. Gross, following Searle in Nowicki, argues that signaling models make three key predictions regarding a separating equilibrium. Receivers respond to signals. The signal is reliable. In other words, the signal covaries with the trait of interest. The reliability of the signal is explained by the correlation between the marginal cost benefit of the signal and the trait of interest. From the first to last, these predictions are increasingly difficult to empirically confirm. Evidence consistent with the first has been documented on several occasions and includes findings that people have more favorable attitudes towards those who wear religious badges, make costly donations, attend synagogue frequently, or observe dietary and sexual taboos. The second prediction requires that those who give the signal actually possess a trait which makes them preferable interaction partners compared with those who do not signal. Of the studies cited above, only one provides such evidence. Those who attend synagogue more frequently are more cooperative in incentive compatible economic gain. The third prediction is the hardest to demonstrate for at least two reasons. First, the relevant costs and benefits are often difficult to operationalize if we assume somewhat implausibly that a signaling equilibrium has emerged via natural selection. The relevant costs and benefits should be impacts on biological fitness, which are rarely feasible to measure. Though C. Schaefer, who addresses fertility benefits of ritual participation, which may be relevant. In the biological literature, usually a suitable proxy is found, such as energetic expenditure or predation probabilities. These proxies are both empirically and ethically more fraught in the case of humans. If we instead assume that some sort of cultural selection is involved, we can instead assume that signaling has different psychological cost benefits at the margin for different types. The challenge then is to avoid trivialization of the prediction. If we assume everybody is a rational utility maximizer, it follows that for signalers, the benefits of signaling must outweigh the cost, and the opposite must hold for non-signalers. But that is exactly the prediction we are trying to confirm, so this assumption is stultifying in any attempt of empirical falsification. The functional role of utility in cultural selection models is not exhausted. However, by the assumption that individuals maximize their expected utility, it is also essential that third parties be able to estimate the psychological cost benefit of various behaviors in order to choose whether to imitate a given belief or practice. So, data on third party perceptions of the costliness of behaviors is at least a good beginning, but is essential to ask for perceptions of how cost may vary by type. We are aware of no data of this sort to date. Additionally, because these predictions relate to the cost benefit of marginal signaling behavior, it is important to make observations out of equilibrium. How much would a high type lose by failing to signal, and how much would a low type gain if they were to signal? Since in equilibrium, high types do signal and low types do not, to identify these marginal effects requires an exogenous shock to force low types to signal or to deprive high types of their signal. In animal studies, for instance, long tail feathers have been attached to males with short tails to assess the additional mating opportunities they are afforded, and decreased aerodynamical performance suffered due to the force alteration to their signaling presentation. Making such interventions without introducing new confounds, however, is very difficult. We are aware of no human research that has addressed this difficulty. Singh and Hagrick come closer than most when they present data on the perceived cost of various potential signals, but they rely on third-party observations of typical cost rather than obtaining estimates that speak to whether the costs differ between types. Notwithstanding the difficulty in confirming the third prediction of signaling model, with the second prediction, we already have the potential to differentially confirm a signaling theory as opposed to a CREDS. A signaling theory predicts that, at least in some circumstances, a costly behavior will systematically covary with a cooperative trait. Creds, by contrast, never make this prediction simply because cooperative traits are not within the ambit of the cred theory. Put bluntly, the cred mechanism does not on its own explain any observed correlation between cooperative traits and costly behaviors. This might seem surprising given creds have been suggested as integral to the explanation of how moralizing big God concepts might have been instrumental in promoting high levels of human cooperation. As noted above, these explanations succeed because they make an additional posit that the belief which justifies a costly practice promotes a cooperative behavior. The special nature of the belief in the big God is serving to underwrite the key correlation requiring of a signaling model that there is a correlation between a costly practice and a cooperative behavior. In this way, cred models can come to overlap quite closely some of the predictions of a signaling model, but in virtue of an exogenous assumption, to this extent, then any evidence that religious signals promote cooperation is not in conflict with a creds model, but more directly confirms a signaling approach. So, table 1, the distinctive patterns of a signal trait and cost that explained by a signaling model as opposed to a cred model where there's partial conflict of interest. Only a signaling theory explains why a signal might correlate with a trait of strategic interest, but it does not so only in the case where there's cost-benefit structure of the signal is appropriate. Note that neither theory is strictly inconsistent with the quadrants from which it is absent, merely that they cannot explain observation of those quadrants as stable equilibrium. So if the signal does not correlate with a trait, or the signals correlate with the trait on top, and cost-benefit of signaling does not differentiate types, or cost-benefit of signaling differentiate types, and whether that matches with creds or signal theory. In contrast to differentially confirm a creds theory, we could look for cases where costly behavior becomes widespread in a community without any apparent impact on strategic interaction. This is obviously difficult, given that it requires establishing absence of interdependence of cost and benefits, and human life is rife with strategic implications, but perhaps future research may focus on relatively personal areas of behavior, such as hygiene, diet, medicine, and sleep practices. Another area of distinctive corroboration of creds is the learning biases that it posits. The prior probability for most of these posits, however, should be relatively high. It is common sense psychology that actions speak louder than words, and that we are less likely to believe hypocrites who say one thing but do another. But any evidence disconfirming these ideas would be a non-trivial threat to the cred account. A more specific prediction derived from creds has been empirically confirmed in a recent paper. The tendency to imitate the practices of others is mediated by second-order beliefs about what the models believes. As mentioned above, signaling models make no such predictions because they not include any specific claims about psychological representations. To reinforce our conclusions that there is a dearth of evidence that can be used to adjudicate between the signaling and cred approaches, in Table 2 we present a sample of papers that investigate behaviors that might be explained by signaling or cred accounts and comment on their suitability for confirming either type of theory. Although the majority of papers approach their topic in terms of signaling, it is very rare that any paper gathers data on strategically relevant traits that might be subject to communication or on marginal cost benefits for signaling. Further, on the occasions when data relevant to signaling is obtained, it is very rare that any attempt is made to check predictions relevant to the cred framework. This analysis is not intended as a criticism of the existing work, but in hope that it will make vivid to future researchers what sort of evidence is required to advance the comparative understanding of the two models. Okay, so we have all the way from the left paper in the theoretical framework, the display behavior, cost benefit of display, strategically relevant trait of the sender, beliefs as potential targets of imitation, and then the comment. Hull 2015 framed as an example of signaling, donations to religious charities observing dietary restrictions, cost benefit not measured, strategic relevant trait of sender, third person beliefs about trustworthiness, beliefs as potential target of imitation, religious beliefs observed but only at one time, so no opportunity to observe change in beliefs. Study finds costly religious behaviors are perceived as signals of trustworthiness across a religious divide. No evidence obtained to test the reliability of the signals. No evidence obtained to test the propensity to imitate religious beliefs. Iannacone 1994 describes multiple causal processes relevant to both signaling and creds, compliance with various burdensome religious requirements, some but not all of which are inherently altruistic, a descriptive comparison based on ethnographic sociological data surveys on expert opinion, the level of religious commitment exemplified by church attendance, general social survey data and belief in afterlife and belief in religious literalism correlates with strictness of religious practice. Basic logic of the paper is to test signaling, but evidence of beliefs is also congenial to cred model. Landman and Burmester 2017 cred specific investigation. Display behaviors, religious participation, sacrifice, the cost implicitly measured by survey of third-party perceptions of participation, sacrifice, offspring estimating parental sacrifice, no strategic interaction studied, dependent variable is theism, religious belief on offspring, shows that parents' cred-like behavior is more relevant to predicting religious belief in children than profession of religious belief, more directly relevant to issues of cultural transmission of religious belief. McLowell 2016 on signaling, religious badges, specifically Christian symbols, arguably these are not costly displays, except to the extent they may have led to stigmatization. Measure third-party willingness to invest in trusting with signalers, well, in some indicator of marginal benefits to signaler, but signalers were fictitious, so cannot identify covariation of benefit and trait. Measures third-person beliefs about traits, measures religious beliefs of receivers, but as a covariate for a dependent variable not concerned with changes in belief. Study comes closer than many to showing real strategic payoff for signaling, but the effect of the trust game behavior is not statistically significant. Power, 2017, primary signaling, though makes reference to cred. Also, variety of religious behaviors, not just dramatic rituals, tries to take into account the costliness of different acts, but no attempt to test whether the cost benefit differs with differing traits. Third-party beliefs about variety of pro-social traits. Third-person beliefs about devoutness of others measured, but does not try to explain imitation of belief. Finds costly behaviors are effective signals and identifies distinct trait signal correlations. Brzezinski and Arakia 2013 signaling, religious observant, no measure of cost, measures third-person beliefs about traits, beliefs not measured, observation consistent with costly religious observance as a signal of trustworthiness within an ethno-religious group. In Shaver 2018 signaling, though not with emphasis on costly signals, religious badges in Meritos crossed with ethnic appearance, third-party willingness to invest in economic trust, game, third-party estimates of general trustworthiness, strategic relevant trait of sender not measured, beliefs of potential target of imitation not investigated. Similar study to McLowell and Hull, but finds less clear evidence that religious badges are signals of trust across religious groups, also suggest interaction effects with ethnic markers. Shaver 2020 signaling with emphasis on fertility benefits of religious signaling, religious observance, frequency of attendance at church or similar, several areas of interest studied, social network support, aid from co-religions, fertility, child development outcomes, strategically relevant trait of sender and beliefs of potential target of imitation, not measured or investigated, document potential fitness benefits for religious displays, but restricts attention to benefit received, no investigation of cooperation aid given by signaler. Singh and Heinrich 2020, creds and signals, observance of food taboos and sexual abstinence, reports variation in benefits obtained by signalers, but no correlation of benefit level with levels of signaling on cost measured third-person estimates of average cost, thus no individual difference data available to correlate with signaling, measures third-person beliefs about traits, beliefs not measured, though see related work on transmission of religious ideology. Singh finds no evidence that type of self-denial affects inferred trait. Solar 2012 signaling a variety of religious behaviors displayed. Questionnaire also asked about cooperation received by signaler, finds marginally significant result that more signals send predicts more benefits received, also measures vulnerability. Those who need cooperation more are predicted to signal more, mixed findings in this regard. Public goods game play self-report of helping behavioral given. Beliefs not measured treats creds together with all manner of signaling theories, but author implies that cost is essential. No citations to papers on ideas of no-cost signals, makes an effort to remove index signals, so all religious behaviors that are inherently cooperative were removed. These are the sort of behaviors that Heinrich suggests enable creds to solve public good problems. Sassis and Ruffle in 2003 and Ruffle and Sassis 2007. Signaling. Synagogue attendance, communal dining. Model assumes constant cost, variable benefit. No attempt made to empirically vindicate assumption regarding differential benefits, except insofar as the preference is revealed by differential behavior in the economic game. Cooperation and common resource game, public goods game with a taking frame. Beliefs not measured at individual level, though comparisons are made between religious and secular kibbutzim. No mechanism of belief transmission studied. Find contextually appropriate costly signals. Synagogue attendance in a religious kibbutz, communal dining in a secular kibbutz are correlated with altruistic behavior in public goods games. Has some data on migration into community, which may be relevant for explaining distribution of cooperative traits within the kibbutz. In Willard and Single, cred-focused use of cred skill developed by Landman and Burmester. The cred skill: attending church, volunteering, behaving fairly, being pure, avoiding harm to others, making sacrifices, cost not measured, strategic relevance of sender not measured, belief as a potential target of imitation, religious participation in the next generation. Compares Czech Republic and Slovakia, two countries with shared history but divergent trajectories of religious observance. Finds that observation of costly religious behaviors in earlier generations highly predictive of religious belief in later generations. No evidence relevant to signaling analyzed. And finally, Zygaltis, 2013, signaling and creds, no differentiation by authors, though see comments for ways in which the evidence perhaps favors cred. Performing kavadi, a high-intensity, painful religious ritual. The cost painful measured using subjective report. Those who perceive kavadi as more painful, either as observers or as performers, donated more. Authors do not note this, but this finding is prima facie at odds with signaling theory. If the signal is supported to be less costly for those with the trait, those who donate should experience less pain. Note, however, that as per the discussion above, the key prediction occurs out of equilibrium for those who are not performing kavadi. If they did perform, they should find it more painful or should expect less benefit from subsequent cooperation. Strategically relevant trait of the sender: anonymous donations of money earned in experiment. Beliefs, potentially interesting data on social identity gathered for primary participants, but no belief transmission studied. Noren Zayan says that this is a good example of creds because those who merely observe the painful ritual are more likely to donate more to the temple. This is only an indirect test, however, because no belief transmission was measured. In conclusion, we have argued that for many purposes, credit counts and signaling models do not directly compete. Although both can explain costly behaviors, religious and otherwise, they do have different emphasis, which are not strictly incompatible. Creds assume that people prefer to learn what to believe from people who demonstrate their sincerity. This in turn explains the high prevalence of beliefs which justify costly practices, and that in turn explains the high prevalence of costly practices. Signaling models take the distribution of beliefs, or more generally traits, for granted, but explain why we find costly practices too often be a reliable indicator of what one believes. Signaling thus explains more costly practices as ways of solving a communicative problem. Obviously, both these accounts could be true of the same phenomenon, although both theories have been fruitfully applied to understanding aspects of religious behavior. We have also argued that little or no attention has been paid to obtaining data which would simultaneously be germane to the predictions of both theories. We hope that by clarifying the issues at stake in each theory, we have provided guidance for future researchers who might hope to undertake more targeted interrogation of the two accounts. Okay, so there you have it. That will conclude this week's Week in Review. So, Ing just showed up. Yep, God bless. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Ing. If you meant, I put the name of the paper earlier. If you meant the name of the paper, I'll link it when I do it. It's from a Springer book. But I'm going to be doing more on the sociology of religion in the future. So, that was just like a brief foray into it. It's going to be one of the topics I'm going to be covering in depth over the next few months, next few weeks. So I have a lot more material on the topic, and I just jumped into historical cycles for this week because I've been talking a lot, and for my own research or interest, filling myself out. So with that, it's getting late, over 6 hours, so a lot of good research today. Appreciate Bob, Mark, the Last Australian, Sroli, the God Word podcast appearing in the chat. So always a pleasure to see you guys, and I'm glad to be of use. Hope you find this useful. So hopefully this Wednesday I plan on doing my metaphysics stream on Descartes, and then the week after I will be looking at Galileo, Kepler, Copernicus, Bruno, and Telesios. I only didn't do the Descartes stream this week because the, God forbid, power outages here in my area, like a massive storm in Metro Detroit. So if you follow me on Twitter, I've been participating in some Twitter spaces, and join the Discord if you want to reach out, make a comment. And with that, sign off. God bless. Hope everyone has a good week, good things, good tidings. Reach out, comment, like, share, and blessings.